Right. Well, let's start, shall we? Dear friends, ministers, MPs, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, representatives, dear friends of the AmCham. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 23rd annual Greek Economic Summit that is being held today and tomorrow by our Chamber of Commerce, which is a top institutional event worldwide that manages to gather representatives from the local, domestic, international, financial, economic, educational community, as well as from significant think tanks and international organizations. The Greek Economical Summit, or GES as is known by now, has been transformed into a platform of fermentation and exchange of good practices on economy, on business, investments, trade, and everything always under the umbrella and the prism of the geopolitical and other developments, and seeking for new routes that will lead to safe and reliable, sustainable policies for everyone. Same as the previous years, the GES or GES is co-organized with the US Chamber of Commerce and the Atlantic Council, as well as the Greek Athens Stock Exchange, Ladies and gentlemen, from the geopolitical tensions and clashes with uncertain results were led to climate change and natural disasters, to the excellent growth rate of technology and the rapid spread of artificial intelligence. There is a world around us that is so rapidly changing that long-term values and principles are put to the question, leaving all societies and economies alike trying to find our footing as we are trying to adapt to the new reality. And we keep on searching for new ways to move forward. In these uncharted waters, companies, governments, and societies must and should work together to the benefit of everyone. Sustainable development may be achieved only through the participation and respect for the environment, natural resources, and respect for human rights and differences. Financial, economic, and social turbulence from all these crises create an environment of increased insecurity and lack of safety and security, which, combined with these inequalities, demand new, innovative, and brave policies on all levels at the local and global environment if we do wish to maintain a satisfactory system of governance and social equilibrium. We're called upon now to examine how we can set those goals that will allow us to achieve that sustainable development while respecting and protecting our natural environment, respecting and protecting the right to otherness and difference, be that gender, sex, color, race, special need, respecting and protecting institutions, principles and democratic ideals. This is not an easy equation to beat with all those variables. It requires courage, boldness, but also virtue to be able to bring everything together. It demands consent and the realization that the world does not belong to anyone and that we have the obligation to bequeath to the next generations a safe environment, which requires transcendental policies and clashing with dogma in order to set the foundation for a better future. A future in which the key role will be played by technology, knowledge and innovation on all levels with all that entails for the way we work, think and operate, to be self-sufficient in key principles like primary production, which knowledge with a huge cognitive background, increased research and development and respecting those values and everything, that will be those who will be able to still stand vis-a-vis such a global competition. This year's annual Greek Economic Summit, with the title Fostering a Sustainable Economic Future Amidst Global Challenges, is trying to see all those opportunities on all fields and sectors that are brought upon in these tumultuous times that we're going through. At the same time, it will throw and will take a deep look on various trends that will threaten the growth and development of global economies, subvert the goals that have been set for global climate change and green development. It will try to give ideas and proposals that will allow us to come up with a roadmap that will lead to a safer future without exclusions and with sustainable prosperity. So with our eyes set on the future, GES 2023 will focus on the strategies and policies required for the promotion and succeeding a sustainable development in the midst of huge global challenges through a series of very targeted lectures and sessions where well-established experts from various fields will meet to exchange ideas and to examine what must be done and how in order to promote growth in all fields and in Greece will make it happen. We have designed a very full program and agenda with many sessions and lectures. Here I would like to thank all those who participate as speakers for the honor they made to participate in this year's summit. I should like to thank the members of the organizing committee, Messrs. Kavounidis, Kafatos, Kondopoulos, Kyriakou, Kostopoulos, Papadimitriou and Psaltis, who, alongside the president of the AmCham, we all designed this year's agenda. I should also like to thank my colleague Angeliki Dikeulia for preparing and organizing this year's summits. Of course, all the other members of the Chamber of Commerce, my colleagues, for their contribution to the organization, not just of this event, but of a plethora of other actions brought to fruition by our Chamber of Commerce. I must mention, and I want to mention, the sponsors of the summit, because they're the ones who support such events. I would like to thank for their support the platinum sponsors, the Public Power Corporation, Deloitte, EY and OTE. Gold sponsors, the Experts Credit Greece, Google, Hellenic Energy, Papastratos and Tehan. Our silver sponsors, AbbVie, Accenture, Enterprise Greece, Hedno, Hewlett-Packard, Johnson & Johnson, Mytilineos, Piraeus Bank and the Sarakakis Group of Companies. And of course our media sponsors, the Athens Macedonian News Agency, CNNGR, Direction, Epihiro and Business Partners magazine. I would also like to mention PMG for the kind support and participation. Finally, I should like to thank all of you who do us honor with your presence and your timeless trust in all the priorities and everything we take as the AmCham. I should like to point out to all our speakers and coordinators to be particularly wary of the time they have at their availability, because we will have a time buzzer, we'll have a very tight and tense program and agenda, so we need to be very careful. At this point, I should like to acknowledge the presence of many young people here from the academic institutions who are here with us, and we're very happy for it. We want to be by your side, and we want you to stand by us to watch what we do and to acquire experience and knowledge through the sessions, not just of this conference, but of all the events of our Chamber of Commerce. I should now like to call Mr. Nikolaos Bakatselos to give his welcoming address. Thank you very much for your attention.
Honorable Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, dear cooperators, it is a great honor for me to welcome you to the 34th GES on the subject Fostering a Sustainable Economic Future Amidst Global Challenges, organized by the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce in cooperation with the Athens Stock Exchange Group and the strategic support of the USA Trade Chamber and the Atlantic Council. In the years that went by since 1990, when we first launched this event, this iconic conference of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, the Greek Economic Summit as it has been established recently, many things have changed. From the global geopolitical environment, which seems extremely fluid once again, up to the political ambience in our own corner of southeastern Mediterranean, which continuously puzzles us. I'm extremely proud for the fact that GES in the last 3 decades has been justly established as an institution of major impact in the business and financial sector in our country, and still is the peak, a paramount platform of a direct dialogue between the political leadership and the Greek business community. Therefore, we see on an annual basis being honored by politicians from the whole political spectrum, high caliber businessmen and executives, as well as renowned academics from all over the world. Established speakers from all the spectrum explore various facets and analyze trends and prospects in an open, direct, interactive discussion, quite intense occasionally, promoting new tools and instruments, shaping policies, and decisively contributing to the promotion of sustainable development in our country. Dear friends, despite the uncertain global environment, this year has been positive for Greece from the domain of economy and with important reforms that gives ground for optimism for 2024, as the Prime Minister said in a recent message referring to the growth budget recently tabled. After more than a decade of economic crisis, our country now enjoys ever-increasing international trust and credibility and manages to manage successfully various challenges, be it financial, economic, or geopolitical, of course in cooperation with our powerful allies. This is the footprint of this year that goes by, optimism. With the country's solvency uprated, we now speak of a growth of 2.9%, that is an increase of the GDP by 2.9% in comparison to 2.4% this year, which is the highest point since 2010, with an inflation rate of 2.4%. below 3.9%, and an unemployment at 3.6 from 11.2, we even say less than 10%, while private investment, as recently stated by the Minister of Finance, Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis, who will be a speaker in our conference, will also rise by 15% in comparison to a 7.1% rise last year. Despite the pursued negative financial conjuncture globally, the potential and great dynamism of Greek economy, as it was mapped in the developments of 2022-23, is expected to further be enhanced in 2024 with an ascending trend with differentiation from the EU average by 1.7 points. The priority is always set on the reforms, with a goal setting and very sound austerity program, and the fight against the tax evasion will lay the foundation for more positive prospects of Greek economy vis-à-vis the EU average. And this is where we will be based for further increase of our solvency. Nevertheless, we are here today, some weeks after the successive natural disasters of August and September that really tore the productive tissue and social tissue of our country. The lessons to be drawn is that we can no longer turn a blind eye to climate change. This is not a temporary phenomenon. It is here to stay. And therefore, an important parameter for attaining the ambitious long-term macroeconomic goals is, for one hand, to quickly restore the damages from the recent disasters, and on the other hand, project and protect the country vis-à-vis future similar phenomena. Despite the very flexible and volatile international conjuncture, our country, with a lot of sacrifices made by the society, has entered a vicious circle of reducing the public debt and of economic growth. Of course, our sustainability depends on international developments and the eventual exterior crisis. Economic stability and the progress within our borders can only be secured if we strictly maintain the fiscal goal set and if we allocate the limited resources in the best possible financial and social efficiency and efficacy. And this can bring us to the very rich agenda of this year's GES that covers not only a detailed mapping of the economic and investment map, it also covers education, justice, technological reform, bilateral trade, and employment. I would like to warmly thank the members of the Coordinating Committee of the 34th Annual Greek Economic Summit and all those who contributed in this event, as well as the excellent speakers and sponsors. In concluding, I would like, first and foremost, thank all of you here present with us, either through your physical presence or through internet. And I would like to wish you a constructive two-day conference. Thank you.
It gives me a great pleasure to have with us His Excellency, the Ambassador of the United States of America to the Hellenic Republic. Αξιότιμη κύριε Πρέσβη, είναι τιμή που ανοίγεται για μία ακόμα φορά το φόρουμ για εμάς, που ανοίγεται με αυτήν την συζήτηση μεταξύ μας. Έχουμε χρονικό περιορισμό. Όχι, λέει ο Πρέσβης, τον έχουμε άρρητο χρονικό περιορισμό. Λοιπόν, είμαστε φίλοι της πρεσβείας. Είστε πολύ κοντινοί φίλοι. Με ρωτάει ο γιος μου πότε θα έρθει ο πρέσβης. Now this is a great guy. This is a great child, you know. Θα είναι πραγματικά δυναμό στον ελληνικό επιχειρηματικό κόσμο κάποια στιγμή η κόρη του. Αξιότιμη κύριε πρέσβη, επιτρέψτε μου. Είστε πρέσβης εδώ και 1,5 χρόνο, σωστά? Πώς αξιολογείτε την θητεία σας αυτή, την περίοδο της θητείας σας αυτή? Και τι στόχους έχετε θέσει για το υπόλοιπο της θητείας σας εδώ? Είμαστε πολύ τυχεροί που μπορούμε να είμαι εδώ και μπορώ να είμαι ο πρέσβης των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Την πρώτη φορά που ήρθα στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες ήταν για να επισκεφθώ τους παππούδες μου at the village in 1975. Επομένως έρχομαι στην Ελλάδα εδώ και 48 χρόνια. Ήμουν μικρός που ήρθε στο χωριό και πραγματικά είχαμε ρεύμα στο σπίτι του παππού μου στο χωριό, αλλά δεν είχαμε τρεχούμενο νερό και δεν είχαμε υδραυλικά εντός. The outhouse was on the other side of the shed, actually. Και ξέρετε, θυμάμαι πολύ καλά ότι η σχέση είχε κάποιες προκλήσεις, έτσι, επί μακρόν, αλλά κατά τη γνώμη μου, αν δεν έχουν εξαφανιστεί πλήρως, έχουν μειωθεί. Η σχέση είναι πολύ ισχυρή. Υπάρχει πολλή συμμετοχή, πολλή συνεργασία. Από τότε που είχα πολλούς προηγούμενους προκατόχους μου, πέρασαν πολλές κυβερνήσεις, πέρασαν πολλοί πρωθυπουργοί στην Ελλάδα, οι οποίοι έχουν κάνει πάρα πολύ καλή δουλειά για να φέρουν πιο κοντά τις δύο χώρες μεταξύ τους και ελπίζω να μπορέσουμε να συνεχίσουμε αυτό το έργο. Έχει να κάνει όμως με κοινές αξίες και με κοινά συμφέροντα και θα σας πω ότι η Ελλάδα πάντοτε κινείται με βάση αρχές και είναι ένας αξιόπιστος και εξαιρετικός εταίρος, συνεταίρος. Εγώ λέω ότι είναι ο πιο σημαντικός σύμμαχος η Ελλάδα των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών στην περιοχή. My father said, don't talk, act. Και δεν μιλάμε μόνο για αρχές, μιλάμε και για αξίες. Και οι αξίες και τα συμφέροντά μας είναι ευθυγραμμισμένα μεταξύ Ελλάδος και Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών. Η συμμετοχή και η συνεργασία είναι εξαιρετική στο κομμάτι των πληροφοριών, της εθνικής ασφάλειας, του ΝΑΤΟ, των επενδύσεων, της εργασίας, διπλωματίας, της κουλτούρας και πολιτισμού, της εκπαιδεύσεως και επί καθημερινής βάσεως. Κάνουμε κάτι και συνεργαζόμαστε με οργανισμούς όπως ο δικός σας, που έχουν να κάνουν με business, με επιχειρήσεις. Νωρίτερα, το γραφείο μου δέχθηκε εκπροσώπους των παρόχων ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας και στη συνέχεια μέσα στην εβδομάδα θα πάω στη Μολδαβία, μετά στη Βουλγαρία, μετά από μερικές εβδομάδες στη Ρουμανία, προκειμένου να εξασφαλίσω ότι οι υποδομές και η κατανόηση που πρέπει να υπάρχει υφίσταται, ότι η Ελλάδα αναδύεται στον ρόλο της ως πάροχος σταθερότητας ενεργειακής στην περιοχή. Και είναι πολύ σημαντικό από γεωστρατηγικής απόψεως. Είναι σημαντικό για να έχουμε αδιάλειπτη παροχή αερίου. Το ότι είστε πάροχος ενέργειας, αυτό σημαίνει πολύ καλά νέα για το επιχειρήν των ελληνικών εταιριών. Αυξάνουν την πελατειακή τους βάση, επιτρέπουν στην Ελλάδα να αναδυθεί ακόμα περισσότερο ως μια τέτοια χώρα η οποία προσδίδει σταθερότητα, εξασφαλίζει σταθερότητα στην περιοχή. Επί καθημερινής βάσεως, λοιπόν, προωθούμε τα αμερικανικά συμφέροντα, τα καλώς νοούμενα αμερικανικά συμφέροντα. Και διασφαλίζουμε ότι το επίπεδο συνεργασίας μας με την Ελλάδα είναι τέτοιο το οποίο επιτρέπει στην Ελλάδα να παραμένει ικανή, να παραμένει ισχυρή, να παραμένει οικονομικά εύρωστη, να παραμένει ισχυρή από πλευράς δυνατοτήτων στο πλαίσιο του Βορειοατλαντικού Συμφώνου, κατά το δυνατόν. Δεν είναι δυνατόν να επιτευχθεί η ευρωπαϊκή ολοκλήρωση των βαλκανικών χωρών χωρίς κίνδυνο. Αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό ευρωπαϊκό συμφέρον αλλά και αμερικανικό συμφέρον. Έχετε πολλούς πυλώνες και περιοχές αστάθειας στην περιοχή. Εάν δείτε, ρίξτε μία ματιά στις άμεσες γείτονες χώρες της Ελλάδος, υπάρχει αστάθεια, ενώ η Ελλάδα είναι πυλώνας σταθερότητος και αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Και είναι σημαντικό γιατί οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες συνεργάζονται με την σύμμαχό τους Ελλάδα κατά τρόπο που να διασφαλίζουν αυτή τη σταθερότητα. Η Ελλάδα είναι ο πιο σημαντικός σύμμαχος των Ηνωμένων Πολιτείων στην περιοχή και ο πάροχος, ο θεματοφύλακας της σταθερότητας, θα έλεγα. Είναι ο κινητήρας, η μηχανή που δίνει διασυνδεσιμότητα στο κομμάτι της ενέργειας, του εμπορίου, της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας του ΝΑΤΟ και ούτω καθεξής. Θα πρέπει να παίξει ηγετικό ρόλο η Ελλάδα στην περιοχή. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ, αγαπητέ κύριε Πρέσβη. Και σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την σχέση και την συνεργασία. No, it is I who needs to thank you. Νομίζω είναι αμοιβαίως επωφελής αυτή η συνεργασία. Ο Πρέσβης λέει ότι αφού υπέβαλα τα διαπιστευτήριά μου, μου είπαν ότι ο νούμερο 1 σύμμαχος, η νούμερο 1 φορέας, ο νούμερο 1 φορέας με τον οποίο θα πρέπει να συνεργαστείς είναι το AmCham, είναι το Ελληνοαμερικανικό Επιμελητήριο. Και πραγματικά όλα όσα μου είπαν ήταν παραπάνω από αρκετά. Πραγματικά ο οργανισμός σας ως σύμμαχος, ως συνεταίρος, ως συνεργάτης είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικός και μαθαίνουμε πάρα πολλά από το Ελληνοαμερικανικό Επιμελητήριο. Πολλοί μπαίνουμε στο State Department, μένουμε εδώ για 3 χρόνια, τελείωσε. Το AmCham είναι το σημείο από το οποίο παίρνουμε αυτές τις θεσμικές γνώσεις και μας δίνει πραγματικά πολλά εφόδια. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Είστε ο καλύτερος διαφημιστής, θα έλεγα, του AmCham. Μιλώντας λοιπόν για το AmCham και λαμβανομένης υπόψη της εμπειρίας σας στο πεδίο, στον τομέα, ποιο είναι το δυναμικό, η προοπτική αν θέλετε, για τις αμερικανικές και ελληνικές επιχειρήσεις να συνεργαστούν και να αναπτύξουν έτσι περαιτέρω την μεταξύ τους συνεργασία και τις οικονομικές και εμπορικές σχέσεις? Πώς μπορούμε να βοηθήσουμε στην διατήρηση αυτής της ορμής και της κεκτημένης ταχύτητος, αλλά και να τα αυξήσουμε? Κοιτάξτε, οποιοσδήποτε τέτοιος παίκτης έχει ένα checklist, έχει μια λίστα πραγμάτων τα οποία θέλει να κάνει και περιμένει να υπάρχουν σε μια χώρα με την οποία συνεργάζεται. Νομίζω το ο χρηματοπιστωτικός τομέας τα αντιλαμβάνεται αυτά πλήρως και ο Πρωθυπουργός, δεδομένου του background του, τα αντιλαμβάνεται και κάνει πιο εύκολη τη συνεργασία. Κοιτάξτε, αυτό που χρειάζεται για μια τέτοια συνεργασία είναι κάποιες βασικές συνθήκες προκειμένου να μπορέσουμε να έχουμε τη βέλτιστη συνεργασία. Πρώτα απ' όλα, χρειάζεται κάποια ζωντάνια, θα έλεγα, στην οικονομία. Η Ελλάδα το έχει. Έχετε κεκτημένη ταχύτητα. Τα τελευταία 3 χρόνια είναι η ταχύτατα αναπτυσσόμενη χώρα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και μέσα στα επόμενα 1-2 χρόνια θεωρώ ότι θα αναπτυχθεί, θα το τολμήσω να το πω, 3 φορές ταχύτερα από ότι ο μέσος όρος στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Και αυτό δείχνει ότι υπάρχει μια ορμή, υπάρχει μια κεκτημένη ταχύτητα. Οι ξένες επενδύσεις έχουν σπάσει κάθε ρεκόρ και οι αμερικανικές επιχειρήσεις συμμετέχουν σε αυτό. Ακόμα και δίπλα στην Deloitte, στην Chubb, την Pfizer, η Cisco επίσης έχουν δραστηριοποιηθεί. Μόλις ήρθα από την 15η επέτειο της Google εδώ Και η επένδυσή τους έχει ανέβει στα 2,2 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ και μιλάνε για περαιτέρω αύξηση. Γιατί αυτές, λέτε, και είδα και τον πρόεδρο της Microsoft επίσης. Αυτές οι επιχειρήσεις προσδοκούν και αποζητούν σταθερότητα και ευκαιρίες. Θεωρώ ότι γενικότερα χώρες οι οποίες έχουν πολύ διαφανείς και σύγχρονους μηχανισμούς επενδύσεων θα ωφεληθούν. Χώρες οι οποίες έχουν μετριασμένη γραφειοκρατία θα ωφεληθούν. Όσοι μπορούν να δώσουν βίζες για εργασία, άμκας, αυτούς οι οποίοι θέλουν να εργαστούν γρήγορα θα ωφεληθούν. Δεν είναι βιώσιμο όταν κάποιος χρειάζεται μήνες για να του αποδοθεί άμκα και βίζα. Έτσι δεν είναι. Θα προχωρήσουν σε άλλη ευκαιρία σε κάποια άλλη χώρα. Δεν θα περιμένουν όλοι αυτοί. Επομένως, διαφάνεια, αξιοπιστία, εξυγχρονισμός των κινήτρων, εξυγχρονισμός της γραφειοκρατίας και περιορισμός της. Και δεν μιλάω μόνο για την Ελλάδα. Και η χώρα μου αντιμετωπίζει αυτές τις προκλήσεις. Όλες οι χώρες, εκτός ίσως από την Εστονία πιθανώς. Θα πρέπει λοιπόν να συνεχίσουμε να εξυγχρονίζουμε τα πράγματα. Η ψηφιοποίηση και η ηλεκτρονικοποίηση είναι δύο πολύ σημαντικά θέματα και αυτά είναι σημεία στα οποία η Ελλάδα μπορεί να συνεχίσει να βελτιώνεται. Έχει βελτιωθεί σημαντικότατα και νομίζω ότι μέσα στα επόμενα 1-2 χρόνια έχετε έναν εξαιρετικά ικανό Υπουργό Ψηφιακής Διακυβέρνησης ή Μεταρρύθμισης, διακυβέρνησης λοιπόν, ο οποίος διαδέχτηκε ένα επίσης εξαιρετικό Υπουργό Ψηφιακής Διακυβέρνησης και το αποτέλεσμα είναι η Ελλάδα να έχει το πιο σημαντικό προσόν που χρειάζεται. Well-educated, very intelligent people. Έχει το πνευματικό κεφάλαιο, θα έλεγα. Αυτό κοιτάζουν όσοι πρόκειται να διαθέσουν το κεφάλαιό τους στο χρηματοοικονομικό εδώ. We have the opportunities and I hope that we will not miss that opportunity. Επομένως, όταν μιλάμε για τι είναι αυτό το οποίο πυροδοτεί και προωθεί μια σύγχρονη οικονομία του 21ου αιώνα, είναι λιγότερο στο κομμάτι της παραγωγής, της βιομηχανικής παραγωγής, γιατί πήγα στα κεντρικά της Chubbs στην Θεσσαλονίκη. Είναι νεότεροι άνθρωποι οι οποίοι κάθονται μπροστά από οθόνες ηλεκτρονικών υπολογιστών και επιλύουν παγκόσμια προβλήματα. Αυτές είναι οι υψηλά αμοιβόμενες δουλειές που εξασφαλίζουν ότι οι νέοι δεν θα έχουν απλώς μία θέση εργασίας, αλλά θα αξιοποιούνται. Και αν δούμε πού είναι οι υψηλότεροι ρυθμοί ανεργίας στην Ελλάδα, αυτό είναι μεταξύ των νέων. Οι νεότεροι έχουν αυτές τις τεχνολογικές δεξιότητες, οι οποίες θα τους επιτρέψουν να αναλάβουν αυτές τις θέσεις εργασίας του 21ου αιώνα και αυτές οι θέσεις θα πρέπει να πληρώνονται εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Τώρα δεν θα ήθελα να είμαι άδικος στις βορειοευρωπαϊκές χώρες ή στο σπίτι μου στις ΗΠΑ που με ρωτάνε αν χιόνισε ακόμα ή όχι. Everyone is asking who wouldn't want to stay in Greece and everyone is used to that. I mean, I lost 32 to 34 kilos here. I mean, 70 pounds. I've been smiling all the time since I ever came in Athens. Είναι ένας υπέροχος τόπος να ζει κανείς, να μεγαλώσει την οικογένειά του, αλλά θα πρέπει να είναι ένας τόπος όπου οποιοσδήποτε θα μπορέσει να βρει μια πολύ καλή δουλειά στο πεδίο και στο αντικείμενο που σπούδασε. Διότι κάποιος ο οποίος έχει ένα διδακτορικό μαθηματικών στο Αριστοτέλειο Πανεπιστήμιο θέλει ευκαιρίες στον τομέα του, στο πεδίο του. Αυτή είναι μια τάση η οποία είναι αναδυόμενη, είναι κάτι το οποίο θα πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε να ενισχύουμε, θα πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε να προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε αναμόρφωση και ελάττωση της γραφειοκρατίας, εξυγχρονισμό της γραφειοκρατίας. Αυτό είναι που πρέπει να κάνουμε. Να υπάρξει μια βαθύτερη κατανόηση του ότι τα κίνητρα βρίσκονται εδώ για να βοηθήσουν τις επιχειρήσεις του 21ου αιώνα και ότι αυτά τα κίνητρα υπάρχουν έγκαιρα. Αυτό οι πάροχοι και οι επενδυτές κεφαλαίου στις ΗΠΑ και άλλαχου προσπαθούν να δουν όταν κάνουν τις επιλογές τους. Η Ελλάδα βρίσκεται στο ραντάρ τους. Αλλά οι επιχειρήσεις τώρα σκέφτονται, θα κάνω την επένδυση εδώ, θα δημιουργήσω αυτό το hub, θα δημιουργήσω αυτό το κέντρο αριστείας, αυτή την ερευνητική ευκαιρία, θα το κάνω στη Ντουμπάι, θα το κάνω στη Βαρσοβία, θα το κάνω στην Αθήνα ή στα Ιωάννινα. Πού? Θα πρέπει να εξασφαλίσουμε ότι η συνεργασία ΗΠΑ και Ελλάδος είναι τέτοια που θα εξασφαλίσει ότι αυτοί οι επενδυτές θα πάρουν τις επενδυτικές αποφάσεις τους κατά τρόπο που θα ωφελήσει την Ελλάδα. Γιατί μια οικονομικά βιώσιμη και εύρωστη Ελλάδα δίνει τοπική ευρωστία, τοπικές προοπτικές, τοπική σταθερότητα που είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική για τα ελληνοαμερικανικά συμφέροντα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, κύριε Πρέσβη.
Στη διάρκεια της εναρκτήριας ομιλίας ανέφερα την κλιματική αλλαγή και εν ώψη των πρόσφατων μεγάλων φυσικών καταστροφών στην Ελλάδα που αποδίδονται στην κλιματική αυτή αλλαγή και αναγνωρίζοντας την πιθανότητα επανεμφάνισης τέτοιων φαινομένων, πώς θα μπορούσαν να συνεργαστούν αποτελεσματικά Ελλάδα και ΗΠΑ στην αντιμετώπιση περιβαλλοντικών προκλήσεων? Εξαιρετικά επίκαιρο ερώτημα. Είναι πραγματική η κλιματική αλλαγή. Ήρθε και είναι εδώ. Δεν είναι κάποια μέρα στο μέλλον, κάποτε μπορεί να συμβεί εσωτερική, αν θέλετε, εσωτεριστική συζήτηση. Δεν είναι επιστημονική φαντασία. Φαίνεται ότι πλέον έχουμε τέτοιου είδους τεράστιες θύελλες ανά 3 χρόνια, αυτές που εμφανίζονταν ανά 500 χρόνια. Και η ανθεκτικότητα η οποία δομήθηκε επί δεκαετίες πλέον είναι ανεπαρκής για να αντιμετωπίσουν κάποιες από τις προκλήσεις οι οποίες πλέον έχουν έρθει. Δεν είναι μια κατάσταση που είναι αμιγώς ελληνική. Υπήρξε ένα φοβερό άρθρο που δημοσιεύθηκε στους New York Times πρόσφατα για τις φοβερές πυρκαγιές στον Καναδά. Είδατε τι συνέβη και στη δική μου χώρα, στο Μάουε. Όλες αυτές οι προκλήσεις υπάρχουν παγκοσμίως σε όλο τον κόσμο. Δεδομένου ότι είμαι ο πρέσβης των ΗΠΑ στην ελληνική δημοκρατία και είμαι υπεύθυνος των διμερών μας σχέσεων, η δουλειά μας, η ευθύνη μας, η εντολή μας, η υποχρέωσή μας είναι να διασφαλίσουμε ότι συνεργαζόμαστε σε όλα τα επίπεδα ώστε να διασφαλίσουμε ότι η Ελλάδα θα αντιμετωπίζει και θα βελτιώνει τις ενδυνάμει καταστροφικές επιπτώσεις κλιματικής αλλαγής, είτε έχει να κάνει με απανθράκωση, είτε έχει να κάνει με δέσμευση άνθρακα στην ατμόσφαιρα κλπ. Το 50% της ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας της Ελλάδας προέρχεται από τις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας. Αυτό θα γίνει 80% μέχρι τέλη της δεκαετίας. Ήδη αυτό είναι κορυφαίο. Σας βάζει στη μία από τις 10 κορυφαίες χώρες αυτό. Έχετε κάνει φοβερή δουλειά. Όταν πάω και βλέπω τον Υπουργό Πιερακάκη, δεν μιλάει συνέχεια για θαλάσσια αιωλικά κέντρα. Μα είναι απίστευτο. Αιωλικά πάρκα. Οι επενδύσεις οι οποίες γίνονται αυτή τη στιγμή συνδέουν τα νησιά στον ηλεκτρικό κάναβο. Αυτό θα τους επιτρέψει να απαλλαγούν από αυτή την βαριά κληρονομιά των βρώμικων καυσίμων, των βρώμικων δηλαδή ντίζελομηχανών ή λιγνητομηχανών που χρησιμοποιούνται για την παραγωγή ηλεκτρισμού. Η Ελλάδα θα έχει πλήρως απολυτογνοποιηθεί μέχρι το τέλος του χρόνου, ίσως αν κάνα 2 χρόνια ακόμα. Και ο λόγος για τον οποίο δόθη μια μικρή παράταση απλώς έγινε γιατί η Ρωσία αποφάσισε να εισβάλλει στην Ουκρανία και προκάλεσε πολύ μεγάλη πίεση. Γι' αυτό χρειάστηκε να κρατήσουμε ανοιχτά τα φώτα και παρατάθηκε λίγο η χρήση του λιγνίτη. Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές δύσκολες αποφάσεις, πολλές δύσκολες αποφάσεις ελήφθησαν ώστε να διασφαλιστεί ότι θα παρέμενε το ηλεκτρικό αναμένο να λειτουργούν, να υπάρχουν αναμένοι οι λαμπτήρες και αναμένοι οι θερμοσύφωνες και τα καλοριφέρ. Γιατί η Gazprom, η Ρωσία, χρησιμοποίησε την ενέργεια που μας παρήχε με πολύ εκβιαστικό τρόπο και έκλεισαν τις τρόφιγες πιέζοντας χώρες. Και οι χώρες οι οποίες εξέφρασαν αντίρρηση στην εισβολή, την διαβίας διεκδίκηση κυριαρχίας της Ρωσίας βρέθηκαν σε πολύ δύσκολη κατάσταση. Η Ελλάδα όμως οθεί πολύ γρήγορα το θέμα της απανθράκωσης. Είναι ηγέτες και στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση και στη δέσμευση και απαλλαγή του ανθράκα. Σύντομα θα έχουμε και την διασύνδεση Ελλάδος-Βουλγαρίας. Οι επενδύσεις στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας είναι οι πιο σημαντικές. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό αυτό για να μειώσουμε το ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα. Αυτό είναι παγκόσμιο φαινόμενο και μακάρι όλες τις χώρες να ήταν σαν την Ελλάδα. Θα πρέπει να κατανοήσουμε πολλές από τις προκλήσεις αυτές αντιμετωπίζονται στον παγκόσμιο νότο με τεράστιους πληθυσμούς και όχι με πληθώρα πόρων για να γίνουν αυτές οι επενδύσεις. Πρέπει να βοηθήσουμε λοιπόν όλες τις χώρες για να μπορέσουν να ακολουθήσουν αυτή την πορεία. Η Ελλάδα κατανοεί ότι κάποιες από τις υποδομές της θα πρέπει να γίνουν πιο ανθεκτικές. Και νομίζω ότι υπάρχει η επιθυμία να προχωρήσει σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Είναι μια κοινοτική χώρα, μόλις έλαβε αναβάθμιση στο αξιόχρεό της και η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχει μάλλον πολύ αυστηρά κριτήρια σε ό,τι αφορά τον προϋπολογισμό. Αλλά το πλαίσιο, τα κονδύλια από το ταμείο, το RRF, δηλαδή το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης και Αντοχής, το οποίο θα κατανεμηθεί σε εξαετή περίοδο, καθώς και δολάρια από τη ΣΥΠΑ, όλα αυτά μαζί με την ψηφιοποίηση, όλα επενδύονται στην πράσινη οικονομία. Λένε λοιπόν οι άνθρωποι ότι αυτές είναι οι προτεραιότητες, αυτές είναι οι αξίες μου. Ναι, αλλά το θέμα δεν είναι να ακούμε θεωρητικά τι μου λέτε, ποιες είναι οι προτεραιότητες και οι αξίες σας. Δείξε μου τον προϋπολογισμό μου, δείξε μου πού δαπανάς χρήματα και αυτό θα μας πει αντικειμενικά πού τίθενται πραγματικά οι αξίες και οι προτεραιότητές σας. Με την Ελλάδα λοιπόν αυτά τα χρήματα, αυτά τα 78 δις ευρώ σε εξαετή περίοδο που θα έχουν τεράστιο αντίκτυπο στην ελληνική οικονομία, συντριπτικά διατίθενται στην ψηφιοποίηση, απαντώ στο πρώτο και δεύτερο ερώτημα από αυτού, και σε μια μετάβαση προς πράσινη ενέργεια και πράσινες υποδομές. Ως εκ τούτου, πραγματικά είμαι ενθουσιασμένος σε ό,τι αφορά το μέλλον της Ελλάδος. Είμαι ενθουσιασμένος για το εδώ και τώρα. Και για να είμαι ειλικρινής, σας χαιρετίζω πραγματικά και χειροκροτώ. Θαυμάζω το ήθος εδώ. Θαυμάζω την αίσθηση ευθύνης και υποχρέωσης που επιδεικνύει η Ελλάδα σε ό,τι αφορά τις ΑΕΠ και την απανθράκωση. Εντυπωσιάστηκα πάρα πολύ με την συμμετοχή της Ελλάδος στον COP28 στο Ντουμπάι. Επίσης, εντυπωσιάζομαι για το ότι η Ελλάδα φιλοξενεί το συνέδριο των ωκεανών. Κάνουν ό,τι είναι δυνατόν για να ανταποκριθούν με τον πιο υπεύθυνο τρόπο. Απλά λέγοντας λοιπόν, εμείς στις ΗΠΑ έχουμε δυνατότητες δημιουργίας υποδομών, έχουμε πάρα πολλές αμερικανικές εταιρείες οι οποίες είναι εξαιρετικά καλές σε αυτό, που κάνουν επενδύσεις στην Ελλάδα και εξαιρετική συνεργασία. Επισημαίνω ένα συγκεκριμένο παράδειγμα. Οι ΗΠΑ διέθεσαν 125 εκατομμύρια δολάρια στην Ελευσίνα. Επένδυσαν 125 εκατομμύρια δολάρια στην Ελευσίνα. Γιατί είναι σημαντικό αυτό σε ό,τι αφορά την απανθράκωση ή σε ό,τι αφορά το κλίμα? Η Ελευσίνα σχεδιάζει να κάνει αιωλικές τουρμπίνες. Επίσης, η ελληνική ναυπηγική βιομηχανία, που είναι πραγματικά η ελληνική ναυτιλία, που είναι φάρος παγκόσμιος, όπου το 90% της οικονομίας μας ταξιδεύει δια θαλάσσης, εάν ήταν εταιρεία η ελληνική ναυτιλία, θα ήταν η 8η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στον κόσμο. Βλέπετε λοιπόν ότι η ελληνική ναυτιλία, και τώρα είναι η Ελευσίνα συνδυαστικό και σύντομα και ο Σκαραμαγκάς, γιατί ο Γιώργος Προκοπίου κάνει καταπληκτική δουλειά εκεί, αυτό που κάνει η Άνοιξη και η Σίσκο στην Ελευσίνα είναι επίσης απίστευτο. Όταν όμως έχετε όλα αυτά συνδυασμένα και όταν έχετε την αποκατάσταση των πλοίων μέσης ηλικίας στα ελληνικά ναυπηγεία, θα τα κάνετε 30% πιο αποτελεσματικά και αποδοτικά. Αυτό οδηγεί σε απανθράκωση που βοηθά στα θέματα κλιματικής αλλαγής. Πάρα πολλά πράγματα επισέρχονται σε αυτό. Αυτό είναι ένα από τα μεγάλα καταπληκτικά παραδείγματα όπου η αμερικανική τεχνολογία και οι αμερικανικές επενδύσεις βοηθούν έναν παραδοσιακά ελληνικό τομέα να ξαναγυρίσει στη ζωή η ναυπηγοεπισκευαστική ζώνη της Ελλάδος. Δεν το πιστεύαμε όταν η Σίσκο πρώτο επένδυσε στη Σύρο. Είχαν 180, τώρα έχουμε 600 εργαζόμενους στη Σύρο. Είναι το 40% του ΑΕΠ της Σύρου. Στην Ελευσίνα πήραμε 350 υπαλλήλους και τώρα έχουν φτάσει στους 1.000 μέσα σε 2 χρόνια. Και ελπίζουμε να φτάσουν στους 3.000. 2 δις δολαρίων σε ΑΕΠ είναι αυτό. Όχι μόνο λοιπόν κατασκευάζονται τουρμπίνες και γίνονται πιο αποτελεσματικά τα πλοία, αποδοτικά, αλλά σκεφτείτε τον αντίκτυπο στην ελληνική οικονομία. Αλλά και πιο σημαντικό, σκεφτείτε τον αντίκτυπο των ανθρώπων που πλέον το έχουν ελπίδα. Ότι πλέον έχουν δουλειά. Σκεφτείτε πώς ήταν, δουλειές που χάσαμε το 1984. Δεν είναι μόνο οι οικονομικές απολαβές, είναι η αυτοεκτίμηση. Πέρα από την επιταγή που έχουν στο τέλος του μήνα, οι άνθρωποι πλέον έχουν ελπίδα, έχουν περηφάνεια, έχουν αξιοπρέπεια. Και αυτός είναι η πραγματική διακαής μου πόθος, ότι είπα σε συνεργασία με την ελληνική βιομηχανία μέσω του ελληνοαμερικάνικου επιμελητηρίου μπορούμε να παράσχουμε οικονομικές ευκαιρίες για τον κάθε Έλληνα πολίτη, ανεξαρτήτως καθεστώτος, του που γεννήθηκαν. Η ευκαιρία να φτάσουν την καλύτερη εκδοχή του εαυτού τους. Την καλύτερη εκδοχή του εαυτού τους. Να διασφαλίσουν ότι κάθε άτομο στην Ελλάδα, ιδιαίτερα αυτοί που προέρχονται από περιθωριοποιημένες κοινωνίες, που μπορεί να έχουν μάθει τα πράγματα διαφορετικά, ότι όλοι έχουν πρόσβαση σε φοβερές ευκαιρίες για να ζήσουν μια πλήρη και πάλουσα ζωή στην υπέροχη αυτή χώρα που έχουμε την ευλογία να ζούμε. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Πρέσβη. Αυτοί που μας παρακολουθούν, δυστυχώς αυτό που δεν βλέπουν είναι το τεράστιο κόκκινο μπροστά μας, το κόκκινο φανάρι που έχει ανάψει και λέει παρακαλώ πολύ κλείστε τη συνεδρία. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που ήρθατε, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που μοιραστήκατε τις σκέψεις σας μαζί μας και αν μου επιτρέπετε, Μάριον Webster, το λεξικό, το αμερικανικό λεξικό, μόλις δημοσίευσε έναν όρο που αναζητήθηκε περισσότερο το 2023 και που ήταν το authentic, το αυθεντικό. Και αυτό σας περιγράφει απολύτως. Είστε ένας από τους πιο αυθεντικούς ανθρώπους που είχαμε το προνόμιο να συνεργαστούμε. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Πρέσβη. From the depth of my heart, I thank you not only for the invitation, the hospitality and the kindness. It is a great honor for me. I warmly thank you. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you all.
We would like to thank very much His Excellency the Ambassador of the United States to the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Tsounis, and his kind words for the collaboration with the AmCham. Let us move on. Now we have financial subjects to discuss. We have now with us the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Greece, Mr. Theodor Pelagidis, who has to say the things he wants. I mean, he wants to share some surprises and promise things with us.
Morning. Thank you for the invitation. Allow me to speak in Greek. Οι διαφάνειές μου θα είναι όμως στα αγγλικά. Θα μιλήσω ελληνικά, αλλά οι διαφάνειές μου είναι στα αγγλικά, οπότε μπορείτε να με παρακολουθήσετε πιο άνετα. So, since we speak of the Hellenic-American relations, let me give you a couple of data. Let me first say that what I present is mine, expresses me personally, and is not binding the bank or anywhere else. 1.5 billion euros imports from US and 3 billion euros per year are the exports of Greece to USA. So we have more or less balanced trade balance. Half a million of American tourists that live half a billion dollars here in Greece, and 423 are the American direct investment. This year were 220 in the first 3 quarters. I believe that we will close in 300 millions by the end of the year. We will desire more, of course. So I made an introduction the other days, and I asked the audience whether they like unpleasant news. Some things are tough and unpleasant in our era. You see the title, which I believe mirrors what I want to say, especially the second part, that is global trade, the mirror of our fragmented world. Those who were taught economics, you will remember this book Paul Samuelson, who said this wonderful statement. He said that trade is the most seductive idea of the financial science. A couple of words about that. Let me say that global trade has brought about low inflation, at least until last year, has upraised the standard of living, has demonstrated, has promoted, really promoted Greek ship maritime industry, has led to better relations between the countries, brought out of the misery millions of people from South and even Far East. We travel more and more easily. We understand better the others. The set of opportunities have increased in goods and services. The progress in the field of science is most quick and very quickly disseminated. Many things that we currently consider self-evident would not exist unless for this global trade. Let me stress that 60% of our income and expenditure at a global scale is globalized. Now, what happened the last years? Something that has been exacerbated, especially the last 2 or 3 years, is what you've said, fragmentation. I consider that the situation in global trade is a mirror of what currently happens. There's a fragmentation, both for economy, the international political system, everything. I have some points that I wanted to elaborate upon. And let us move straight to the gist of my paper. There are 20 or 25 graphs that you will have at your disposal later. So rest assured, I'm going through quite quickly because there's no time. So as you see, after 2008, we've had a stagnation in the so-called globalization, especially the global trade stagnation, that is linked with goods and services. There's also migration, financial globalization. But this rate now is approximately 60% of the global combined GDP. Therefore, we have a stagnation at this point. The stage of liberalization, 1980 to 2008, was the period of the rampant globalization, as has been characterized. You see that in the last 2 and 3 years, I remind you that with green, I show you the Europe, and with orange, you see USA. You see an index that depicts the volume of transactions. And you see that in the last 2, 3 years after the pandemic, we rank lower. There's a stagnation or even a slight drop in what we used to register so many times, so many years before, especially until 2010. Again here, a depiction of global trade as a rate of the GDP. What you see here is that from 2008, 2009, 10, and onwards, this index of 100, which is more or less 60% of the GDP, global GDP, drops due to COVID, the pandemic. That's only normal, especially in services. We would not travel, we had no tourism, and then it is restored where it used it be. So this stagnation is corroborated. At the right, you will see the main countries, USA, China, EU, are more or less in the same condition, not entering into details. What is also interesting is the issue of the decoupling between USA and China. You see the green line, 14%, below 12. It is what we say interconnection of the trade, what imports, exports lie between the two countries. We know that China is the global factory until recently. Exports and imports, again, green and red are at the descending trend. Here, it is interesting for those who do not know, WebEx and conferences organized by public companies are being studied by artificial intelligence, and one can see how many times the word fragmentation appears in the various conferences, web conferences. You will see that vis-à-vis the sector of commodities, which is a critical sector, and the 5, 6 big commodities of bulk, dry bulk, metal, carbon, aluminum, and foodstuff, raw material, that is, and all the other categories. You see that they have the same cost. This is an index on the basis of 100, and you see it has reached 3 or 4 times above. It is more important. People talk about it, so they acknowledge it. That's what this slide tells us. Because we speak of climate and climate change, look this problem that we see in Panama, how much this has affected trade. If you see the various circles, they depict actually to what extent trade has been affected, but what has happened by a mere event in Panama, up to 50%. This is most important. It's not something in the future. It's not a luxury, speaking of the climate. So this is an issue I have to stress. If you see at the right, where you see the green bars, it's the so-called green transition impact. You see minus 20 or 30% for the production of new electric vehicles. This is how much it will be affected by the fragmentation, the effort made, that is, by the world for the green transition. So the subject is important. Let me also tell you that this fragmentation will greatly affect the countries, the low-income countries. There was this conference in Paris where I participated, organized and hosted by Emmanuel Macron. Let us not forget that those countries have huge debt and they are the greater pollutants, all the export commodities, which have a great impact on the climate. And we ask them to adapt, although they ask to have their debt reduced. So there's again a huge problem here. Now let us see what happens. We saw beforehand the interdependence of USA and China. Now view here, let us see here what substitutes trade globalization to a certain extent. This is the so-called de-risking. A risk it is to have a chain ring in a country which is not amical, which is not democratic, or it might be even autocratic. This risk is estimated at financial cost, and therefore some companies have delocated from China or elsewhere. But if you see the cost, there lies inflation, you will see that in reshoring, which is the main, that is, instead of outsourcing to taking raw materials from Ukraine, we have to go to Canada now. You see that the impact is 4, 5, or 6% as a rate of the GDP. So this is most important, and it entails cost, of course. Nothing is free, of course, in life. Now, see here, increasing friendshoring on an index of 100, and just view the orange line, which means more concentration. Trade as we used to know it, which was on the basics of Ricardo and all of you who have studied international economics. But there are also real impediments in trade. They concern how they called impediments. They could be dues or non-tariff trade barriers. That is, could be bureaucratic barriers or standards. See the trend in 2022, they refer and concern mainly commodities, goods, but also services and investments gradually. This shows a root cause and an effect of this fragmentation. Let's move further down. See what happens in agriculture, which is dark blue, which in the years 2014, 16, and how they are now, it's 6 times higher now in 2022. Same applies with minerals, energy, and all goods at large. 4 times more if we take the line that unites all 4 categories, that is energy, minerals, agro-food sector. Again, the same, express a different number of trades intervention per sector. All these are impediments in the flawless distribution of resources. I imagine our students here understand what it means efficiency, good distribution of resources. What is the cheapest way to create a commodity? This increases prosperity. Every impediment causes this loss of prosperity and loss of good, efficient allocation of resources. Not only that, we also have wars, which is a result of the situation today. Here you see a graph showing you the economic impact of the deaths. We are close to the highest point since Second World War. In black is European Union. It's quite high, including the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And here is the defense expenditure, showing how the situation has really derailed, how it has changed. You see, Greece ranks first or second from the end. Ranks first in defense expenditure. But the overall picture is everybody has been rising defense expenditure because they see a most unpleasant geopolitical and unstable situation. Again, we see the impact of all those things gives us a world uncertainty index, which is very important in the economic financial transactions and great importance vis-à-vis prosperity. You see that it is greatly increased over the last 3-4 years. And here we'll see also something which is most important, which are the critical metals for the transition to green economy. You see how concentrated they are in specific regions. You see the green transition metals below the left. They show us the 3 producing countries. There are many concentrated these new commodities that global economy needs for the transition, which is necessary. And you will see these countries Graphite, for instance, is in China. Lithium is again in only a couple of countries, by 90% in Australia, thank God. Cobalt mainly in Congo, more than 65%. In Indonesia, we see nickel. In Chile, we've got copper, and not only. So you realize what is the importance of this fragmentation when it comes to the countries seeking or competing for these valuable commodities. This can even cause disruptions in the scenery, the geopolitical scenery. But this is not only trade globalization of commodities and services, it's also the financial sector. You'll see here that the portfolio are far less scattered in the world. They have left from where they consider that investments might be risky. You'll see here Chinese investments in Europe that they drop. I have the data of 2022, they're low. And here you'll also see the inverse trend, which is the exit of foreign capitals, which is pursued in 2023. You see in the black, 21, 22, American funds leave from China for evident reasons. Now, what share of the growth created is in Asia? 70%. It's extremely important. And it's unpleasant both for Europe and USA, but it's important to show. You'll see here, because I want to focus on the European Union before ending, you see the low performance of 2023 and 2024, which is led by the bad performance of Germany, and I will elaborate a little bit on that later. And here you see the data. The European Union has a contraction of 0.1 in the third quarter, but officially it enters recession. This is the policy of the European Central Bank that reduces balance sheet in order to stop inflation. Of course, this has an impact, but this is an estimate of the market that interest rates will drop by even up to 1 unit until within next year. But I'm not certain. We must see with lower interest rates where inflation will stop. It doesn't mean that this is a direct relation. The elements of fragmentation of global economy are here. The data on defense expenditure, on green transition, demographics, they are all criteria that will affect inflation in the long term. So we must get accustomed to live with an inflation, which of course will not be where it used to be once. But I can't see positive interest rates or ever dropping below 2 or 2.5%. Let me show now the perspective of the Europe inflation. You see a small increase and then hopefully a drop. And concluding here, a couple of more elements. Observing the time allocated, says the speaker. Let me focus on the difference between the performance of USA and European Union. USA had 6.2 growth and European Union was minus 0.1 with interest rates of 5.2% in USA and 4% in Europe. This is important. There's an issue here. There's a problem here in Europe and we must realize that. Beyond the issue of the geopolitical incapacity, has a major problem. This shows you that in 24-28, the manpower of European Union, due to the demographic demolition, in 2030, Greek will rank first in such a collapse, demographic collapse. You see the impact with light blue, and with red, you see the work hours. On the contrary, in the USA, you see with deep blue the immigration, which is positive, immigration, and USA is currently in 60% of labor, 63% 6% of labor force participation. And the last, see the productivity. Productivity is low in Europe. This is of concern. Compare it with productivity in the USA, where again in 2010 to 2020, where they had this so-called secular stagnation demonstrated by Professor Larry Summers. Still, we see an effort by President Biden through the generous investments in American economy to overcome that problem. Let me say something in concluding. This is a conference on Greece and USA. According to what I've shown you, USA is the great hope. Yes, I'll be concluding. The great hope is in USA. Yet the imbalance of revenues amongst the Western economies, this trade globalization, along with identity issues, have created conditions of fratricide war within the USA. And I'm very cautious in the terms I use. You see in Europe the ascent of the extreme right and all things that might deteriorate things. But because USA leads the republic, the democratic efforts, let me remind you what happens currently in Israel and Palestine and Ukraine far more, has the obligation, USA has the obligation to stand also next year in November in its reading role. And having recently read the book by Ziblatt and Levitsky, the Harvard professors, on how republics die and what can happen so as for democracy to be what we say vibrant, alive and kicking, and not be non-liberal democracy and not dwindling into authoritarianism. You very precisely said before that the West has values, and these values must be enshrined and must be protected at any cost. Because I believe that a vibrant democracy cannot survive without prosperity, it is very important, at least in the Western Front, to seriously think what can happen and what we can do so as to have the trade, at least, continue being globalized, being high, and offering prosperity. And most importantly, we want to see USA present in this region and the solutions offered to be constructive and useful for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Governor, Mr. Pelagitis, for this brilliant presentation. Very enlightening, I would say. Now, let's move on very, very fast to Dubai. We have an overseas connection with the Greek booth there. With us, as much as she can, we will have Mrs. Zdoukou, Mr. Varelidis, Konstantinos Eleftheriadis from Deloitte, coordinated by Kostas Andriusopoulos, who is also President of Finance and Energy Economics. Are we all on? Yes, they're all with us. Hello from Athens, Greece. Kostas, you have the floor. Good afternoon, good evening from Dubai, from COP28. It gives us a great pleasure and an honor to coordinate this panel and to be speaking at the AmCham Summit. I have the pleasure of having Mrs. Alexandra Zdoukou, Deputy Minister of Ministry of the Environment and Energy, Mr. Petros Varelidis, Secretary General of Natural Environment, and Mr. Konstantinos Eleftheriadis with Deloitte. We will now give the floor to the Deputy Minister for a comment as to what we've seen all these days. What are your first impressions from the biggest COP that we've heard so far and heard from everyone that there is great interest from many countries, many organizations to commit themselves regarding climate change with more serious proposals regarding the day after. We have the Greek pavilion for the first time, and we would like to hear from the Deputy Minister what we would like to say. Now, we can't see you, unfortunately, but we can hear you. We're at the Greek pavilion, the Greek stand. We would like to talk about what's happening in Dubai and the COP. This is the fourth day today. The COP lasts for 12 days. My comment, Mr. Andriusopoulos, is that I'm very happy for meeting the target they have set before coming to the COP to have the most dynamic presence ever so far participating in the COP. And during their presence here, to be in a position to present our policies, our strategy, what we want to do as a country to achieve carbon neutrality, but to acquire an extrovertness here. So it is very important that, as you already mentioned, that for the first time as a country, we have a very dynamic presence with the Greek pavilion. And in these 4 days, we've had the opportunity to organize several events. And we will continue very dynamically. For these 12 days, we will have more than 40 special events carried out here at the Greek pavilion. As you very well know, we had the highest representation. We had the Prime Minister here over the weekend. He delivered his presentation. He presented the country's strategy, the achievements of our country. As he mentioned, Greece has mid-term, medium-term and long-term goals we have achieved over the past 4 years to create conditions in what we call the digital transformation of our country. We're in the top 10, for instance, countries who are successful in attracting investments in renewable energy. But we have, lying in front, many challenges, which I believe we had the opportunity during the events we organized here to mention and showcase. I should also like to say that in these 4 days, we had 2 very important deals we signed. The first has to do with the strategic initiative of our country to transform Greek islands into green birthplaces of innovation and reliable development. So we signed with a colossal company, Mazda, the conversion of the next island, which is Poros, into a smart green island under the Greco Islands initiative. A very important, significant agreement, I would say. A few moments ago, we had the signing of another agreement between the energy group located in Abu Dhabi, called TAQA, with Avmier and the Republic of Cyprus, regarding the interest of the Emirates to participate in the financing of the Euro-Asia Interconnector project, which just today changed its name, which is called the Great Sea Interconnector. I should also like to say, in conclusion, that we had the opportunity to discuss at our pavilion, and we'll keep on doing it over the next days. Tomorrow it's the day of energy. We will be hosting quite a few events. We had the opportunity to discuss with foreign ministers who came here as to our country's vision to become an important destination of investments in the field of green transition. Greece aspires, as you very well know, to be a protagonist in this green transformation. It is very significant that our pavilion was visited by a European official from the European Commission, Mrs. Jorgensen, other ministers from other countries, to discuss on the subject of emblematic projects that have quite a lot of collaboration with a host of other member states. The Cypriot minister was here a while ago. We discussed about the electrical interconnection of Greece, Cyprus, Israel. We had here the participation of Egypt to discuss how another electrical interconnection matures between Greece and Egypt. We had the opportunity to discuss with the Belgian minister who will be undertaking the presidency of the European Council that the priority now at the European level will be how to accelerate electrical interconnections, which is what we will continue doing. Personally, I'm very happy, I'm very satisfied because, you know, nothing goes without saying. I mean, we're at a COP that has broken records of participation compared to previous years. And it's very important that Greece has a great presence here. There are a lot of discussions, a lot of events, a lot of things that we've experienced here in Dubai. And given the interest of our audience for the AmCham, we had a discussion with John Kerry on the first day, together with the Prime Minister. And we have the pleasure of having a discussion on energy-related subjects because it's Energy Day tomorrow, with Mr. Payet, the Deputy Minister, whom we all know from his term of office as the US Ambassador to Greece. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Varelidis, who has been participating to COPs for a number of years, for his impressions, not only in this environment of COP and what happens here, but also from the innards of COP, from the negotiations at the level of nations regarding our climate commitments. Thank you very much, Kostas. I would like to say about the side event, it was the Russian conference that is going to be organized in April 2024 in Athens. It's a very important ocean-focused event, and coming to the negotiation, I would like to say that no one should have the wrong expectations from any COP. The way the COPs work is that one year needs unanimity among 200 countries. So it should go without saying that these processes are excruciatingly slow. Sometimes wrong expectations are cultivated and then they are followed by disappointment. I believe that the expectations need to be realistic, and on the basis of this, we need to evaluate and assess how the COP goes and moves. Now, with this as a given, discussion at the COP, and this will keep on being the case for quite a number of years, is that we apply pressure on those under development to admit and commit with more ambitious goals, and the developing countries are applying pressure on the already developed countries for more financial assistance. And there is an intermediate, grey zone of countries that sometimes appear as developed and strong powers and regional powers, and sometimes they appear as the poor who need financial assistance. So we, as a country, what we are aspiring to do is for everyone to commit to ambitious targets that contribute to combating climate change. Of course, there's always the principle of a common but different responsibility, but this does not mean, this is a principle that first appeared many years ago, something like 30 years ago. Ever since it's been 30 years since then, we will not apologize in perpetuity for colonialism, for instance, or for World War II, for the occupation of the Turks or whatever. No more excuses. Everyone must commit to strong targets to reduce emissions. Similarly, we will need to have transparency and accountability as to where the climate assistance, the climate aid money goes. We need to ensure and safeguard that what is called climate assistance is climate aid and not just christened as that. And second, that the money really goes to the undertaking of climate actions and they're not squandered to other non-productive activities for the protection of climate. And I would like to close by saying that until today, unfortunately, the discussion was focused solely on the part of climate aid, the part of the targets and ambitious targets is on a second plane. Now, when you have a 12-day long negotiation, unavoidably the first few days will flow very smoothly because everyone is intransigent. So we're waiting to see how the last days will go, and especially the last days where we have the time horizon where everything is moving forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Varilidis. Mr. Eleftheriadis has the floor now, who with his company Deloitte has been involved in a plethora of projects and consulting assistance and aid on various levels. Please give us your insight, your views regarding the COP and the success of this COP, and how you see or how the things should be developing and evolving in order to have this energy neutrality that we're all aspiring for. First of all, I would also like to thank everyone very much for my presence here. I should like to thank everyone for my presence here. I think this is the first time we have so many guests and so many participants in this year's COP. Truth be told, when there are commitments, this for investors means a lot of work, a lot of projects. We're very close to the halfway point. We've heard about new technologies, we've heard about new projects being signed, others being discussed. Truth be told, this means a lot of investment, not just for Greece, but for the whole world. Truth is that if we see how many people came from the Greek pavilion, projects in Greece play a particular role. Greece is becoming an energy hub. We can see this all the time. We can see the investors coming. And we can see after the investment rate, new investors who are more interested. We have sustainability, we have the new projects, interconnections. 2 agreements were already signed while we were here. What are investors looking for? They're looking for sustainability, for return on investment, and for capitals. Several of those projects are competitive and compete with one another, but I think that the bet, not just for Greece, but for the countries that bring projects to the table, I believe that the bet for everyone is the projects that are of interest to Greece to move faster, to accelerate, to move forward, and I believe that we have all the guarantees. A lot of work has been done from the ministry in the country. The investors see that. So, under the auspices of the COP, I think that this can transform into a very strong opportunity for Greece to move forward very, very strongly with new projects. Thank you very much. I should like to thank all my interlocutors. I should also like to thank Ilias and Mr. Bakatselos for this opportunity they gave us to participate in the framework of the Greek Economic Forum in Athens with this brief intervention from Dubai. And of course, I would like to thank our interlocutors, Mrs. Zdoukou, Mr. Varilidis, and Mr. Eleftheriadis. Thank you very much, Kostas. Be well, and may you return with beautiful projects and results. Now, we're supposed to have a break here, but the break will be very, very brief, very, very short. It will be 15 minutes long, so let's do our networking very, very fast. I would like everyone to come back very, very fast because we're running out of time. Thank you very much.
So let us resume our seats. Let's move swiftly to the next session. We'll have Mr. Dimitris Papazoglou's Skouras from the Group ESG Coordinator Alpha Bank in conversation with Mr. Chrysos Kavounidis, BCG Partner and Managing Director and Head of BCG Athens. Could you please come forward? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great joy for us being here this afternoon. We discuss the issue of sustainable development and how this is being financed. I have with me Dimitris Kazazoglu-Skouras. It's a great joy to have him. Thank you for the invitation. Boston Consulting Group has made commitments vis-à-vis its impact, has committed to have zero impact by 2030. It is very important for us, and perhaps even more important, that we allocate important resources in the issue of transition to more sustainable practices and business models. On one hand, while working with our customers, helping them in this very complex trip, but also participating in a lot of international fora on specific actions, either generalized or very specific. What we see is that beyond a major technological challenge, it is also a major financial challenge for all those who embark upon this procedure. And I believe that it is important to discuss what is the role of the banks, what are the solutions offered for companies, and this is why I believe that this is a most timely discussion. So let us start by saying that, first of all, the challenge is technological and financial. Major investments must be made, so big funding needs, so for companies to adapt and proceed in transition. But perhaps the role of banks is more important than merely funding. They have the possibility, through the funding and lending approvals, to offer motives or incentives or counter incentives to a company, depending on the sustainability criteria it has adopted. Of course, also banks are in close contact with the business world, and especially in Greece with a lot of SMEs. They have a daily contact with these companies so as to inform them. They also have the capacity to generate funds, resources for investments in sustainable development through green depository saving products. So how does Alpha Bank prepare itself vis-à-vis this challenge, and what is the role that they are to play? Well, thank you. This is the most interesting question that we are faced with currently. Very correctly said, the banking sector plays a decisive role in offering incentives and pushing and encouraging companies towards green transition. All four systemic banks are, to a certain extent, ready for that, so as to fund such investments. The main tool that can offer acceleration of this process is to have streamlined the funding process and having correctly prepared the process so as not to have pursued to see whether this investment is sustainable or not. And also the procedure of supporting and offering advice to the customer. So we see that our customers, and especially SMEs that do need some guidance, acquire get great value if they have a ready-made funding framework. So we have established such a framework, which is available both internally and externally, so as to have full transparency on what are the criteria that that make a company sustainable, that will be beneficial both to the environment and the company per se, and have also particular, more specific tools that we use. There's a major technological challenge. So there are sectors where the transition lies in finding the correct investments. There are sectors where such investments are not mature yet or are not available yet. So it is there that most banks do so. We are disposed to offer incentives, even financial ones, to companies that commit themselves to reduce their footprint on their own tools with general funding, such as capital flow, for instance. For big companies, we can also help in issuing sustainability-linked bonds. So it's a great, an overall procedure where companies help for this funding. You mentioned the counter incentives. I spoke of the incentives, but indeed there are also counter incentives launched in the market. They're not here yet, but I know it is well known there's a very strict and ever more austere monitoring framework that pushes the banks towards this direction. And there's also acknowledgement by the banks that there's also an issue of risk management. Since we manage the money of our depositors, we must be very prudent in managing the risk assumed. And this is important. The fact that we manage that as an issue of risk, that means that the risk lies, and there is also for the businessman. Therefore, the company that takes the initiative to launch the process of transition and elaborate a strategy of transition, it's a company that manages its risk and becomes a non-risky business for us. While a company which doesn't manage that, it's in a way admitting to us that they have no strategy. I must especially mention the fact that we have very useful funding tools such as RRF. There are development bank programs regarding smaller companies. There are important tools such as the funding program on the basis of the emission trading system of the EU that will also allocate funds, that we will take resources from sectors that they are pollutants and they will be diverted for green companies. So this stage of transition, current stage of transition, has very useful tools that can help companies start this process. And usually one sees the incentives at the beginning of a transition. When we're in the middle, I believe it will be merely business as usual. There will be no longer any incentives. Merely there will be pressure on companies to comply. So there's a first mover advantage, clear cut, that these companies that will take the initiative to build their strategy for this transition. It is perhaps important to stress that this first mover's advantage is not only the framework of the transition, but there's also many opportunities for many companies from new specialties, new sectors, new fields that are brand new in economy and which are being developed in the framework of more sustainable business models. From what you mentioned, it's crystal clear that there are opportunities, definitely funding opportunities. There will be perhaps problems for those who do not start a transition towards the future, both in their funding framework and anything else. It is obvious that for you to be able to fund and manage risk, but also for companies to realize where they are, vis-a-vis where they are, where should go, there's a great need for data on sustainability of procedures, of themselves, but also of their supply chain, eventually of their customers as well, in view of COP3. This means perhaps both for you as banks, great changes in the infrastructure for managing that big data, also changes in the cognitive subjects so as to collect all that data, but of course also with your customers, upgrading the skills in the framework of this data management having to do with sustainability, with the environment, with the footprint, on emissions footprint, and so forth. So how do you view, first of all, the readiness, the preparedness from the banking sector, and what does this entail vis-à-vis the skills of the people, especially in your bank, to be able to handle that data effectively and also have the appropriate discussions with customers so as to convey the needs, to convey the perspectives we have, to be able to sell them within brackets, the green products. Yes, very apposite. Indeed, data is a major issue, a major challenge for banks. Not that much from the viewpoint that banks are created so as to solve big technical problems. They are big organizations that have the resources to do that and industrialize procedures. It is a major change. That is the procedure of loan approval with introduction of data on climate risk and EFG actually doubles the data that has to be assessed. There's a great degree of preparedness already. Within the beginning of 2024, we will see live the platform of the Hellenic Banks Association. This is a platform where all companies will have to respond a series of questionnaires, and they will populate with a series of data that data bank that will be used by the banks so as to do the assessment of each company vis-à-vis its performance in ESG at large, but greatly emphasis on the environmental part, at least at the beginning. This is most important because this will offer a transparent and steady basis which will be on equal footing for all banks, who will not be seeing one customer here on one viewpoint and the Ethniki Trapeza, the National Bank, from a different viewpoint. Of course, one will have one's own strategy. But the next thing to be done, and this is a major change, is that each loan will be assessed separately. This has never happened before, and that means that a company that may have bad ESG ratings because it's the most polluting sector but offers a sustainable investment, this will be viewed more positively, while contrary, something positive will be a client with a good ESG rating with a polluting activity. And there, the bank might address that I would not like to invest in this activity because it will be bad for the environment. Something else to stress is that the collection of that data from the clients, it's very important for managing the company per se. We need it as a bank so as to evaluate the funding and improve the access of the customer to the investment. The client needs that data so as to elaborate his framework, to establish his strategy, to know where he is and set his goals. So in order to have to feed in the environment of companies to see where they are currently and where they're headed to, it is important to collect all that data. They can improve their information. How do we help them? Beyond data, the next big challenge was indeed comprehending the knowledge of this subject. In Alpha Bank, we have a so-called ESG Academy who have already offered 3 rounds of education to all the front tellers. By the end of 2024, there will be no employee in the bank that will not have been trained in issues of sustainability. So to be able, on one hand, to consult, to advise customers, and also promote that kind of knowledge. The most important skill that we must offer to our people is this capacity to help the customer to understand where to head to, how to understand the data offered and what it means, each data point, so as for the customer to understand how he can improve his performance and how he can launch this process. It is important to say that investment in transition can be very simple. For instance, we have a a building of offices that we will change all the lamps with LED ones. It's very easy, and it's important for the bank employee to train the customer to say very simply that you just change the lamps, and this is already a huge step to an environmental friendly building. Very important, and thus you fulfill your role to inform, but also offer a triggering factor for businessmen to make the first step. Because for bigger companies, there is this knowledge. They're exposed to the subject, they know. Now, for small and SMEs, they are more distanced from the subject, and perhaps this seems a mountain. So this is a good starting point. I imagine that in this framework, there's also a new difficulty. How can one reach those customers, especially when we speak of SMEs? Perhaps with specificities, sectoral specificities, which in the past perhaps we didn't pay such importance in the past. I imagine that there as well we see how technology can help. We see, for instance, at global scale, examples such as generative AI that we will be discussed, I'm certain, how this can help to bring collective knowledge of a sector in the hands of a relationship manager, a consultant, or whomever, so as to communicate that data. Right, so, and especially what you said, the need for a sectoral approach is most important. We see that specific sectors have specific need from a small and important set of investments that can help them in their transition. So we develop this sectoral strategy so as to help the hotelier, the businessman who works in logistics, so as to define which are the direct solutions, as well as understanding new technologies is most important. We try to understand them so as to see what we will fund so as to have it viable, because new projects come along which are necessary to fund so as to move ahead. Thank you, Dimitris. Let me make a very quick summary. It is definitely a huge challenge, funding challenge. There are financial tools, and there will be in the future, but those who will be the first to start, they will have the first movers advantage. As time goes by, perhaps we'll start seeing counter incentives. A major issue is training, both of people in the companies, the business world, but also of people in the banks, given the role that banks play in the ecosystem of informing the business world so as for them to make the first step, to take the first step and transform the companies in more sustainable models. A last question before we conclude. How do you view the readiness of Greek companies, not the big ones, the listed ones, which of course are under regulatory pressure as well, but SMEs in Greece? Well, it's a crystal clear to have a huge gap between the big listed companies and the non-listed companies and SMEs. I would say that readiness is very low. It's not satisfactory currently. Less than half of the companies are actually ready to present data, which makes even more important the need of information, of education and measurements. And perhaps most importantly is this, that SMEs must also acquire some familiarity and training with the subject so as to understand what are the next steps. It is crystal clear that although the problem might be smaller, the lack of readiness will be a far higher impediment than in the big companies, where the procedure of transition is far more complex, but also have a greater degree of readiness. This is a great challenge for Greece that actually has mostly SMEs. So a call to action to all businessmen. It is now time to start the exercise to understand where they are and seek what is the journey they have to embark to. and what are the tools they have at their disposal. Yes, and we're here to help. Thank you, Dimitris. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for following us.
Well, there seems to be a bit of a delay because the minister is coming from the Hellenic Parliament where they have a discussion. So there's a name vote, so a personal vote. So we have quite a few members of government participating in our agenda. So such delays are to be expected. Until such time, we could probably push something forward, but we're trying to keep on schedule. So please allow us for this brief interruption. I believe that the questions we have for the minister are very, very important. And until now, we heard a lot of things. We will connect again with the COP and the PCG, where they have a conference now. It's held in Dubai. We will receive some information and data from there, and we'll see how we can do. Now, let's have another break so that we can have a quick coffee. And as soon as the minister shows up, 5 minutes, we can all come back. I do apologize for this delay, but you see, things are on the run. We have developments, constant developments. So enjoy a cup of coffee if you'd like. Kindly return to your seats because the minister is here, he's in the house, so we can start right away. Maybe it was good that we have a break because now we can go straight through. There is absolutely no chance for another break. You see? I think we've had enough breaks for one day. Greetings to the Minister of National Economy and Finance, Mr. Hatzidakis, who was at the Hellenic Parliament and is now honoring with his presence. Minister, welcome to our conference. Thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, I should like to thank the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for yet another invitation, and I would like to apologize deeply for this delay, which was due to the fact that I was in Parliament, in-house, for the discussion has to do with the bill, the subject of which is tackling tax evasion. I'm very happy to see that this conference of the AmCham is at a point in time where the Greek economy is on the rise. Equally on the rise are the bilateral relations, the financial and commercial relations of Greece and the United States of America. The volume of our bilateral commerce increased by nearly 87% last year, amounting to 5.7 billion euros almost. Tourist arrivals from the US amounted to 4.5 million, with a rise of 312% as compared to 2021, also due to the coronavirus. And the US of A were the 8th country the world over that was the point of direct investments into Greece that was almost nowhere in the map in the previous years. And for those of you who doubt, I should like to name a few names. Microsoft data centers, data region of Google, Amazon Web Services local zone, Pfizer, data analysis hub in Thessaloniki, JP Morgan and Viva Wallet, Cisco, Digital Transformation and Digital Skills Center in Thessaloniki. And the effort keeps coming, and I believe that this effort is enhanced by the growth rates and generally of progress of Greek economy. Now, the growth rate is the third highest in the European Union at the time. We have a record in foreign direct investment as compared to all the previous years, for the past 10 years, for the past 15 years, I should say, we broke the record. Another record in exports, all-time record, as a matter of fact, a reduction of unemployment and the pre-crisis levels and a very significant reduction of public debt as a percentage of the GDP, which, as you know very well, has been hailed, acknowledged and recognized over the past few months, not only by international organizations, but also by the rating agencies, but those who have received this investment rating. And there is still one such house for the early next year, which I hope will be convinced, not through our diplomatic prowess, but with the efforts we do on the field. So it is quite clear that Greece has turned over a new leaf. But a question that still is out there is that Greece proved resilient during at least two international crises, coronavirus and its impact, and the energy crisis and its repercussions. But what happens from this point onwards? Will we be able to maintain this upwardly course? I'm trying to say that, well, apart from the fact that at the moment we are before a historical wind of opportunity because we have the correct mix of politics, and stability. There is no instability and uncertainty in the horizon, which is something very rare in Greece. We will not rest. We do not believe that all we need to do is just stay with this ambitious and optimistic analysis. We do see the risks and the dangers that lie ahead, and we steadily confront them. It is with these thoughts that I would like to refer to what is the key part of my lecture today in the message, the 6 key challenges that we believe lie ahead before Greek economy in 2024, so that you may know which way the government will head. Challenge number 1 is to maintain our economy's resilience within crises. In order to make this happen, we will keep on applying a mix of politics which will combine fiscal seriousness and stability. We never sway from it. It is the foundation to keep convincing domestically and abroad that we are reliable and that we're taking things into a positive direction. But we do want to combine this fiscal seriousness with developmental policies. We believe that these are complementary. One cannot achieve long-term and steadily high growth without having such a reliable fiscal policy. And one cannot reduce one's debt very, very fast without policies that will enlarge and speed up financial growth. To put my money where my mouth is, the confirmation came from the European Commission. In their report said that Greece belongs to the 7 countries in the Eurozone that are fully harmonized with the fiscal directions of the European Council. In that very direction is what we are determined to stay on, to unswervingly stay on our fiscal goals, all the more so that we have a bigger target for a better primary fiscal result. From 1.1, we're moving to 2.1 of the GDP for next year. So instead of 2.5, we will have something like 4.5 billion set aside to reduce our public debt. Further improvement of the credit rating of our country. We don't want to be among the first or the last. We want to be ranking first. We want to be ranking and be scored first among the first. And then further de-escalation of the public debt. Challenge number 2, enhancing the competitiveness of Greek economy. Which is why we're always looking at our productive model. We want to have an economy that is even more productive, even more dynamic and competitive. This is not something one can order. You can encourage and urge people to do that through several policies to enhance entrepreneurship, the sectors who are the comparative edge for Greek economy. I want to say that we had a few pleasant developments at times, or even pleasant surprises as of late from 3 sectors: pharma, agro-food, which despite the problems of the primary sector in Greece, agro-foods had great performance in exports, and renewable energy sources. Of great interest, of course, and significance is the effort to constantly improving entrepreneurship and the environment. As of the previous 4 years, we reduced reasonably taxes and contributions. We improved licensing. We have established a new labor legislation. We have promoted privatizations. Significant initiatives in that direction is speeding up the delivery of justice, the further modernization of the public sector, and the further strengthening of our banking system so that businesses may have access to sufficient funding, which is why we gave the possibility to pass a bill that was just signed off. It just passed the Hellenic Parliament for business loans from non-banking institutions, and the same goes for housing loans. Trying to empower and strengthen banking institutions and the system, we have done a lot of things in the de-investment of the Fiscal Stability Fund from the 4 systemic banks that you all know about. I already talked about resilience and fiscal stability. I already mentioned competitiveness. Another challenge is extrovertness. Now, we want to further enhance exports amounting to 60% of the GDP by 2027 and 70% by the year 2030. How? Well, by providing incentives for entrepreneurial innovation so that they may produce more internationally competitive products. Then, by providing incentives for growth and enlargement of Greek businesses. And there's a study group that is examining a relevant framework, seeing how we can modernize a law that was passed a few years ago. Our government was there in that direction, so we need to modernize that. Thirdly, by supporting businesses in the digital and green transition. Here we have a great ally, provided we utilize them, which is the RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Fund. Fourth challenge, curtailing tax evasion. It has been sufficiently discussed as of late, I trust. These days, this week in Parliament, we have another bill, the one regarding the battling and combating reducing tax evasion. It contains 11 initiatives. We generalize e-invoicing. We limit the use of cash. We adopt strict measures to combat smuggling, fuel smuggling at that. We modernize the framework for short-term lets. And since we started 4 years ago working with the platforms, Airbnb and the others, we have seen a tenfold increase of the revenue and income declared by them. We are promoting a more fair way of taxing the freelancers, pivoting and rotating around the minimum wage of wage earners, and then escalation depending on the number of employees per business and the turnover, because, well, truth be told, if everyone were seen horizontally, it would have been unfair. And at any rate, it's a bill that, in our opinion, combines new technologies and good international practices, aiming at reducing the social injustice that is tax evasion, but also the lifting of illicit competition among peer companies in case one tax evades and the other does not. And let's stress that as well. It's not just the wage earners and the pensioners on one hand and the freelancers on the other. No. It is also competition, fair competition. And it's the fact that tax evasion does not only have to do with entrepreneurship, it's not linked there, it's linked, inextricably linked with delinquency. Okay, these are two different things for us and I believe for everyone in this room. Challenge number 5. A more effective utilization of public property. We have a General Secretariat of Public Property and Public Assets with the Ministry, particularly to highlight, showcase and underline that we will work more actively on this. We are reorganizing the ETAD, the public real estate company, with the new administration that was appointed these days as of late, and therein lie a series of challenges. The Riviera and the ski resorts that are managed by this company, all this could give an additional boost to growth and the upgrading of our product, which is tourism. There are studies and surveys done regarding the separation of the classification of these pieces of real estate into mature and immature or non-mature ones. So the more mature of the tens of thousands pieces of real estate that is owned by the État to have immediate results instead of waiting for all of them to mature, which wouldn't be particularly intelligent, as one could clearly understand. Our agenda also includes the utilization of other regional airports by the Super Fund, concessions of ports. We have signed for Igoumenitsa, or rather, yes, we already signed that. So this week we will sign for Heraklion Crete, so we will sign for Igoumenitsa and for Volos. While I'm there, the port of Piraeus is the fastest growing port in Europe as regards containers and the 4th port of our continent at the time. The port of Thessaloniki, also has a very, very fast course, upwardly course. I wonder what would have happened if they were to follow on the course they were in the previous decades. The concession of the Egnatia Odos and the Attiki Odos will be completed very, very soon, and we're completing all the new steps for the introduction of the airport, the Athens International Airport becoming a listed company. Another challenge is to increase citizens' available income, disposable income rather. And here the subject is inflation. Apart from the fact that we need to see the market grow, there are no magic erasers to sponge off or erase inflation. Some people think they do exist, but they think that they shouldn't share that secret with us. Now, we are trying to allow the mayor from the Ministry of Development and all the efforts on behalf of the Committee on Competition. We have the extraordinary benefits that are being offered to the more vulnerable in this era, in this period, which is of increased difficulty, and permanent revenue increases and benefits like the ones that are provided for in the budget for next year, with the most important being the increase in public sector increases within certain confines, because this is not our money, this is taxpayer money, and they need to be managed and handled in a healthy way. On top of that, without looking further, we do not forget the 3-year stints that are discussed and already announced by the Prime Minister, but also the goal to increase the average wage at 1,500 euros at the end of our 4th-year tenure. We estimate that in 2023, we will close close to 1,250, 1,250 euros, so that goal is not that far, 4 years down the road. These are our priorities. This is where we will place specific emphasis, the 6 challenges that I described in the year to come. Our plan, in essence, wants to make Greece, in the future as well, an economy that is crisis-resistant, crisis-resilient. And, ladies and gentlemen, I will just speak from the heart. We will not let progress go to waste. It is our patriotic duty, particularly after all we've experienced in these past 10 years. We must not allow ourselves such a decade to ever come back. We have the capability, we can do that, we have laid the foundation, Greek economy is moving forward in a dynamic way, and with it, our country is on the rise, higher. Altogether, we will make it happen. Thank you very much. Mr. President, thank you so very much for the invitation once again.
I'd like to thank the Minister, Mr. Hatzidakis, for honoring us with his presence despite his schedule that is quite burdened. All the success to his work. And now we will have a discussion. And we will talk about the OECD's view on sustainable economic future. We have with us Mr. George Pagoulatos, who is the permanent representative to the OECD, and who will have a discussion with Mr. Dimitris Pefanis, manager, CNN Greece. Mr. Pefanis? Good afternoon. Following the very interesting remarks we heard by the Minister, we heard with great interest and attention the 6 challenges he mentioned. Now we have the pleasure to have a discussion with Mr. Pagoulatos. Here is Mr. Pagoulatos. So here is Mr. Pagoulatos. Good afternoon. Now the discussion will be held in English. Κύριε Παγουλάτο, είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλη χαρά που σας έχουμε σήμερα μαζί μας προκειμένου να έχουμε αυτήν τη συζήτηση. Είναι μεγάλη ευκαιρία να μπορούμε να ακούσουμε ποια είναι η άποψη του ΟΣΑ σχετικά με την βιωσιμότητα, αλλά σχετικά και με το τι συμβαίνει στην παγκόσμια οικονομία, δεδομένων των δύσκολων καιρών που ζούμε. Θα θέλαμε λοιπόν να σας ευχαριστήσουμε που βρήκατε το χρόνο να έχουμε αυτή τη συζήτηση στο πλαίσιο του Οικονομικού Συμβουλίου που οργανώνεται από το AmCham. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Ωραία, για να θέσουμε λίγο το πλαίσιο πριν περάσουμε στα βασικά θέματα της συζήτησης. Θα ήθελα να σχολιάσετε ποια είναι η άποψη του ΩΣΑ σχετικά με την παγκόσμια οικονομία, καθώς και τις πρωτοβουλίες που έχετε λάβει σε αυτούς τους ταραχώδεις καιρούς. Μπορείτε να μας δώσετε το ευρύτερο πλαίσιο του τι συμβαίνει γύρω μας και στη συνέχεια θα μιλήσουμε για θέματα βιωσιμότητας. Βεβαίως, ο ΩΣΑ δημοσιεύει την έκθεση για την παγκόσμια οικονομία. Η τελευταία έκδοση δημοσιεύθηκε το Νοέμβριο, πριν από λίγες μέρες συγκεκριμένα. Είναι μια πρόβλεψη για την επόμενη χρονιά. Και αυτή η πρόβλεψη επηρεάζεται σαφώς από το πλαίσιο στο οποίο λειτουργούμε. Είναι ένα πλαίσιο, ένα περιβάλλον υψηλού πληθωρισμού, υψηλών επιτοκίων, δεδομένου ότι έτσι προσπαθούν να καταπολεμήσουν τον πληθωρισμό. Συνεπώς, η πρόβλεψη προσαρμόζεται σε αυτά τα δεδομένα. Ο ΩΣΑ προβλέπει ότι η παγκόσμια ανάπτυξη θα μειωθεί στο 2024 στο 2,7, λίγο χαμηλότερο από το 2023. Επίσης, προβλέπει μία αυξημένη απόσταση μεταξύ των αναπτυγμένων χωρών και των αναδυόμενων οικονομιών. Οι αναδυόμενες οικονομίες θα αυξηθούν σχετικά πιο γρήγορα σε σχέση με τις αναπτυγμένες και η Ευρώπη θα αναπτυχθεί πιο λίγο σε σχέση με την Βόρεια Αμερική. Σαφώς υπάρχουν κίνδυνοι οι οποίοι αφορούν τις γεωπολιτικές εντάσεις. Έχουμε τον πόλεμο στην Ουκρανία ως αποτέλεσμα της εισβολής της Ρωσίας. Έχουμε τον πόλεμο στη Μέση Ανατολή επίσης. Και αν αυτός ο πόλεμος στη Μέση Ανατολή κλιμακωθεί και γίνει περιφερειακός πόλεμος, τότε αυτό θα επηρεάσει αρνητικά τις παγκόσμιες τιμές ενέργειας, καθώς και το παγκόσμιο περιβάλλον και την σταθερότητα αυτού. Άρα υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά άγνωστα δεδομένα, μπορούμε να πούμε, στο περιβάλλον στο οποίο λειτουργούμε, που επιφέρουν κάποιες προκλήσεις. Επιτρέψτε μου να προσθέσω κάτι πριν περάσουμε στην δεύτερη ερώτηση. Με ρωτήσατε για τις πρωτοβουλίες που παίρνει η ΩΣΑ. Θα ήθελα να αναφέρω την πρωτοβουλία που έχουμε πάρει ως ελληνική αντιπροσωπεία. Διοργανώνουμε την Πέμπτη και την Παρασκευή αυτής της εβδομάδας την ελληνική προεδρία της ομάδας για την παγκόσμια στρατηγική του ΟΣΑ. Η Ελλάδα θα προεδρεύσει αυτής της ομάδας. Είναι ένας πάρα πολύ σημαντικός θεσμός για τον ΟΑΣΑ, δεδομένου ότι δίνει την δυνατότητα στον ΟΑΣΑ και στα 38 μέλη αυτού, αλλά και στην ηγεσία του ΟΑΣΑ, να συζητήσουν για το παγκόσμιο ρόλο αυτού του οργανισμού, να συζητήσει για τις στρατηγικές πρωτοβουλίες που πρέπει να ληφθούν, καθώς και για το πώς θα εξυπηρετήσει καλύτερα τα μέλη του. Η ελληνική αντιπροσωπεία έχει σχεδιάσει την ημερήσια διάταξη για αυτήν την συνάντηση. Και είναι μια πάρα πολύ σημαντική προσπάθεια που προσφέρει αξία στον οργανισμό και είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλη χαρά και ευτυχία που διοργανώνουμε αυτήν τη συνάντηση στις 7 και 8 Δεκεμβρίου. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Σας ευχαριστούμε για την πρόβλεψη που μοιραστήκατε μαζί μας. Το 2024 θα είναι μια ενδιαφέρουσα χρονιά από την άποψη της ανάπτυξης αλλά και των γεγονότων στον κόσμο γενικότερα. Το θέμα μας σήμερα τώρα είναι η άποψή σας για ένα βιώσιμο οικονομικό μέλλον. Για να συζητήσουμε για αυτό το θέμα θα ήθελα να μας δώσετε έναν ορισμό. Τι είναι ένα βιώσιμο οικονομικό μέλλον? Υπάρχουν κάποια μετρήσιμα ορόσημα τα οποία θα μπορούσαμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε προκειμένου να μιλήσουμε για ένα βιώσιμο οικονομικό μέλλον? Ένα βιώσιμο οικονομικό μέλλον είναι η προοπτική ανάπτυξης του κόσμου, οικονομικής ανάπτυξης, ενίσχυση της ευημερίας, χωρίς βεβαίως να διακυβεύεται το μέλλον των μελλοντικών γενεών, χωρίς να διακυβεύεται ο πλανήτης μας. Αναφέρομαι στα οικοσυστήματα, στη βιοποικιλότητα, στο κλίμα. Η προσπάθεια ξεκίνησε από τη Συμφωνία των Παρισίων, δεδομένου ότι τότε ετέθησαν κάποιοι συγκεκριμένοι στόχοι, τους οποίους καλούμαστε ως ανθρωπότητα να πετύχουμε, δηλαδή να μην αυξηθεί η θερμοκρασία πάνω από 2,5 βαθμούς Κελσίου. Αυτό προϋποθέτει βεβαίως ότι θα πετύχουμε μία μείωση των παγκόσμιων εκπομπών κατά 45% μέχρι το 2030 και να φτάσουμε στις μηδενικές εκπομπές μέχρι το 2050. Που σημαίνει ότι οι εκπομπές που παράγονται ουσιαστικά θα εξισορροπούνται από τις εκπομπές που απορροφώνται και συνεπώς οι καθαρές εκπομπές θα είναι μηδενικές. Αυτός είναι ένας φιλόδοξος στόχος. Δυστυχώς δεν κινούμαστε προς αυτήν την κατεύθυνση με την απαιτούμενη ταχύτητα. Δεν πετυχαίνουμε τους ενδιάμεσους στόχους. Όπως γνωρίζετε, τώρα λαμβάνει η χώρα η COP28 στο Ντουμπάι, στο πλαίσιο της οποίας θα ασκηθεί πίεση στις κυβερνήσεις και στα εμπλεκόμενα μέρη να επιταχύνουν τις προσπάθειές τους. Γενικότερα, μπορούμε να είμαστε λίγο απεσιόδεξοι, δεδομένου ότι σύμφωνα με τους περισσότερους εμπειρογνώμονες, το 1,5 θα είναι ένας στόχος που δεν θα πετύχουμε και θα κινηθούμε πιο γρήγορα σε μια αύξηση της θερμοκρασίας, που όπως καταλαβαίνετε είναι κίνδυνος για την ποιότητα της ζωής, καθώς και για ολόκληρες περιφέρειες, ολόκληρες περιοχές του κόσμου που θα υποστούν καταστροφικές συνέπειες της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Δεδομένου ότι έχουμε αυτά τα ορόσημα και δεδομένου ότι δεν απέχουμε πάρα πολύ από το να τα φτάσουμε, ποια είναι η συμβολή του ΟΣΑ προς αυτό το θέμα? Όπως γνωρίζετε, ο ΟΣΑ είναι ένας οργανισμός που βασίζεται στα δεδομένα. Συλλέγει τα δεδομένα της καλύτερης ποιότητας από διάφορες περιοχές πολιτικής. Παρέχει υποστήριξη στις πολιτικές προκειμένου να γίνουν καλύτερες και προκειμένου να διασφαλίσουμε καλύτερη ζωή. Επίσης, παρέχει βέλτιστες πρακτικές καθώς και συστάσεις για θέματα πολιτικής και ωφελείται επίσης και από την ανταλλαγή πολιτικών και βέλτιστων πρακτικών ανάμεσα στα μέλη του. Ένα από τα πράγματα που κάνει ο ΩΣΑ και είναι πρωτοποριακό είναι το συμπεριληπτικό φόρουμ για τις προσεγγίσεις που θα μετριάσουν την χρήση του άνθρακα. Είναι ένα φόρουμ που συσπηρώνει τα μέλη του ΟΣΑ και όχι μόνο, προκειμένου αυτά να ανταλλάξουν βέλτιστες πρακτικές, να συντονίσουν τις προσπάθειές τους και να διαχειριστούν με τον καλύτερο δυνατό τρόπο τα δεδομένα, προκειμένου να παρακολουθήσουν και να συντονίσουν τις παγκόσμιες προσπάθειες για το μετριασμό της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Ο ΩΣΑ έχει επιπλέον εργαλεία προς αυτόν τον στόχο. Έχει το Net Zero Plus, παραδείγματος χάρη, που είναι για την οικονομική ανθεκτικότητα. Είναι μια πρωτοβουλία που ο ΩΣΑ θέλει να προάγει σε συνεργασία με τον αναπτυσσόμενο κόσμο, ώστε να στηρίξει αυτόν στην μετάβασή του προς έναν κόσμο χαμηλότερων εκπομπών και μηδενικών στόχων. Χρειαζόμαστε τις αναπτυσσόμενες και αναδυόμενες οικονομίες να συμμετέχουν στην προσπάθεια που γίνεται. Το επιχείρημα που πολύ συχνά ακούμε από τον αναπτυσσόμενο κόσμο είναι ότι δεν προκαλούμε εμείς το πρόβλημα. Είναι η ανάπτυξη του αναπτυγμένου κόσμου και συγκεκριμένα των περασμένων δεκαετιών και περασμένων αιώνων που έχει προκαλέσει το πρόβλημα της κλιματικής αλλαγής και το πρόβλημα της ρύπανσης, που μεταφράζεται βεβαίως σε περιβαλλοντικά επιζήμιες εκπομπές. Και δεν θέλουν οι αναπτυσσόμενες οικονομίες να πληρώσουν αυτό το τίμημα και αυτό το κόστος. Άρα είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να τις έχουμε μαζί μας σε προσπάθεια που κάνουμε και προκειμένου να γίνει αυτό, η προσπάθεια θα πρέπει να χρηματοδοτείται από τις εύπορες χώρες, οι οποίες εκπροσωπούνται στον ΩΣΑ, όπως και στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, που γνωρίζουμε ότι είναι πρωτοπόρος στον αγώνα κατά της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Συνεπώς, υπάρχει ένας στόχος που τίθεται για κάθε χρονιά και θέλουμε ένας από τους στόχους αυτούς είναι να χρηματοδοτούμε τις αναπτυσσόμενες οικονομίες προκειμένου αυτές να στηρίξουν την κλιματική προσαρμογή και να στηρίξουμε και την πράσινη μετάβαση. Η χρηματοδότηση αυτή ανέρχεται στα $100 δισεκατομμύρια. Όπως καταλαβαίνετε, είναι μια προσπάθεια που χρήζει αυξημένου συντονισμού. Δεν έχουμε φτάσει ακόμα εκεί, αλλά προσεγγίζουμε τον στόχο για αυτήν τη χρονιά. Δεν έχουμε φτάσει, επαναλαμβάνω, στο στόχο. Υπάρχει επίσης το νέο Παγκόσμιο Χρηματοδοτικό Σύμφωνο, που ήταν μια πρωτοβουλία του Προέδρου Μακρόν, και η γραμματεία αυτού του ταμείου είναι στον ΩΣΑ και έχει ως στόχο να αναπτύξει μια διαδικασία παρακολούθησης των δεδομένων, αλλά και να διασφαλίσει τον συντονισμό των εμπλεκομένων μερών και στη συνέχεια να διασφαλίσει ότι θα αναπτυχθούν συγκεκριμένες ομάδες εργασίας, κάθε μία εκ των οποίων θα είναι υπεύθυνη για ένα συγκεκριμένο θέμα. Παραδείγματος χάρη, το πολιτιστικό περιβάλλον, χρηματοδότηση και πολλά άλλα. Επίσης, το σύστημα χρηματοδότησης του ΟΣΑ, που συνεργάζεται με την Διεθνή Υπηρεσία Ενέργειας, σε μια υπηρεσία η οποία αναπτύσσει πολιτικές που δεν επικεντρώνονται μόνο στην διασφάλιση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας για τα μέλη του ΟΣΑ, αλλά και στο να πρωτοπορεί στην πράσινη μετάβαση, στην μετάβαση προς τις ανανεώσιμες ενέργειες που θα είναι προς όφελος όλης της παγκόσμιας κοινότητας. Ωραία, τώρα θα ήθελα να περάσουμε σε ένα ευρύτερο ερώτημα. Συζητήσαμε για την ανάπτυξη στην αρχή της συζήτησης, μιλήσαμε για την παγκόσμια ανάπτυξη, μιλήσαμε για την βιωσιμότητα. Αυτό που θα ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω τώρα είναι κατά πόσο είναι εφικτή η βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη ή κατά πόσο πρέπει να θυσιάσουμε μέρος της ανάπτυξής μας, ούτως ώστε να γίνουμε βιώσιμοι. Πώς είναι αυτό εφικτό, κυρίως δεδομένων των καιρών που ζούμε? Η βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη είναι εφικτή. Βεβαίως, ενέχει κάποιο κόστος. Το κόστος του κλιματικού μετριασμού και της κλιματικής προσαρμογής. Το κόστος της μετάβασης από παραγωγή ενέργειας που βασίζεται στον άνθρακα προς ενέργεια που παράγεται από ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας και που δεν εκπέμπει επιζήμιες εκπομπές και άρα δεν έχει επιζήμιο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα. Έχει λοιπόν αυτό το κόστος μετάβασης, το οποίο είναι βραχυπρόθεσμο. Άρα, αν θέλετε, η σχέση μεταξύ βιωσιμότητας και οικονομικής ανάπτυξης είναι αναμφίβολη, αλλά είναι μια σχέση βραχυχρόνια, διότι μακροχρόνια, αν επιτρέψουμε στη θερμοκρασία να αυξηθεί πάνω από το 2,5 βαθμών Κελσίου που έχουμε θέσει ως στόχο και παρεμπιπτόντως να πούμε ότι προς τα εκεί κινούμαστε, τότε δεν θα υπάρξει καμία οικονομική ανάπτυξη. Επίσης, στο δικό μας μέρος του κόσμου έχουμε βιώσει τις καταστροφικές συνέπειες της κλιματικής αλλαγής και αναφέρομαι στην ερημοποίηση, στην διάβρωση του εδάφους και πιο συγκεκριμένα των παράκτιων περιοχών. Αναφέρομαι στις ακραίες θερμοκρασίες που καθιστούν την ζωή αβίωτη, όχι μόνο για τους πληθυσμούς στην Αφρική, που θα είναι οι πρώτοι που θα υποφέρουν από τις συνέπειες αυτές, αλλά και της Μεσογείου. Άρα, ήδη βλέπουμε τα αποτελέσματα της κλιματικής αλλαγής και είναι σαφές ότι έχουν και έναν οικονομικό αντίκτυπο. Σε βάθος χρόνου δεν υπάρχει αντιστάθμισμα μεταξύ οικονομικής ανάπτυξης και βιωσιμότητας. Πρέπει να αντιμετωπίσουμε το κόστος μετάβασης προκειμένου να φτάσουμε στους στόχους μας, δηλαδή των μηδενικών εκπομπών. Μιλήσαμε για τον οικονομικό αντίκτυπο της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Τι έχετε να πείτε για το πολιτικό περιβάλλον? Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο όπου πάρα πολλά γεωπολιτικά ζητήματα σε όλο τον κόσμο βρίσκονται σε εξέλιξη. Πιστεύετε ή φοβάστε ότι οι υφιστάμενες γεωπολιτικές εξελίξεις θα προκαλέσουν μια επιβράδυνση ως προς την επίτευξη των βιώσιμων στόχων? Είναι αναμφίβολο ότι ζούμε σε ένα αντίξωο παγκόσμιο περιβάλλον που επηρεάζεται από την γεωπολιτική, από τον σκληρό ανταγωνισμό και ένα από τα χαρακτηριστικά αυτού είναι ότι είναι προς ζημία των πολύπλευρων συνεργασιών. και πολλών διεθνών οργανισμών όπως τα Ηνωμένα Έθνη. Τα Ηνωμένα Έθνη γίνονται λίγο περιτά ή δεν έχουν κάποια ουσία πλέον, δεδομένου ότι στο Συμβούλιο Ασφαλείας δεν λαμβάνονται οι απαιτούμενες αποφάσεις ακόμα και για τον πόλεμο που εξαπέλυσε η Ρωσία κατά της Ουκρανίας. Επίσης, είναι προς ζημία της παγκόσμιας και πολύπλευρης συνεργασίας που είναι απαραίτητη για το μέλλον. Κινούμαστε προς έναν κόσμο με αυξημένων διχασμών και διαιρέσεων. Ακούμε τον όρο παγκόσμιος νότος που συγκρίνεται με τον παγκόσμιο βορρά, δηλαδή τις αναπτυγμένες χώρες. Είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον να φέρουμε όλες τις χώρες του κόσμου, όπως είναι η πρωτοβουλία των ΗΠΑ, όπως είναι η COP28, προκειμένου αυτές να καθίσουν γύρω από το ίδιο τραπέζι και προκειμένου κάθε μία χώρα να αναλάβει το κόστος που πρέπει να αναλάβει. Είναι ένα αντίξωο περιβάλλον. Ζούμε σε καιρούς διάσπασης των παγκόσμιων σχέσεων αλληλεξάρτησης. Αυτό βεβαίως επιφέρει κόστος. Βλέπουμε ποια είναι η κατάσταση των εφοδιαστικών αλυσίδων πλέον. Μειώνουμε την εξάρτηση από τις πρώτες ύλες, από τα εισαγόμενα προϊόντα και αγαθά, από οικονομίες που δεν είναι αρκετά κοντά ή δεν είναι αρκετά φιλικές, και αυτό βεβαίως επιφέρει κόστος. Άρα, επαναλαμβάνω, ζούμε σε ένα αντίξωο περιβάλλον, κυρίως αν λάβουμε υπόψη ότι βιώνουμε και την ενεργειακή κρίση, καθώς και την επιδείνωση της παροχής και προμήθειας ενέργειας. Αλλά πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε την προσπάθεια, διότι δεν υπάρχει εναλλακτική. Υπάρχει μόνο ένας κόσμος, δεν υπάρχει άλλος. Αυτό λένε όλοι οι πολιτικοί που προσπαθούν να πείσουν την κοινή γνώμη προκειμένου αυτή να στηρίξει τα μέτρα και τις πολιτικές που είναι απαραίτητες. Ένα άλλο θέμα αφορά το greenwashing. Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές περιπτώσεις, οντότητες για να το πούμε, οι οποίες δεν ενδιαφέρονται για την πραγματική βιωσιμότητα. Αντιθέτως, θέλουν να συμμορφώνονται με τις τάσεις, χωρίς όμως να είναι δεσμευμένες ως προς την επίτευξη των συγκεκριμένων στόχων. Πιστεύετε ότι υπάρχουν άλλες μέθοδοι ή άλλα εργαλεία ή έχει κάτι διαφορετικό κατά νου ο ΩΣΑ προκειμένου να διαχωρίσει τις περιπτώσεις πραγματικής βιωσιμότητας και περιπτώσεις greenwashing? Κοιτάξτε, ο ΩΣΑ είναι μέρος της ευρύτερης προσπάθειας που γίνεται για να διατηρηθεί, να υποστηριχθεί και να ενισχυθεί η παροχή κινήτρων προς τις εταιρείες, προκειμένου αυτές να προσαρμόσουν τις πρακτικές αλλά και την συμπεριφορά τους στους παγκόσμιους στόχους βιωσιμότητας. Και αυτό βεβαίως περιλαμβάνει μια πραγματική προσπάθεια που πρέπει να γίνει από τις εταιρείες, όχι προσπάθεια που εξυπηρετεί τους στόχους του marketing, δηλαδή του greenwashing. Το greenwashing είναι η βιτρίνα, αν θέλετε, που χρησιμοποιούν πολλές εταιρείες για να διαφημίσουν εντός εισαγωγικών ότι είναι προς την υπηρεσία της πράσινης μετάβασης. Εγώ όμως πιστεύω ότι οι πρακτικές της πράσινης μετάβασης και βιωσιμότητας είναι ευρέως δεδομένες και ότι υπάρχει αυξημένη ευαισθητοποίηση ως προς αυτές. Ο ΩΣΑ, καθώς και πολλοί άλλοι οργανισμοί, εντοπίζουν ποιες είναι οι υποσχέσεις που δίνουν εταιρείες και προκειμένου να καταλάβουν κατά πόσο αυτές είναι επιτεύξιμες. Στόχος όλων αυτών των προσπαθειών είναι να συλλέξουν όλες τις πληροφορίες που είναι σχετικές και να διασφαλίσουν ότι οι πληροφορίες που δίνονται είναι επαληθεύσιμες και ακριβείς. Άρα, διαφάνεια, εξακρίβωση δεδομένων και στοιχείων και επαλήθευση είναι οι παγκόσμιες πρακτικές που χρησιμοποιούν διάφοροι οργανισμοί κατά των μεθόδων greenwashing. Και δεδομένου ότι προσεγγίζουμε στο τέλος της συζήτησης, θα ήθελα να ολοκληρώσω αυτή τη συζήτηση με μια συγκεκριμένη ερώτηση. Σε μια κλίμακα από το 1 έως το 10, πόσο αισιόδοξος είστε όσον αφορά την επίτευξη των στόχων για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον στα επόμενα χρόνια? Δεν είμαι αισιόδοξος, αλλά δεν είμαι και απεσιόδοξος. Δεν συζητάμε μόνο για το οικονομικό κόστος της μετάβασης. Δεν μιλάμε μόνο για όλες τις προαναφερθήσεις προκλήσεις. Πρέπει να μιλάμε για το πώς αυτές διαβρώνουν την υποστήριξη από την κοινωνία των πολιτών. Είναι μια εξελισσόμενη διαδικασία όλη αυτή και δεν θα ήθελα να δώσω μια συγκεκριμένη απάντηση βάσει της κλίμακας ή αν έπρεπε να δώσω θα έλεγα ότι είμαι κάτω από το 5. Και αυτό πιστεύω δείχνει ποιο είναι το μέγεθος της δυσκολίας που αντιμετωπίζουμε. Και αποδεικνύει και το πόσο απεσιόδοξη είναι ακαδημαϊκή, αλλά καταδεικνύει και πόσο σημαντικός είναι ο συντονισμός σε ευρωπαϊκό και παγκόσμιο επίπεδο, διότι το μέγεθος της πρόκλησης είναι τεράστιο και δεν έχουμε πια χρόνο. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για αυτήν την συζήτηση. Πραγματικά εύχομαι ότι όταν θα ξαναέχουμε τη δυνατότητα να συζητήσουμε σε λίγα χρόνια, θα περάσουμε στο τεστ και δεν θα μας δώσετε ένα 5 ή 6, αλλά θα είμαστε σε πολύ μεγαλύτερο επίπεδο. Σας ευχαριστώ.
I would like to thank both Mr. Pafanis and Mr. Paoulatos for this brilliant conversation. Now, we would like to reconnect with COP in Dubai and with a session that was carried out there from BCG, and I would like to thank BCG for this offer. But unfortunately, due to the delay we had as a result of the minister being late, this is a session that is ending now. So we will move on to the next thing, that is tackling the energy challenges. And we have here a discussion between Mr. Anastasios Diaoumas, President of the Regulatory Authority for Waste, Energy and Water, there are you, and Mr. Pedakakis, Partner Head of Energy with Deloitte. And I would like to call both to the floor and have this beautiful discussion. Right, well, I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm George Pedakakis. I'm Head of Energy, KBVL law firm, Deloitte Legal Network. In full disclosure, I was for a number of years a member of the Regulatory Authority for Power in Greece, and then for energy waste and byproducts. So it is a particular honor and a pleasure for me to be with Associate Professor Athanasios Diaoumas. He teaches economics of energy with the University of Piraeus and President of the Regulatory Authority for Waste, Energy and Water. We will have the opportunity to discuss something that the title of which could not have been more spot on, because, well, for the past 2.5 years that I've been working with Deloitte, energy challenges are larger and bigger than energy solutions at all levels. So, well, doing a bit of a flashback and connecting with the previous, we would like to see how the prices of natural gas skyrocketed, and prices that came down to Greece as a problem of the readjustment clause at the level of consumers. The government took some measures and adopted some measures, rather, that, truth be told, they reduced exposure with the collaboration of the Regulatory Authority for Waste, Energy and Water, but these measures are about to expire at the end of this year, to be precise. So I believe that it is important to see about the, well, regulatory authority in energy in the country, how this regulatory authority has seen this transition and how you have prepared. I mean, what do you expect for the day after, which is actually January the 1st? President? Right, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to participate in the works of this conference and to meet Mr. Pedakakis under new hats. And I would like to say that it is a significant loss that we no longer have Mr. Pedakakis. He was coordinating international matters and he gave a boost in international developments, and I will explain in due time. Regarding retail sales, now, truth be told, what we always need to do as the regulating authority is to do our job. So there is a new framework. We have been called upon and we will collaborate with the political leadership and the energy providers regarding this transition. So the authority must do what is mentioned in the relevant provisions. That is to say, to have full clarity and full transparency in making the data of all the new price lists and price ranges available. Our supervisory and oversight role is a given, which is why we are holding meetings these days with the energy providers so as to make clear the guidelines and the instructions given to the consumers. And from what point that we discover that a provider does not have these transparency initiatives regarding clarity, we will do what must be done. The consumers must know, and this is important, that the authority oversees in an efficient and effective way, or rather we try to be efficient in overseeing and regulating the sector. And the regulators must always feel us breathing down their necks. And this is a given. And this is what guarantees safe and fair competition in this field. Well, that being said, I know that over the past few years, some tools have been created that enhance and strengthen the role of consumers. What about this price comparison tool or the energy mediator or ombudsman in case such needs arise? Yes, well, we have created, and we do like automation of procedures, truth be told. So for the past 2 years, we have this price comparison tool available. It's accessible by all consumers so that they may easily find the most competitive price lists from all energy providers. We also conclude this price comparison tool of electric vehicles. It will be ready as of 2024 after the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport approves it. We have a very good collaboration with them. Access to the MIFAE will have a price comparison tool for electric vehicles so that consumers with electric cars may have an evaluation of all available price lists. What is rather innovative, I'd say, is the energy mediator or energy ombudsman, which we have already planned and we will be implementing in early 2024. Now, allow me to say something that is very important regarding our rationale. I believe that in our society there is a deficit of trust, quite possibly, which we must enhance. We must fill the gap. The consumers must always feel that the authorities are there to protect them, and this is our utmost and first concern. We respect and we try to treat consumers and citizens with dignity, which is why we have started for the past approximately 2 years the consumer complaint tool, the MyRai. Consumers may use this tool and file a request. This request, after 2 or 3 questions, will be forwarded to the regulator or the provider, and then we have the answers. At the end of that questionnaire, the consumer may rank their satisfaction level of how the complaint was treated. Around 15% of consumers right now are not satisfied from the responses they have received. Now, it should be noted that the complaints are reduced from approximately 2,000 per month, 2,000 complaints. In May 2022, there are 300 now. It means that consumers do not have the same number of complaints now, but for every individual consumers from this 15%, we could give two possibilities. One is our regulatory authority, that is the complaint we have for those tables of provision of services. This is something we can do. So a complaint, we process it, and through it we can actually listen or allow a hearing to the provider in order to impose sanctions on them or just give them a warning as a first step. This is not that much of concern to the consumers, because what they want is for their request to be answered and to have the request satisfied for the price of power they're paying. So, for instance, for the consumers who have a dispute over their invoice, their bill, or another issue, we may have an alternative mediation role. So we can use this energy mediator tool. So the energy mediator, who is linked with the authorities under the auspices of the authority, and in our plenary session we approved the utilization of a law firm with accredited mediators who will undertake this role as of 2024. These mediators will elaborate, look into the request of the consumer and treat it as a civil tort action or a civil disagreement or whatever. This is rather innovative. It's not very usual in other regulatory authorities. I think another 3 have made plans to adopt one. I think it's Luxembourg and Poland. As you know, in Luxembourg, they have they don't have so many complaints, and in Poland they have a fairly regulated environment. So we take the risk. We like to deal with the problems, find solutions, so this is what we do. On this, please allow me to explain another tool that is very helpful, which also arose during the crisis, in order to oversee retail prices. We are now gathering the 7.5 million of pricings we have in all gauges, in all measuring devices. We have a large database. We are double-checking this with our contractor to automate this sampling. So the members and this mediator, the members of our authority, and the mediator can issue queries for the database and receive specific and exact calculation data and whether the calculations were correct by the providers. This framework is what we want to be fully functional by early 2024, so that Greek consumers can have more tools and to feel the strong presence of the regulator in anything that might arise. Yes, it's certain that the digitization of the tools and them being made public to the wider public will play a catalytic role in the improvement of the citizens in their partnership with RAE. I remember that we used to receive countless letters that we didn't have time to answer or fully elucidate, and when I was an agent with the authority back then. Now, could we shift now from home consumers, because, well, a large part of businesses that have exposure to energy cost also saw during the energy crisis what happened, and they had to redefine their choices and their options. One of them is bilateral agreements. We have a particular regulatory framework in Europe is tending and trending to facilitate bilateral contracts in order to leverage risk involved in exposure and this type of relationships. So the authority is looking for such platforms, aren't you? Could you kindly explain what phase you are at in this process alongside the stock exchange? Well, we did take this initiative last year, and we reached for public consultation, something that we came out. It was a study that was by the stock exchange regarding a platform that will allow the drafting RSPPAs. We checked all the platforms that were out there, and we made a proposal. We proposed 3 types of transactions. On these issues, we said that it was most likely to use the second form of a platform using standardized contracts to be more acceptable by the market, which is why the Athens Stock Exchange performed this study in collaboration with the market to see which standardized products would be most acceptable by the market. This survey will be sent to the authority within these days, and the Athens Stock Exchange is investigating, in collaboration with the regulatory authority and the political leadership, whether we can have a framework of guarantees on the RSPPAs, because, well, as you can clearly understand, due to the rampant increase of the renewable energy sources, there is a concern among the investors, and there is lack of safety whether these renewable energy sources may be absorbed by the system and at which times of the day. We, as soon as we receive what the Athens Stock Exchange says, we will make our own public deliberation consultation so as to activate this platform, as we have said, on the FEC, which the ministry sends as a landmark for this gross retail market. Yes, well, it is definitely facilitating, I think, and from your experience, and from my experience rather as a consultant and from the legal part, I can say that such a platform is not in the market, so the sooner the better as to this point. But you raised a very important issue from the point of view of producers of renewable energy sources. We are, and we advertise Greece, which it is, one of the most well-developed countries, markets in developing renewable energy sources over the past several years, definitely over the past year. At the moment, this market has found itself in a bottleneck. And this bottleneck is called transport system development and increase. We're talking about the energy transport network. We have the risk of cutbacks for the produced energy not being able to be absorbed and how this can be dealt with. The European regulation says that these producers must be reimbursed. And this, in Greece, we are slightly agnostic, I would say. And second, what happens with the networks and the interconnections? Because we will produce, we will connect it, and the view and the aspect is for it to be exported from Greece, because our demand is given. A couple of words on that, if you don't mind. Yes, this is another very important and timely issue. It's very difficult, and I must stress the key role played by the managers and the managing authorities on this. They need to do their job, and they will. If they don't, there is sanctions to be imposed. I must explain how the authority thinks about that, and it's something that we did do regarding the HEDNO and the smart measuring devices. As you know, in our country we have 10% losses, network losses in distribution. 5% are technical losses, another 5% are non-technical losses. Thefts of power, which is unacceptable for a serious country, you see. Now, in these things, we have the interconnection of these smart counters. Tomorrow we have the deadline with a reduction in the losses. So HEDNO must reduce these losses by the end of the decade to approximately 5%. So let's say 0.5% per year reduction. If they do not meet the target, they will pay for it. So it will be from 10, 9.5, 9, 8.5, etc. If 1 year they need to go to 8 and it goes to 8.82%, 8.2%, they will pay for the extra 0.2. This is our rationale. So the managers, when they do not do their job, we will include KPIs to measure what to do and to gauge performance. They shouldn't just be into business development, they have obligations. And these obligations they must meet. It's a thorny issue. We're waiting for the manager to send us their proposals. Those who do not do their job the way it should, we believe that they should be burdened, provided that they don't do their job well. The networks are a priority now, and they need to be completed in due time and not retroactively as a percentage of the renewable energy sources or whatever. So they need to do their job. If I were to insist on the interconnection towards the Balkans, I would say that recently there was an initiative by the American Regulators Association, I think, which describes a memorandum of collaboration between the regulators of Balkan countries, including the Western Balkans, for the unification of the markets. I understand that this will facilitate the flow of energy from the south to the north, combined with all other works that are in the pipeline of AVMIE. And what do you feel about the timeline? Because we're talking about non-EU countries. It's a difficult, area. Are you optimistic that this can work fast and in a facilitating way to achieve the goal we mentioned? Now, I think that at this point, it's the most opportune opportunity to talk about Mr. Pierakakis and his role. This is not why I asked that, but yes, I know, but it's within our values to say what's true and to call a spade a spade. So we had a rather extrovert posture, stance, and position in the Mediterranean regulators, and we were the vice presidents of the Mediterranean regulators, and next year we hope to be the presidents. We have an extrovertness, we have a recognition of our role given the world we have, and all the tools I mentioned earlier. Foreign authorities come to us and they ask for our assistance, and we're talking about big authorities, not just for small countries. Within this framework, we're very happy, particularly happy because we had a strategic partnership with NARUC, the association, or rather the network of regulating authorities of not just energy but also of telecommunications in the United States. And we signed a memorandum under the auspices of US aid with the regulating authorities of North Macedonia, Albania, and Kosovo, of the energy stock exchanges and the transportation network managers, in order to facilitate and speed up the convergence of these markets in the Western Balkans. This convergence will take place through the European framework, obviously, within which we are also active. I believe that it is a very important, very significant first agreement. We need to be reluctant, we need to be cautious, we will work on that. We will apply pressure so that within 2025 we will have the first results. It's very important for our country as well. As I've already mentioned publicly, the authorities have a mild power. They create a framework which is competitive. On this framework, the regulators and the managers create their infrastructures, and knowing what they do, they can perform and do their investments. So we're working on that, and we hope that we will be effective. This is a wish I have as well. I hope so very much. Now, at the same time, with the electrification that we see in its target of the European Union, there is an intermediate transitional period where the connection with natural gas is inescapable, and due to the invasion of Russia to Ukraine and the REPowerEU, there is an intense turn towards liquefied natural gas. So I would like your opinion regarding on whether we really have a business case for this sort of investments, because I would like to remind you that in Greece we have the installation in Revithousa. It is the new terminal station, gas straight outside Alexandroupolis, and there is the thought or the intention for at least 1, 2, or 3 more terminals. I don't know whether all these things can actually happen. At the same time, since we need to be realistic and in the interest of time, I would like to know what you think. What will happen? What happens with decarbonization, like carbon capture and storage in Prinos? Big, large projects for the transport of hydrogen, purely hydrogen. If we can combine all these things, in conclusion, if we have some time, I have another question, another bonus question. Well, on LNG and other technologies, we had the 23rd World LNG Forum in Greece, and we're very happy as Greek citizens that Greek ship owners are very active in global shipping, and they're leaders actually in all these newly built ships they have. Now we can see that the next 15 years they see that LNG is something they can invest in, because there is a reduction of the natural gas flows from Russia to Europe, and this creates a gap for the needs of the European Union, but also for the needs of the other Asian countries. So the role of LNG, at least as far as the years are concerned, should be taken as a given. Regarding the other technologies, in Prinos and new CCS ships, liquefied CO2, which are built by Greek ship owners, and ammonia ships as well, show that we as a country should prepare on all fields, well, responsibly, each on their own field, to be leaders, in order not to follow the developments, but to set the developments and the pace. I think that our country has a good stride, and we can responsibly enhance it even further. So we need to follow all these developments, and the market will show which technology will prevail. Well, developments are indeed rampant, and they will keep on developing and everything. New challenges, new opportunities, well, for the regulator as regards the oversight and assistance. Now, the regulator, this is the absolute last question. Now you undertake the oversight of the waters. It is very particular. It has a specific regulatory framework. We see a part as RAI, you will see something there, you will see the waste as well. How do you prepare for this? You already have the competence. What are the immediately the things you will do next to deal with these new sectors, these new branches? Now there the state took an initiative to unify the water companies. We have 330 municipalities, 70 belong to Athens, to Thessaloniki, the other 220 have some municipal ones. Some others do not have a legal person within the municipality, and you do understand how difficult it is to oversee them. So there is an effort on behalf of the political leadership to unify them at the level of prefectures, so as to be able to better monitor them and oversee them. In these frameworks, the authority, with the staff that we have, will oversee what the water service providers do and the waste management do in a professional way. And we hope we can be useful for the country. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe that with these words we can complete and conclude our session. Thank you so very much for the attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Dagoumas and Mr. Paidakakis, for this beautiful and brilliant discussion. We're moving on to investments and funding in infrastructure and sustainable development. Again, organized by Mr. Pefanis, our dear friend. With us we have Mr. Tassos Iosifidis from EY, his partner, Head of Strategy and Transaction, Mr. Panagiotis Taboulidis, Executive Director, Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund, Mr. Nikos Sergis, Head of PPP Unit, Ministry of Economy and Finance, Mr. Dimosthenis Voivodas, Head of Monitoring Directorate, Recovery and Resilience Facility Agency from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Are you all here? We can start very shortly. Mr. Pefanis, you have the floor. and you will be moderating, and please keep the time allotted. Thank you very much. We will keep that. It is a very rich and a very interesting panel we have here. 35 minutes to talk about infrastructure, but also sustainable development. And we have seen this throughout this conference, how we can secure and ensure sustainable development. We have all our speakers here. I would like to start our discussion addressing Mr. Iossifidis to give us the wider grid, as it were, of our discussion. So, Mr. Iossifidis, I would like an answer to the question how infrastructure investments may be linked to sustainable development. And similarly, what are the trends, and if any similar trends exist in Greece, that favor such investment, both in the public and the private sector, given that from your position you can give us a more global view of the situation? First of all, I should like to thank very much for the invitation, dear Amcham. Now, linking investments with sustainable development is something that is becoming increasingly close, and it works through a bi-directional relationship. From our country for sustainable development and dealing with climate crisis, which are now a crucial and critical factor for the attraction of investment to our country. We have observed, and in any of the studies and surveys we have performed within AY, and very recently the last one that has to do with foreign direct investments, both domestic and foreign investors invest in countries in which they can and they see that there is an ecosystem that is called clean tech. Clean tech investments, combination of innovation with green technology. So this exists in countries that have prospects of decarbonization of their entire supply chain, but also they have a very significant rate or percentage of renewable energy sources in their energy mix. Now, in reality, Greece, and I think we all heard the Prime Minister's lecture and presentation in Dubai, we're in a very good place, which is why the government is focusing and moving to that direction. That being said, sustainability also presents great opportunities for business development and growth. We have consumer expectations, we have the regulatory authorities, we have the employees, and all expectations revolve around ESG and climate crisis. Now, these increase at a geometric rate, and so the organizations see that there is a potential competitive edge with investment in sustainable development and with initiatives that have to do with sustainable development, creating a long-term value for companies. It is characteristic that in a study we had, the CEOs in all over Europe and in Greece in particular believe that sustainability is one of the 5 sectors in which they need to invest in order to enhance their competitiveness. Now, with this train of thought, in our country at the moment, and I would now like to put on the hat of the consultants who handled and managed over 4 billion of investments, and I would say most of them have sustainable development features, we can see investments in the management of waste, investments in reducing CO2 emissions, investments in renewable energy sources, including new technologies such as hydrogen. We even see thoughts expressed that take things a step further for purely synthetic fuels. We can see investments in the whole range of supply chain that has to do with the sustainable energy sources. We're thinking about offshore wind turbines, in the co-storage of energy, green buildings and infrastructures, obviously, smart cities logic, green hotels and bio-climate buildings, recycling, electric vehicles in infrastructures and at the level of fleets, and always in the management of water resources, irrigation works, dams that are targeted by the Ministry of Development with the assistance of the Ministry of Finance and Development in issues and matters that have to do with PPPs. Regarding the trends and the sectors and factors they do favor, indeed, this is a golden window of opportunity for Greece. First of all, an important driver is that our country is coming from or is rather returning to a trajectory of growth after several years of crisis where our fixed assets have been reduced in the public and the private sector. The catalysts here are the domestic policies and European policies that favor all investments in the direction of green transition. For the first time, and I may have another opportunity to say this down the line and describe this more, many investments and funding tools which can help sustainable development. There is political stability. We see an improvement in the position of the country regarding its attractiveness regarding investments, and I would say, lastly, that the most important window of opportunity is that the new geopolitical trends give the opportunity to Greece to utilize this and to leverage its position into becoming an energy hub by investing into interconnections, pipelines, FSRUs, but also a transit hub and a portal of entry for the whole of Europe. So we see interest through privatizations and the PPPs, highways, ports, logistics centers, railroads, metro, but everything is built in the logic and the criteria of sustainable development. Thank you very much for this very wide and very interesting position in where we're going in strategic level.
So let us proceed to more focused questions, if you allow. And I address firstly Mr. Stamboulidis, because I know that you've got in your pipeline a lot of projects of hundreds of millions of euros. So I would like to ask you, are these projects, according to what you have heard, how they integrated in the broad puzzle of the country's infrastructure, and to what extent are they sustainable, or are they projects that do not take into consideration criteria of sustainability? Thank you for the invitation. On my behalf personally and from TAIPED, it is a great honor to be here, because under our typical capacity, we were a bit not doing any justice to the work we performed. Now, actually, as you said, we are called until by 2025 to have in the pipeline 3.5 billion euros of projects. That was the greatest intervention ever made in the infrastructure of the country. These are interventions that have at the core, at their planning, the criteria of sustainability. Therefore, we are planning policies and plans as a specialized team, a specialized unit that modernizes the institutional toolkit that the country has. These big projects are being affected by the central government, the regional government, and now with our very silent but very technocratic approach, we realize hundreds of projects all over the country, hospitals, big logistics centers, and of course, as the question also focuses on how we can attain the goal of sustainable development, let me tell you that we already materialize an unprecedented work, which perhaps you do not know, but it has acquired life. This is the cleaning and protection of Greek forests. Although we already have here in cooperation the Ministry of Finance and from the RRF, Mr. Voivontas, who have already implemented two major interventions for the protection of big forests. These are two projects, two programs that they prove that when we intervene rationally in the environment, we can actually protect it. And that's why in the areas where we had intervened over the last 2 years, we had minimal phenomena of arsons, of fires, or whatever. Of course, one doesn't exclude the other, but whenever we've got the possibility of real actual intervention, we can really prevent the disasters. So we have the green, but we also have the blue of the sea. Our fund, the Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund, now we put into effect important projects on ports. An important one is also the Alexandroupolis port, which is most important for us and our allies, and for the American government more specifically that uses that infrastructure. And our strategy is to develop that infrastructure where they can be both autonomous, energetically speaking, and present zero emissions. And thus, we have a most important project ahead in cooperation with the Ministry of Development and Finance, so as for the ports to have the funding tools as to develop. So on one hand, we complement the institutional toolkit of the state, and we can say that we are already at this stage of the absolute intensity for the maturity of those projects. And on the other hand, we've got a crystal clear strategic plan focused on sustainable development. And of course, sustainable development must be combined with sustainable economy. And thus, we try to mobilize those forces of the market that will be able to respond to those big projects. Thank you. You passed the ball in an excellent way, and thus we can talk about public-private partnerships. Mr. Sergis, PPPs are decisive for infrastructure projects. So what is your assessment until the effort to date? And have you got something to say vis-à-vis sustainability beyond that is the presentation of the actions? How do these secure a sustainable future? Good afternoon. Let me also thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce for this invitation and the opportunity offered to discuss certain issues on PPPs, and more specifically what we have attained to date on what are the new plans for the immediate future. And addressing the question, let me stress that to date, 22 PPPs contracts have been signed. This is important not only in number, but also they are affected in many sectors. I'll start from the past and go to the future to see the fields we have been active, starting from remote 2009, when we had the first BPP project that was signed, which included the 7 firefighting stations all over the country. Then we came to education, where in 2014 we signed 2 projects that concerned 24 schools in Attica. At the same time, we had 5 projects that regarded the field of technology and broadband grids. So we had 2 projects. That was the e-ticket for metro and buses. We had the telematic work that were signed in 2014. At the same time, we had the signing of 3 contracts concerning broadband zones in agricultural areas. At the same time, we had a small project, as far as budget is concerned, but important in quick justice, which was signing digital minutes of courts where everything would take place automatically in the first instance courts, which at the time, along with the other 4 projects, were most important in exploiting that tool. We proceeded with the critical sector of environmental management, waste management, where from 2015 till 2019 we had 5 projects that we signed in 5 different regions. We started from Western Macedonia, then Seras, Central Macedonia, Epirus, and reached Elia and the broad region of Peloponnese. Very important projects, since until then Greece was paying fines to the European Union because there was no appropriate infrastructure for waste management. And now we're in 2023, where a great boom took place vis-à-vis the development of this institution. We had 8 contracts signed the last 12 months, starting from the 3 projects of road. We started with flyover in Thessaloniki last December and proceeded with the northern road road network of northern Crete, and concluded with the southwestern part, Kalamata, Rizomylos, Pylos, Methoni. We proceeded in March with signing the Nafplion marine port, which was important for the overall area, and in concluding, we had 2 projects, one concerning 3 locks, ultra-fast broadband, which was signed last June between the Ministry of Digital Governance and OTE Group, and recently, the most recent project signed 2 months ago regarding the project of operation and maintenance of the Thessaloniki Metro, which is most important. It's the unique project to date that concerns solely operation and maintenance and not building its infrastructure. We see that all these projects have produced huge added value, both vis-à-vis the institution and local society. So it is important, by enhancing their sustainability, they have produced great results to the citizens.
Very interesting. And now let's talk about the Recovery Fund, which in its turn has at its core sustainability. It is clear that all the actions of the RRF, sustainability is one of the main criteria. Could you give us an idea of the projects of RRF that have obviously been incorporated and serve the purpose of meeting the target? I would like to thank you in my turn for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to present the contribution of the RRF in the green transition. The RRF Greece 2.0 is designed in such a way as to ensure the fastest and most effective transition of the Greek economy to a greener future. It is a requirement of the regulation, 37% of GDP, amounting to 36 billion euros, to be used so as to serve the objectives set by the European Commission regarding green transition. The revised plan, Greece 2.0, is even more optimistic, and the actions included amount to 39% of the national budget. Up until now, there is an entire pillar pertaining to green transition. In that pillar, 104 projects have been incorporated of a total budget of 7.1 billion euros. I would like to state some indicatively that are distributed along 4 axes. The first axis has to do with an energy model that is environmentally friendly. It has already been mentioned that the development of grids may be an obstacle to a faster development of the RES. So in that first pillar are included projects like the interconnection of the Cycladic Islands, the upgrading of medium voltage grids, the development of substations, but also reforms aiming at simplifying the licensing of RES. All these nexus of reforms and investments aims at increasing the use of RES in the electricity system. The second axis has to do with energy saving and energy efficiency. It includes big projects like the project Execonomo, I Save, that is an established project financed by the RRF since 2020. We expect in 2024 new cycles to open. The objective is to upgrade energy-wise 105,000 houses, and following the revision, this objective has been increased. We have added additional 11.5 thousand houses. We have also projects for the public sector, and soon, maybe in the week, we will announce the programs pertaining to energy saving in businesses. The third axis has to do with sustainable mobility and urban regenerations. A reform of capital importance is the elaboration of the urban plans. It is a reform that was pending for quite a long time. It is now being completed via the RRF, and it pertains to 107 municipalities around the world, around Greece, excuse me. It will define the proper terms for urban plan development and will ensure sustainable development. At the same time, we have large-scale urban regenerations that contribute to the sustainability of cities. I would just like to mention Botanikos and the Athenian Riviera, but also smaller regenerations that are being implemented around the municipalities of the country. The fourth axis, where projects for green transition are included, has to do with the natural environment, its protection, and its showcasing. We have already talked about the program for forest protection and the reforesting plan, both of which are implemented by the Hellenic Asset Development Fund. Allow me to mention that in the context of revision, the budget of these actions has been doubled. At the same time, we implement other actions having to do with the upgrade of the national network of pathways aiming at protecting the natural environment. In conclusion, I would like to note that 7.1 billion euros are available for green investments through the RRF. The projects are implemented, they are in development, and they aim at accelerating the transition of the Greek economy to a sustainable future. Thank you very much for this first round of questions. And before we proceed to the second, I would kindly ask you to be shorter in your responses. You can see the clock in front of you. We don't have much time. Mr. Iossifidis, the common denominator of everything we've talked about is the financing. And what I would like to ask you is, which are the available investment and financing tools for sustainable development, and which are the advantages and at the same time the challenges associated with these tools? Thank you very much. I would like to start with the public sector. It is clear, and we have already talked about it, that the government has selected for most of these investments the tool of PPPs, a very successful tool. It may be used for concessions, for other kinds of projects, and it is one of the most effective tools to use the European financing, since it is also associated with the maturity of the projects, and moreover, the work that is being done in the Hellenic Asset Development Fund is not just innocuous, it is excellent. The most important thing is the projects to mature so that they can be implemented rather quickly. And obviously, there is also the participation of the Ministry of rural development and of transport, or both of which are involved in PPPs. That's all about the public sector. Now, moving to the private sector. There is a plethora of investment and financing tools there. Obviously, there is interest on the side of the private sector for PPPs. In EY, and as a head of the Department of Financial Advisors, we have placed particular emphasis on a holistic approach, on supporting businesses through specialized teams that have deep knowledge of every category of funding tool. This is how we help companies get the optimum combination of different sources for their investments and, mind you, the cheaper sources. In other words, to reduce the equity needed and also the loans. And combine grants with loaning with a subsidized interest rate. Starting with the grants, I would say that for the big investments and strategies, there is the choice of strategic investments through Enterprise Greece. And given that I am an advisor in most of these cases, I would say that these are investments pertaining to sustainable development. There are incentives given, there is fast-track licensing, and there is also financing for those who will consider to be iconic. And these are mainly the ones that have to do with sustainable development and innovation, investments in hydrogen, in CO2 capture, and which can be financed through this strategic investments process. A huge source, however, of the grants that may start from 50% and reach 70 or even 80% is the direct financing and subsidy from the European Commission. Unfortunately, most of these programs, for many years, and before we started a campaign and an education of the businesses here in Greece, they were under the radar. I'm talking about programs like Innovation Fund, like Modernization Fund, that is about to come, CEF, Horizon, and LIFE. There are many programs of the sort, and by the way, recently we managed for the very first time to help businesses get very big investments. The one is a combination of hydrogen with CO2 capture. It is the one by Motorol. We have also Titan investment, capture CO2. And these are investments of over 300 million euros. And we have gotten 120 million euros of grants for these. These specific grants do not create any issue with the so-called released rule. Last, I would like to ask something about the subsidized loans from the RRF. This is the most immediate of all tools, and by immediate I mean there is no intervention by the government, there is very limited bureaucracy, and it is very successful at the same time. So there are financing tools, and I would use the motto, there is money. Indeed, this is the case. One of the concerns is that there is less human capital to implement these projects, and this is one of the main problems. And given that many of these projects have a specific time frame that stems from the RRF, there are issues pertaining to mature investment plans that can be quickly implemented. I believe that this is the most critical factor of any future absorption of the funds and for any sustainable development. Okay, and I would like now to ask a question to Mr. Stapoulidis. So one important part is financing, another is reforms. And I would like to ask you, how important are reforms? And how important is the acceleration of processes, of all processes and actions for the implementation of infrastructure projects?
Well, actually, I'm a little bit provocative at this question because I consider that if you want has one big national goal, which is also a European goal, that is to allocate so high, huge funds, billions of euros, so as to cover the damages of COVID, because of COVID. Of course, it cannot be through the normal course, which is the delay by default. If we want projects to be effected quickly, we must further curtail red tape. The European directive, very appositely, has set a framework. The member states and Greece must move within this framework without introducing and adopting laws of 300 pages. Currently, the development law may exceed 500 pages. In such a framework, velocity is at a loss. So what we currently do as an HRADF is to stage a small revolution in this framework. We asked, and it is the honor of the state that they realize that there have to be shrinkage of time frames for such big interventions. I consider these small but substantial reforms in institutional framework, especially in the maturity time, greatly help us. But this must be fully embraced by all. That Let me open a parenthesis here. Unfortunately, the legislator is carried away by the public opinion, who considers that any contractor is corrupted by default, and therefore the legislator introduces thousands of pages of law so as to prove that they are not corrupt. I say that we should put our trust to the institutions and the tools. Everything is open. HRADF has applications where everything can be followed. We have all the monitoring authorities, so many of them, that monitor and control ex ante and ex post, as well as the European Commission and the courts. We don't have to have additional. So we bring about a revolution in public procurements. I consider that this will be multiplied in all the remaining contracts. Public procurements cover 20% of the GDP, of the national GDP. We should know that. So imagine the big power they have vis-à-vis the economic acceleration, local and national economy. And it is most important also to stress that I hope we do not have again the same funding tool such as the RRF, but if we do not have a similar tool as rich as this one, we must all realize that we have no right to take away from the next generations, from those important funds, from the non-absorption of these resources. We have huge moral obligation to absorb all resources in full transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness, because the projects that have been planned and integrated in the program Greece 2020 will make a country to be absolutely different in everything, in health, education, infrastructure. So because this fund is both recovery and resilience fund, we must build upon it correctly and not waste or miss a single euro. And that entails that we must all believe that the framework must be a tool for what we are to do and not an impediment, not a curtain of fictitious transparency. Everyone is transparent. Everyone can work if one does one's work correctly. Thank you. Thank you. It was most important. Mr. Selius, in your first intervention, you mentioned the projects made through PPPs. From now on, what is in the pipeline? Do we finish here? Will there be other iconic projects? No, of course, we do not stop here. Quite the contrary, describing the program that we have ahead for our next steps, you will see that not only do we not cease, but there's an even more ambitious and ambitious and optimistic pipeline of projects, including comprising more than 40 projects of more than 6 billion euros, where it is equally important to view again the sectors where we are active because they differ from what we had in the past. We currently have 10 projects to be proclaimed in the broader sector of education. 6 of them concern student camps in 6 universities where we have identified a huge problem of lodging because many of them are in touristic areas, Crete, Thessaly, and where students have problem to find lodging. So some of those projects are currently auctioned and will be purely signed. Beyond that, we've got 4 additional projects, 17 new schools in Central Macedonia, which will be signed soon. We've got a project in Crete, in Kania, in Rhodes, and also a project approved concerning school units in Kozani. So beyond the field of education, we've also got a very critical sector of water management. We have 9 projects, including 6 irrigation projects, therefore concerning farmers, and another three signed with the Ministry of Transport having to do with drinkable water. All these are very important, and more specifically, one of them is in Karditsa, where we had the last great disasters. And there we try, through the use of these tools, including RRF, we try to conclude with tenders so as to materialize those projects. We also have projects in environment management, waste management, that is, 2 in Attica, 1 in Central Macedonia, and 2 critical ones, since this is the issue of the insular character, where there is a problem, small units, difficult projects, but we've got those projects in Santorini and Rhodes, which are currently have proceeded in tendering process. We've also got other projects, 2 with the Ministry of Transport in northern Greece. One is the train Thessaloniki, and the other of Drama Amphipoli. And we've got the rail network of northern Greece, starting from Florina to Alexandroupoli, which is also expected within the next months to have the contest. And we've also got Pirkal, that's the next category that regards public administration. There we include many projects, but let me mention what is most iconic is the project of Pirkal, that is of the administration park, which currently we try to quickly finalize and have certain issues completed so as to proclaim the tender. In conclusion, we realize from what we have attained and what is expected to be attained over the next years that PPP is a strategic tool which currently shows a huge potential in Greek economy, something that gives me great joy because it appears that all the more So this is something that we follow duly in the Ministry of Finance, and with the assistance of the political leadership, we expect the results. In concluding, now I turn to Mr. Voivodas. Recently, we saw a process of reform of the Recovery and Resiliency Facility Agency. Could you please give us succinctly what does this entail for the infrastructure projects? Well, this proposal for the review of the RRF was sent to the European Commission at the end of August, following close cooperation with the European Commission services and the competent ministries that materialized those investments. This was a review on 3 axes. The first concerned the increase by 5 billion euros of the grants. This was deemed necessary due to the quick absorption of those resources by Greek companies that invest using that tool. It was already mentioned that this is a tool that it is easily available without much of red tape, that brings immediate resources to the companies. The second axis of the reform had to do with the add of the chapter of Repower EU, new resources that were offered to the member states from the European Commission so as to deal with the aftermath of the Ukraine war. As far as we are concerned, is 0.8 billion euros, and this is a fund that comprises a series of investments and reforms, especially in the green transition sector. The third axis has to do with the reduction by 0.4 billion euros of the funds available to our country due to the good performance of the Greek economy the second semester of 2021 and the first semester of 2022. This mechanism is inherent in the regulation and brought about a small reduction of the available resources. This review increases the disposable funds from 30.5 to 36 billion euros. Let me dwell a bit on Repower EU, which includes a series of investments mentioned already, increases the resources for energy saving in buildings, increases investments for storage of energy in the electricity grid, creates new infrastructure in hydrogen, biomethane, storage of capture of carbon. Now, as far as lending is concerned, let me mention that along with the third query of infrastructure for grants, are expected to be approved by the end of the month and will bring in additional 3.6 billion euros. The resources available, along with the payments already affected, reach 14.77 billion. 4 have already offered as grants through the grants branch, and another 4 billion euros have been contracted from the banks in the form of loans and have leveraged another 5.2 billion euros from private funds. All that entails far more available funds for the development of public and private infrastructures that will support green transition. This, however, has a hinge attached. Both sectors, the public and private ones, must be most performing so as to keep the very strict timetables. Thank you. That was an excellent session, excellent discussion, most interesting. Let me thank all the discussants. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the participants of the previous panel. Now we proceed with our schedule. We have a very interesting discussion following, the title of which is Fostering a Sustainable Economic Future, the Role of the Athens Stock Exchange. We have the pleasure of having with us Mr. Yanos Kontopoulos, CEO of Athens Exchange Group, who will converse with Mr. Sotiris Nikas, the representative of Bloomberg News here in Athens. Good afternoon. I believe that introduction have already been made, so we can go straight to our discussion. Since September, we have a barrage of positive news about the Greek economy and Greece. We have the upgrade of the country, of its creditworthiness, to be more exact. We have the successful completion of the percentages of the recapitalization of the banks. And I would like to ask you, what is the message you want to convey to investments? the direction of the message needs to be dual. The message is very simple. The message is now is the time, now is the opportunity, now is the conjuncture which someone on the part of the investors or on the part of the businesses who would like to be listed in the Athens Stock Exchange to seize the opportunity and to make their move now. Why now? What are the characteristics that make you say now? What is there in the Greek economy, in the market now that they need to seize it? Otherwise, they will miss the opportunity. No, they will not necessarily miss the opportunity. It is not something that will come and go very quickly. I believe that when you are an investor or when you are a business that is competing either domestically or globally, having an edge is always an advantage. Now, why now? With the same rationale that we have used during the last 10, 12 years, and on the basis of which no one wanted to be associated with the name Greece, this has changed, and now a business or an investor who seeks how to differentiate in terms of the results can invest in a systematic way and, of course, seize the opportunity that exists right now in Greece. And this is not something that I'm saying. I believe that the recent past has showed that this was a very good strategy followed by businesses that made the moves in the stock exchange in order to get funds or by businesses that wanted to have some specific positions in Greek assets. Are there any sectors on which you would place particular emphasis? Maybe some sectors that have more opportunities. I don't want to say that before everything was bad, now everything is okay. Okay, and I will talk about the sectors that you asked me about. First of all, we need to see where we stand in the global cycle, global economic cycle. And those who keep track of the markets during the last few years, they understand that the global investment cycle has become difficult and will probably stay difficult for many different reasons. The reason of the inflation, after many years that we hadn't faced inflation, the markets and the economies were not ready to deal with this challenge. Second, the response of the central banks to the increase of inflation. And as a result, when you have inflation and the banks need to make significant moves by increasing the interest rates, there is a slowing down of the economic cycle. I believe this is the composition of the basic problem we are faced with. So what I'm saying is that with regard to these three issues, Greece has differentiated characteristics compared to the developed markets. It is a market that, especially in the private sector, has very little leverage. In other words, we are borrowing far less compared to the level we should if our economy was in a balanced state. The basic indication of that is the grants compared to the deposits. They are far fewer, whereas in an economy that is stable, you have grants that are far greater compared to the deposits. And there are other ways to check it, of course, because if you are very leveraged, when the interest rates increase, you have a problem, whereas in our case, we have an advantage. Second, we are a country which, because of the changes and the difficult times we went through, made significant changes in the labor cost. So in real terms, but also in common terms, the labor cost compared to the European average is at far better levels. And this actually gives you a starting point that is very promising and can allow you to be competitive when others will meet obstacles. And the third and very important is that there is accumulated demand at all levels of economic activity in Greece. On the part of the consumers, on the part of the businesses. So what does this mean? It means that when you have a slowing down of the global economic cycle, you will have some safeguards that will ensure the continuation of the good progress. Now, we are at the stage in our cycle where my main concern is to have very good companies wishing to be listed in the stock exchange, regardless of the sector of the economy they operate. And with regard to what we were saying previously, that is the lack of leverage in the Greek economy. What does this mean? It means that you can check the assets under management and compare them to the deposits. We are at the lower level in Europe, and not only in comparison to our potential competitors, but also in comparison to our history. In other words, if we take a look back 20 years. So what does this mean? It means that if in a sector a company wishes to get some funds, it has a very good investment plan, it has a very good course over the last years, and it is the only, let's say, shipping company or one of the few pharmaceutical companies or even in the food sector. In other words, in sectors which are filled with investment opportunities, then you understand that this company will have the winning combination. This company will have an additional advantage, which means that when the company will ask for funds, and if, of course, the product is of good quality and it's not offered in the Greek market, you will get the best of the market. And this stands for the investors and the companies. I believe that this will have an additional advantage. That's why I'm saying now. Of course, by saying that, I don't mean that one can press a button and know where to invest in Greece. No, this takes a lot of work. And of course, it is a time-consuming process to be listed in the stock exchange. Oh, yes. And this takes me to the question I want to ask, that after the upgrade of Greece and the Greek economy, what is the course of the stock exchange? When will the stock exchange be upgraded? I believe that there is a feeling that we can press a button and everything will be done overnight. But you are in a better position to explain that. Look, regaining the investment grade for the country wasn't the result of pressing a button. It was a result of a long effort that took us to this point and allowed us to regain what we were worthy of and what actually represents our course. Of course, now the process of returning to the club of the developed market is much more complex. Now we are in the group of the emerging markets. So in order for that to happen, three criteria need to be met. That the market is operating in the way that the developed market is operating. There are the qualitative criteria. There are quantitative criteria, meaning is your market big enough? Do you have sufficient big companies? Do they have great differentiation? In other words, is there increased float that allows investors to buy something important from this company? In other words, you don't have a company, 90% of assets of which is under the pillow and 10% in the market. So all these are typical characteristics that are always checked by the rating agencies when they evaluate the market. And the third thing that is not officially said, but is a reality, is a so-called reflex. I use the terminology used by Soros, reflexivity. In other words, the investors, the basic institutional investors, when asked if the Greek stock exchange is a developed market, to be able to answer immediately yes, that yes, it is, that it behaves like that, it has the necessary characteristics. Now, what do we control to a great extent? And what do we check? The qualitative criterion, which we have worked a lot during the last 1.5 years, at least when I took office. This is very important for me. And since we were waiting to regain the grade, which was another prerequisite for this process, we did that hard work. And with regard to the quantitative criteria, to put it simply, these pertain to whether the Greek market will continue to overperform compared to the other developed markets. If we increase the capitalization, always in comparison to the competition we want to have, not to the competition of the emerging markets, then yes, we will be able to showcase the good characteristics, both in micro, that is pertaining to the companies that have very good fundamentals. We're talking about profitability, that is the record of the last 15 years, and this is true for 2022 and 2023. We have very good performances in terms of dividends. In other words, you have characteristics that can actually tell the story, and you need to tell the story to those interested, because the investors and the markets have other things to do, as you know. Just like we had people doing other things this afternoon, instead of coming here, they have other things to do. So we need to be present and attract their attention. One way to attract the attention is what happened with the National Bank, if I'm not mistaken. And a similar way is what we expect to happen with Eleftherios Venizelos. What I wanted to ask you, based on what you have seen up until now, do you think that new investors are interested? What is the current state of affairs? In other words, the market, is it actually benefiting from the good news of the last months? When you have big transactions like the one of the National Bank or like the one with the airport, if we are lucky. In other words, big privatizations, and historically we have seen that, and this is true especially for the emerging markets that have conducted the surveys. So these have an impact on consumption and, in other words, on a macro level, as well as on investments and thus on the GDP. In other words, it is something measurable and very significant, statistically speaking. Now, for us, more specifically, if we talk about the micro side, taking a look at the example you mentioned, I would say the following. First of all, we had institutional investors appearing, investors that we hadn't seen for many years, and they took part in this disinvestment of the National Bank and in the Greek retail, which is also very important to us. Yes, this is the next question I would like to pose. We saw 1,000 new investment codes coming from one transaction, 700 of which are totally new, and 300 that were inert. In other words, they hadn't appeared for the last 10, 15 years. They had no move associated with them in the market. So we have the micro evidence proving that what we are saying is true. And there are other important aspects of the past that tell you when you have this great mobilization coming from great transactions, new investors will appear who will ask, okay, you have the National Bank, you have the airport, what else do you have? In other words, these investors will review the market. They will use resources to do that. They will give time in order to see what else they can buy. So this is something that the government, the state in the wider sense, encouraged and facilitated. So what else can be done? What other tools can be used by the government in order to increase the interest? Look, this is now evident in the market, so this actually creates interest for investment opportunities on its own. At the same time, extra incentives need to be given in order to activate investors. One of these incentives, which is an originality in Greece, is the term for the accumulation of funds, the tax for the accumulation of funds. In other words, every time you get funds, you need to pay a tax. So there's going to be that. It has been announced by the state some time ago. I believe that it will come into force in the coming month, 2 months. this tax will be reduced from 0.5 to 0.2%. Then there is also the transaction tax that will be reduced by 50%. This has already been announced by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. This is very important because it will facilitate the entrance and exit of the investors from the market. The third part has to do with the incentives that can be given to companies. Of course, these are secondary to me. What is most important is to have the offer, have the object, and then to have a taxation advantage as a company that will actually justify all the expenses involved. And something else that is very important to me and has to do with the small, medium enterprises, and I will stop here because there are many others, but I believe that these are the most important. In the alternative market, in the smaller market that is regulated by us, the stock exchange, and not by the capital market committee, you have there smaller technology companies, companies that are just starting their course in the stock exchange reality. And in the capital markets, there, the retail Greek investor who will take part in this increase of capital, in this IPO performed by a company in the alternative market to get tax benefit just like the business angels get. And I believe that this will provide an extra incentive to them. It will allow them to identify these opportunities at a retail level. Yes, I'm not going to elaborate further. In London, did you see anything different compared to last year? And is there any other move to expect from the stock exchange in another European city?
Yes, we have to inform our work and give this sign of extrovert character, do it in a coordinated way, so as to be the fact that will attract attention everywhere, in London, in New York, to attract the interest of the investment community, that they will have the urge to come and meet us. So if we view some of the metrics, either from the companies that have participated, some 38 that came in contact with 26, the investors were 124 institutional investors from 88 investment houses. I think it was 20% more than last year. These were investors who had $40 trillion assets under management. So we still have a momentum on the part, and this is what we imagine. And listed companies, can I respond? We have a roadshow on January 25, cooperating with JP Morgan. We will have the great honor to have the Prime Minister with us. So I see he's here. Thank you. Thank Mr. Kodopoulos and Mr. Nikas for this most interesting discussion. And now we proceed to an equally interesting discussion. The title is Predicting Our Climate Future. Έχουμε τον καθηγητή David Steinforth από το LSE, από το Ερευνητικό Ινστιτούτο Grantham πάνω στην κλιματική αλλαγή και το περιβάλλον, ο οποίος θα συνομιλήσει με τον κύριο Πάκη Παπαδημητρίου, που είναι ο πρόεδρος της Επιτροπής μας Εταιρικής Ευθύνης στο Ελληνοαμερικάνικο Επιμελητήριο. Καλώς ήρθατε και οι δύο. Παρακαλώ πολύ. Μην ξεχνάτε το ρολόι. Ευχαριστούμε, Ηλία. Γεια σας σε όλους. Πολύ χαίρομαι που βρίσκομαι στην Σύνοδο Κορυφής και φέτος. Έχουμε ένα σημαντικό ζήτημα να συζητήσουμε σήμερα. Είναι ουσιαστικά το φλέγον ζήτημα. Έχουμε μαζί μας τον David Stanford, που είναι καθηγητής κλιματικής αλλαγής στο London School of Economics. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είστε μαζί μας. Θα συζητήσουμε λοιπόν την μοντελοποίηση του κλίματος σε μια προσπάθεια να προβλέψουμε το μέλλον, σωστά? Και η πρόβλεψη του μέλλοντος είναι σίγουρα αυτό που πρέπει να κάνουμε. Είμαστε εν το μέσο του συνδιάσκεψης COP28, που θα συζητούν το περιβάλλον στο Ντουμπάι, και η έκθεση σύμφωνα με τους στόχους του ΟΗΣΕ δείχνει μεγάλη καθυστέρηση απόκρισης στη λήψη μέτρων για την απάλυνση της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Και αυτό αφορά και τις 20 μεγαλύτερες οικονομίες στον κόσμο. Εάν δεν αντιστραφεί αυτή η καθυστέρηση, τότε φαίνεται ότι αντιμετωπίζουμε τον κίνδυνο αύξησης θερμοκρασίας στην Ελλάδα 3 βαθμών Κελσίου, που θα μπορούσε να οδηγήσει πραγματικά σε καταστροφικές συνέπειες εντός του αιώνος. Έχουμε πάντα υψηλές ελπίδες σε κάθε COP και συνήθως η απογοήτευση ακολουθεί, πολύ μεγάλη απογοήτευση. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, χρειάζεται να δούμε αποφάσεις τώρα. Θέλουμε να δούμε τα πράγματα να κινούνται. Είχαμε κάποια διαλύματα κατά την τελευταίο διήμερο. Έγιναν κάποιες πρόοδοι. Υπήρξε μια απόφαση για πρώτη φορά στον τομέα των οδηδιοτροφικών. Υπήρξε μια ομάδα 15 πετρελαιοπαραγωγών που συμφώνησε σε κάποια μέτρα, ελαιοπαραγωγών που συμφώνησε σε κάποια μέτρα, αλλά εν πάση περιπτώσει φαίνεται ότι ό,τι μέτρα και να παίρνουμε μέχρι στιγμής, φαίνεται ότι δεν κάνουμε αρκετά. Λοιπόν, Dave, τι κάνει αυτός που φτιάχνει κλιματικά μοντέλα και πώς είναι σημαντική η έρευνά σου στην πρόβλεψη του μέλλοντος? Υπάρχουν πολλές διαφορετικού τύπου κλιματικά μοντέλα. Συγγνώμη, να πω πρώτα ότι είναι μεγάλη τιμή. Είμαι λίγο ο ξένος εδώ μέσα, είμαι φυσικός εδώ μέσα. Είμαι επιστήμον φυσικός που εργάζομαι όμως στο London School of Economics. Ως εκ τούτου εμπλέκομαι σε πολλούς τύπους μοντελοποίησης. Όταν μιλάμε για κλιματικά μοντέλα, μιλάμε για την χρήση υπερκομπιούτερς που εκπροσωπούν το σύστημα του κλίματος, οικοσυστήματα ωκεανών, ατμόσφαιρας, παγετώνων. Δεν ξέρω ακριβώς περί τίνος μιλάμε σήμερα, αλλά υπάρχουν και άλλα μοντέλα τα οποία εντάσσουμε που απευθύνονται και καλύπτουν τις οικονομικές πτυχές και διάφορα στο ενδιάμεσα. Αλλά όλα τα μοντέλα ουσιαστικά πάντα παρουσιάζονται στα computers. Περί αυτών ξέρω πολλά. Πόσο ακριβώς λοιπόν μπορούμε να προβλέψουμε την κλιματική αλλαγή χρησιμοποιώντας αυτά τα computers, τα μοντέλα των computers? Αυτά τα μοντέλα μπορούν πιθανότατα να προσεγγίσουν ή να αναπαράξουν την κλιματική ιστορία, αλλά μπορούν αυτά τα μοντέλα των computers να προβλέψουν με ακριβή τρόπο τι έχουμε ενώπιόν μας ό,τι αφορά την κλιματική αλλαγή? Πολύ καλό το ερώτημα. Πάρα πολύ καλό το ερώτημα. Και αν θέλετε, αυτό είναι το υπόβαθρο της καριέρας μου. Πριν από 20 χρόνια είχα εμπλακεί σε πολύ δύσκολες τέτοιες προβλέψεις και η ιδέα ήταν να δημιουργήσουμε πολλά διαφορετικά μοντέλα ώστε να συνδυάσουμε όλα αυτά τα μοντέλα και να δούμε πού θα μας οδηγήσουν. Και αυτό οδήγησε περισσότερους μαθηματικούς, φιλοσόφους και οικονομολόγους. Δεν μπορούμε να το κάνουμε ακριβώς. Τα μοντέλα δεν είναι επαρκή για να το κάνουμε. Και δεν ξέρουμε ακριβώς πώς θα είναι, πότε θα είναι αρκετά καλά. Ένα από τα προβλήματα τα οποία σκεφτόμαστε με τις κλιματικές αλλαγές, σκεφτόμαστε ένα πρόβλημα, αν θέλετε, προβολής. Αυτό που κάνουμε Εδώ έχουμε λοιπόν το θέμα της συγκέντρωσης διοξιδίου του άνθρακα στην ατμόσφαιρα, 365 μέρες του χρόνου. Το θέμα είναι ότι αυτή τη στιγμή αναπτύχθηκε η ανθρωπότητα, το κλίμα ήταν λίγος πολύ σταθερό μεταξύ των παγετώνων μέχρι την βιομηχανική επανάσταση. Και αυτή η γραμμή δείχνει ότι πλέον έχουμε οδηγήσει το σύστημα σε μια κατάσταση που δεν υπήρξε ποτέ στο παρελθόν. Αυτό είναι κακό για το κλίμα. Γι' αυτό μας ανησυχεί. Αλλά είναι κακό και για τις προβλέψεις. Γιατί σημαίνει ότι οι παρατηρήσεις τις οποίες είχαμε στο παρελθόν και στις οποίες βασίζαμε τα μοντέλα μας δεν περιέχουν τις πληροφορίες που χρειαζόμαστε για να κάνουμε προβλέψεις για το μέλλον. Γιατί ξέρουμε ότι οι διαδικασίες πλέον και ο τρόπος που αλληλεπιδρούν θα είναι διαφορετικά στο μέλλον. Και αυτό βέβαια μας εμποδίζει να κάνουμε ασφαλείς κλιματικές προβλέψεις. Και χρειαζόμαστε αυτές τις προβλέψεις για να πάρουμε αποφάσεις. Και στο COP28 στο Ντουμπάι αυτό συζητούν. Και αυτό συζητά όλος ο πλανήτης. Δηλαδή πρέπει να ληφθούν αποφάσεις με έναν τρόπο τεκμηριωμένο, θέλετε. Σε μια απόλυτη βεβαιότητα, με λίγα λόγια μας λέτε. Ακριβώς. Θέλετε να σχολιάσετε ίσως τον τύπο αβεβαιότητας που έχουμε, που αντιμετωπίζει η έρευνά σας. Δηλαδή τι τύπους αβεβαιότητες προσπαθείτε να άρετε από την εξίσωση. Υπάρχουν διάφοροι τύποι αβεβαιοτήτων και μπορούμε να τους δούμε με διαφορετικούς τρόπους. Αυτό το οποίο δεν κοιτάμε, την αβεβαιότητα στην ανθρώπινη απόκριση. Αυτό είναι πολιτικό ζήτημα. Αυτό συμβαίνει αυτή τη στιγμή στο Ντουμπάι. Δεν μας αφορά τους φυσικούς. Αυτό που προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε είναι ότι εάν η ανθρωπότητα συμπεριφερθεί λογικά κατά κάποιο τρόπο και κάνει τέτοιου είδους εκπομπές, τέτοιον όγκο, πώς θα είναι το κλιματικό σύστημα. Αυτό προσπαθούμε να διερευνήσουμε. Όμως και σε αυτό υπάρχει βεβαιότητα. Δηλαδή είναι αβεβαιότητα της απόκρισης. Δεν ξέρουμε πώς η ανατροφοδότηση στο κλιματικό σύστημα θα λειτουργήσει, πώς θα λειτουργήσουν ή πώς θα γίνει η κυκλοφορία των ωκεάνιων ρευμάτων, τι θα γίνει με την ατμόσφαιρα. Και αυτό ανατροφοδοτεί ακόμα περισσότερο την περισσότερη ή λιγότερη εκπομπή διοξιδίου του άνθρακα στην ατμόσφαιρα ή μεγαλύτερη θέρμανση ή όχι. Αυτό είναι ένα στοιχείο. Αλλά επιπροσθέτως έχουμε και τις ανθρώπινες αβεβαιότητες σε σχέση με το πώς προσαρμοζόμαστε, τι δράσεις θα αναλάβουμε, πώς λειτουργούμε σε τέτοιου είδους σύστημα. Και αν επανέλθουμε στο Ντουμπάι και σκεφτούμε του τι εκπομπές θα δούμε στο μέλλον, και αυτό συνδέεται με το πώς αποκρίνονται οι άνθρωποι, οι κυβερνήσεις. Πρέπει να φέρουμε πληθυσμούς, το εκλογικό κοινό μαζί μας, να ασκήσει πίεση. Πρέπει δηλαδή να αντιμετωπίσουμε τους πληθυσμούς ως ενήλικες, να τους δεσμεύσουμε, αλλά να τους επικοινωνήσουμε τι ξέρουμε, δίνοντάς τους την ευκαιρία να αποφασίσουν οι ίδιοι και να δώσουν τις απόψεις τους και τις αξίες τους. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό για τους ανθρώπους και για τις επιχειρήσεις να κατανοήσουν τις επιδράσεις αυτού του οποίου συζητάμε και να πάρουν αποφάσεις επί τη βάση επιστημονικών στοιχείων και πραγματικών γεγονότων ώστε να αποφασίσουν. Θα ήθελα όμως να αναφερθώ στο βιβλίο σας. Το βιβλίο σας έχει τίτλο «Προβλέποντας το κλιματικό μας μέλλον». Και μου αρέσει ο υπότιτλος «Τι ξέρουμε, τι δεν ξέρουμε και τι δεν μπορούμε να ξέρουμε». Ίσως θα μπορούσατε λίγο να μας κάνετε μια περιδιάβαση αυτών των προκλήσεων μετάφρασης των κλιματικών μοντέλων στην πραγματικότητα και να διευκρινίσετε ποια είναι τα πράγματα που δεν μπορούμε να γνωρίζουμε. Ναι, θα κάνω ό,τι είναι δυνατόν. Το βιβλίο μου λοιπόν αφορά στην προσπάθεια εξέτασης του πώς αλλάζει το κλίμα, τι γνώση έχουμε και τι γνώση δεν έχουμε. Και νομίζω ότι δεν αναγνωρίζεται στην πανεπιστημιακό κόσμο του πόσο μεγάλη είναι αυτή η πρόκληση. Πάρα πολύ από τη δουλειά που γίνεται επεκτείνεται στα παραδοσιακή οικονομία ή την πρόβλεψη. Αλλά η κλιματική πρόβλεψη είναι διαφορετική. Θέτει νέες προκλήσεις. Να επισημάνω, ας πούμε, 3. Και το ομιλίο μου μιλάει για όλες αυτές τις προκλήσεις και πώς αλληλοσυνδέονται. Να τονίσω 3. Η μία είναι η ερμηνεία των μοντέλων, όπως μιλήσαμε. Η άλλη είναι η κατανόηση των συνεμιών οικονομίας για μας τους επιστήμονες. Και η τρίτη είναι η ανάγκη να δουλέψουμε διεπιστημονικά. Να προχωρήσω σε αυτή την παρουσίαση. Αν σκεφτείτε τη σύνδεση των μοντέλων με την πραγματικότητα, αυτό που βλέπετε εδώ στην οθόνη είναι η παχιά μαύρη γραμμή, είναι η παρατήρηση των παρατηρήσεών μας. Και τα κόκκινα είναι οι διάφορες μοντελικές αναπαραστάσεις. Βλέπετε ότι δεν είναι τόσο κοντά, αλλά λίγος πολύ δείχνουν στο τέλος αυτή τη θέρμανση. Όμως, αν σας δείξω τις πραγματικές θερμοκρασίες και όχι τις αλλαγές της θερμοκρασίας κάτω τον αιώνα τον περασμένο, βλέπετε ότι τα μοντέλα απέχουν μεταξύ τους από τις παρατηρήσεις. Το θέμα είναι ότι αυτές οι διαφοροποίησεις έχουν σημασία. Σημαίνει ότι του κατά πόσον υπάρχει χιόνι, κατά πόσον ανθίζουν δέντρα ανάλογα με το οικοσύστημα, ίσως είναι σε λάθος μέρος. Αν είναι στο σωστό μέρος όμως, έχουμε συντονίσει το μοντέλο στο σωστό χώρο. Οπότε μπορεί να είναι σωστό χώρο, αλλά για λάθος λόγους. Οπότε δεν πρέπει να εμπιστευόμαστε τις προβλέψεις. Αλλά η πραγματική πρόκληση είναι πώς χρησιμοποιούμε τα μοντέλα. Υπάρχει μια ισορροπία εδώ πέρα μεταξύ της εμπιστοσύνης και της αβεβαιότητας. Όλα τα μοντέλα δείχνουν υπερθέρμανση. Ξέρουμε ότι θα υπάρξει. Αλλά εάν θέλουμε να γνωρίσουμε επακριβώς τι θα συμβεί στην Ελλάδα ή στην Οξφόρδη ή στο Παρίσι, αυτό είναι πρόβλημα και είναι πρόκληση για την πανεπιστημιακή κοινότητα που δεν το έχουμε αντιμετωπίσει ακόμα. Άρα αυτό πρέπει να πω είναι ότι πρέπει να αντιμετωπίσουμε τα ζητήματα αυτά με όρους του τι χρειάζεται να ξέρουμε. Και αυτή είναι η ουσία της προσαρμογής. Πρέπει να συνειδητοποιήσουμε δηλαδή ότι θα υπάρξει κλιματική αλλαγή ανεξαρτήτως και πρέπει να προσαρμοστούμε σε αυτό ακριβώς. Και πρέπει να ξέρουμε κάτι σε σχέση με τον κίνδυνο αυτό και προσπαθούμε να προσαρμοστούμε στο μέσο, εξετάζοντας ακριβώς ποιες είναι τελικές αλλαγές. Τώρα, μια άλλη πρόκληση για όλα αυτά, σε ό,τι αφορά το πώς θα ανταποκρινόμαστε στο ρίσκο. Γιατί αυτό είναι ένα στοίχημα με μία απάντηση. Αναλαμβάνουμε κάποια δράση, αλλά η πρόβλεψή μας είναι προβλέψεις πιθανότητας. Αλλά μια δοκιμή έχουμε μόνο, ενδεχομένως να μην έχουμε δεύτερη. Αν στοχεύουμε δηλαδή σε μείωση 2 βαθμούς με πιθανότητα 50-50, πιθανότητα θα έχουμε 1,7, αλλά μπορούμε να πάμε με 3 ή 4 βαθμούς άνοδο θερμοκρασίας. Πώς θα ανταποκρινόμαστε? Αυτό σημαίνει να γνωρίζουμε ότι όχι απλώς υπάρχει πρόβλημα, αλλά οι πολιτικοί θύνοντες μπορούν να πούν ναι, εντάξει, 1,5, 1,7 δεν έχει σημασία αν χάσουμε λίγο. Και όμως, όχι, δεν είναι έτσι. Το θέμα είναι πόσο μας ενδιαφέρει η διαφοροποίηση. Και η απάντηση είναι πολύ μας ενδιαφέρει. Νομίζω ότι πρέπει να κλείσουμε αυτή τη συνεδρία. Για μένα λοιπόν είναι πολύ σημαντικό να δω πώς αυτού του τύπου η έρευνα αλληλεπιδρά με την πραγματική ζωή, με την επιχειρηματική δραστηριότητα, με την κοινωνία. Και έχω ένα προκλητικό ερώτημα να σας θέσω. Πριν από κάποιους μήνες είχαμε αυτό το συνέδριο που οργανώθηκε, που ήταν εταιρικής διακυβέρνησης, και είχαμε φιλοξενήσει ένα καθηγητή φιλοσοφίας από το Πανεπιστήμιο της Πρετόρια, όπου έκανε μια δήλωση ότι σε ό,τι αφορά την υποβάθμιση του περιβάλλοντος και την κλιματική αλλαγή, οι φυσικές επιστήμες είναι εκείνες που μας δίνουν τα στοιχεία προκειμένου να κατανοήσουμε το ζήτημα. Όμως θα είναι οι κοινωνικές επιστήμες εκείνες που θα αλλάξουν την κουλτούρα των ανθρώπων ώστε να συμπεριφερθούν διαφορετικά, να κατανοήσουν και να προσαρμοστούν στα θέματα αυτά. Εσείς τι άποψη έχετε? Αφενός, είναι απόλυτα αληθές αυτό που είπατε. Είναι ακριβώς γιατί εγώ ως φυσικός κατέληξα στο London School of Economics. Γιατί οι κοινωνικές επιστήμες της δέσμευσης με την κοινωνία είναι αποφασιστική σημασία για να ανταποκριθούμε στην κλιματική αλλαγή. Και θα προχωρήσω ακόμα παραπέρα, θα έλεγα. Δεν έχουμε το χρόνο, το βλέπω, αλλά χρειάζεται να ζωγραφίσουμε διάφορους πίνακες του τι θα σημαίνει η κλιματική αλλαγή για τις κοινωνίες μας, για να μπορέσουμε να φέρουμε μαζί μας τον πληθυσμό και να τους δεσμεύσουμε. Δεν το κάνουμε επαρκώς. Εν τω μεταξύ βλέπουμε εικόνες πλημμυρών, μεγάλων καυσώνων, φυσικών καταστροφών που είναι φοβερές, επηρεάζουν ανθρώπους, αλλά δεν τείνουμε να το συνδέσουμε αυτό, ότι αυτό θα είναι η κανονικότητα με κλιματική αλλαγή. Αυτή είναι η πραγματικότητα. Αυτά δεν είναι μεμονωμένα γεγονότα, δημιουργούν και μια όση στην κοινωνία, το οποίο σημαίνει ότι δεν μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε τις επενδύσεις για άλλα κοινωνικά αγαθά που επιθυμούμε άμεσα, γιατί πρέπει να τα διαθέσουμε αλλού. Η κλιματική αλλαγή θα επηρεάσει τα πάντα στην κοινωνία μας. Χρειαζόμαστε λοιπόν αυτές τις εικόνες. Αφενός λοιπόν συμφωνώ απολύτως σε ό,τι αφορά τις κοινωνικές επιστήμες. Από την άλλη, νομίζω ότι είναι ένα ολοκληρωμένο πρόβλημα. Ο κοινωνικός επιστήμονας κοιτά τις κοινωνικές επιστήμες και λέει πες μας τι θα συμβεί και μετά φύγε και θα το λύσουμε εμείς το πρόβλημα. Αλλά δεν είναι έτσι. Δεν νομίζω ότι είναι κάτι που μπορούμε να το κάνουμε έτσι. Τα προβλήματα της κλιματικής αλλαγής είναι πιο πολύπλοκα. Οι φυσικές επιστήμες δεν είναι καλές από μόνος τους. Οι φυσικοί δεν μιλάν στους στατιστικολόγους και τους φιλοσόφους για να κατανοήσουν την κλίμακα του προβλήματος. Χρειάζεται λοιπόν να το κάνουμε καλύτερα, αλλά ακόμα περισσότερο. Οι οικονομολόγοι και οι κοινωνικοί επιστήμονες δεν επιλέγουν τις αβεβαιότητες των φυσικών επιστημών και επιπροσθέτως και άλλο ένα στοιχείο είναι ότι οι φυσικές επιστήμες υπάρχουν τόσες αβεβαιότητες και αμφισημίες που ενώσο προσπαθούν να δώσουν μια απάντηση στα πάντα, αυτό που θα έπρεπε να κάνουν θα είναι να συνομιλούν με τους κοινωνικούς επιστήμονες και οικονομολόγοι και να τους ρωτήσουν τι θέλετε να μάθετε ακριβώς και να εστιάζουν εκεί την έρευνά τους, αντί να προσπαθήσουν να δώσουν μια γενική απάντηση που θα καλύψει τους πάντες. Ήταν μια μακρά απάντηση. Όχι, νομίζω ότι βάλατε σωστή προοπτική. Κλιματική αλλαγή, όπως και η αειφορία, είναι ομαδικό παιχνίδι. Και σίγουρα χρειάζεται έρευνα σαν τη δικιά σας για να μπορέσουμε να προβλέψουμε τι θα συμβεί, αλλά επίσης, πιο σημαντικό, χρειαζόμαστε την κουλτούρα, μια αλλαγή της κουλτούρας και σε ατομικό και επιχειρηματικό επίπεδο για να κάνουμε αυτές τις αλλαγές. Γιατί δεν ξέρουμε αν θα κάνουμε τους 3 βαθμούς ή τους 2,5 βαθμούς, αλλά σίγουρα χρειαζόμαστε την αλλαγή κουλτούρας. Απολύτως. Και επιτρέψτε μου να πω, θα είμαι εδώ μέχρι Τετάρτη πρωί και θα είμαι ευτυχής να συζητήσω με καθένα, οποιονδήποτε από τους συνέδρους που θέλει να συζητήσει. Αν θέλετε, στείλτε μου ένα email. Τέλεια. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, Dave, που ήσουν εδώ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για αυτή την ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση. And now we move on with our schedule. We have the pleasure and the honor to have with us the Minister for Climate Change and Civil Protection, Mr. Vasilis Kikilias. He will have a discussion with Ms. Katerina Aronga, who is Partner, Risk Advisory, Sustainability and Climate Lead in Deloitte. I believe that this discussion will be extremely interesting since the topic of climate change and, of course, of civil protection is one of the hot and topical topics. Mr. Minister, please, if you like, thank you very much for being with us. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the honor. And of course, I would like to thank you personally for making me the honor to have this discussion on issues of sustainability and climate change. And it's a discussion that is taking place at the right time, I believe. You have just arrived from the Parliament, where you talked about the new bill of law and that pertains to the prevention that civil protection can promote, but also pertains to the proactive measures that can be taken So would you like to share with us the recent experience you had at the Parliament? First of all, I would like to thank AmCham for the invitation. Mr. Chair, you are always making me the honor to invite me in the GES. I'm attending in different capacities. And the fact is that we have had many crises during the last few years. There are some comments made off microphone. I asked, ladies and gentlemen, when this summit started. You said 12 o'clock. So I understand that people who have been here since 12 o'clock must be exhausted. It is impossible for people to follow all the discussions and discussions taking place in English and in Greek. So for the coming 15, 20 minutes, I will try to make sure that this discussion is interesting. So bills of law come and go in the Greek parliament. We have a problem with the plethora of laws. The point is to ensure that what we are passing will have an impact on society, on the people. And in society, there is the need for reforms, for changes. We thought that the climate data, that is the extreme weather phenomena and the disasters caused by these, you cannot actually change, you cannot regulate. In Dubai, there is a discussion taking place about the increase of temperature over a specific level. The scientists are not that optimistic. What I would like to say is that when it comes to us, Greece, this small country, member of the European Union, can this small country make a significant change, make a significant step? Yes, it can, and it has proven it in the pandemic. What can it do to invest in prevention? And what is prevention? In my view, it is what is needed in order to reduce the consequences of what we are experiencing and will continue to experience in the coming months and years on the planet. It is not the Ministry of Climate Change anymore. It is the Ministry of Climate Crisis, even though there are certain scientists talking about the climate collapse. If one takes a look at weather phenomena in Europe and the Mediterranean region, they will see wildfires, mega fires. You can see what is going on now in Germany. We had some years ago floods that cost 300 lives. We had severe floods in the summer period, and we had to evacuate 3,000 people. In Maui, we had this enormous fire. In Canada, we had fires burning for 4 months, and we also experienced the Daniel flood. And there were fears that we would lose thousands of lives. We lost 16. I feel deeply, deeply sorry about that. And just a little bit further to the south, in Africa, 3 cities were erased from the map. 25,000 people were killed. And we don't know the exact number, actually. So if we can have the National Observatory, the National Weather Agency, the freelance weather forecasters, meteorologists, the open source developed by Google, and anything that exists in terms of technology, anything that can help us in the forecast, it will be of extreme importance, since it will allow us to get the necessary information on time and to warn people, always by using the 112. Moreover, if we have the right data and if we use the new technologies, be it AI or what have you, we need to think what we can do as fire brigade, as civil protection ministry, as armed forces, as volunteers, as local authorities, in order to intervene early on and more effectively address the crisis. Moreover, what was here in Greece something that no one actually talked about, no one wanted to regulate the forests. And now we have the wildfires. And in the past, we had large-scale projects, infrastructure projects, that many people thought would be used for decades, which is not the case. So what did we say? we said, okay, we are going to have some anti-fire zones. So we need to get into the forest in order to make the zones so that the vehicles can actually have access. Second, 100 zone around the camps, the military camps, in order to prevent the summer phenomenon from happening again. You remember what happened in the summer. The fire actually reached the military camp. Then, we now have the opportunity to get the authorization from the General Director for Forests to get into the forests, to have these zones created to train the firefighters and also then to train the society. And all these will create a change in culture in terms of firefighting. And all these prove that we have developed a strategy that will allow us to deal with something that is unpredictable. Scientists said that floods like Daniel and similar disasters happen every 300 years. And what happened? 18 days later, we had similar phenomenon hitting Volos. Yes, there is a book, the one mentioned before, Learning How to Predict Climate Change. It is something that you cannot actually control. So you, with the new bill that you are passing, aiming at developing a holistic approach and aiming at sensitizing the wider public, at encouraging cooperation with interested parties, and at the same time establishing a prevention and proactiveness in order to have a timely response to everything that is happening. I would like to tell you that, operationally speaking, what we can see is that what you are currently doing is that you try to manage the environmental risks and to incorporate in the national strategy ways to deal with them. It is very important to have a holistic action plan. A basic factor in that, a very basic advantage, is that we are in transitional period. We are in the period of digital transformation. So I believe, and taking into account many of the things that you have already planned, things that are also in development, you are also trying, and given the planning of a GES, you are also trying to connect technology with climate change and, of course, with civil protection. Would you like to touch upon the basic axis of this connection, of this combination, and what are the objectives? What is a GES? A GES is a large-scale problem for the procurements for civil protection. These procurements were done via the armed forces up until recently. Generally, procurements are quite a thorny issue for the Greek state. They are always delayed. There are always objections, problems created. Yes, and they're not pertaining to one specific sector. Yes, there is also no follow-up, nothing. I believe that now we have made the necessary changes so as to reverse this situation, so as to have the biggest procurements that we could have for the country, always in new technology and in the means needed by the fire brigade. We're talking about helicopters and Canadair planes, firefighting vehicles of the latest technology and of great quality with regard to the hardware, that is. Now, with regards to the technologies, sensors, laser cameras, drones, meteorological stations, radars, use of AI, and digitalization of this entire system, along with a special GPS upgrade of software and hardware, upgrade of Engage, and central brain that will use all this data, will have input-output, and will be sending automatically scenario of a flood, for example, or a fire preventively. This is a huge project. there were many challenges involved since it doesn't have the known sources of financing. There is a loan coming from the European Investment Bank, from RRF, and the National Strategic Reference Framework. We try to combine all these and use them in the best possible way. I'm sure that by the end of this year, we will have launched tenders of 847 million euros. And if one adds the Canadair planes that seem to be now okay, since there was an issue previously, in the first months of 2024, we will have completed all the tenders of the GES program, including platforms, volunteers, drones, link with the private sector, mapping of the businesses, which of the different areas, which are urban areas, which are not. Moreover, where the zones have been created, where the businesses have their own means in order to deal with danger. There are companies that have their own firefighting vehicles. I believe that this will bring civil protection to the next era, to the next century, and will actually influence some other important parts, like the educational part. And I insist on that. Schools, universities, the workers in the local authorities, all these will develop a different culture, a culture that is based on the understanding that these crises are here to stay, that we need to learn to live with this crisis. Yes, we can deal with them, always building on our resilience or our knowledge and on prevention, and slowly by changing our infrastructure, because the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, the infrastructure that have been built in the country are obsolete for the magnitude of the phenomena. And I would like to close with the following. 800 millimeters of rain per square meter amounts to 800 tons of water. So in Thessaly, based on the square meters, 200 billion tons of water.
It's important what you said, because the new actions change and reshape the past, because one cannot respond to with the current infrastructure. But I will retain what you said, the basic issue of education and raise awareness so as to have a common journey. I'll say so the notion of IT, I imagine that you will be cooperating with various agencies. I understand that you'll do so for the day after. Well, obviously, there's no doubt that this digital transformation has entered our lives, has become an integral part. We lag behind vis-à-vis other countries, but important steps were made the last years. I would say that if we combined it with cybersecurity, which is very important, critical infrastructures must be strategically protected. This is also a part of AES. A special part of the project is about that. People must understand that, because modern wars are staged precisely in the issues of cyber security, cyber hacks, whether they are hacked, hacking or jamming, and so forth. This does not concern solely the war times. Remember in big seismic activity when telecommunications ceased and tried to communicate. We had no traffic lights. Huge traffic jam was caused in Athens and had a lot of other repercussions. So we must take into consideration all that. New technology is an ally. Artificial intelligence, of course, is an ally. Digitization is. And along with that, new things come along. Moral issues. What are the frameworks and filters we set, the limitations? My view is that all this must go hand in hand. We must move ahead quickly, because there's an avalanche of changes. We see them already in the private sector, and of course the public sector could not lag behind. Most important. Thank you for that. Let me ask you something very important, because whatever you mentioned entail great cost. This, of course, entails thorough planning before setting the risk. I would like your view vis-à-vis to what extent it would be possible to establish a task force either with other states that they might be on the same subject with our state and personnel to be able to deal with a specific disaster. That's the first instance. Second instance, within the state, which other agencies could be involved? I speak of institutional agencies or companies. And another aspect, businesses per se. How could the private sector assist this effort and support through corporate continuum and climate change, support all this effort? How do you consider that all that could be coordinated? And how would you wish it to see it as representative of this ministry? Well, this is the million-dollar question, actually, what you said, what you raised. Because something which is decisive, we're all the same branch, which is currently sowed and menaced, that is the limitation of CO2 emissions. It has been impossible for the G8, G20 to agree, let alone all the other countries in the planet. It is most impressive, very melancholic. It's a reality, it's a fact. Nevertheless, great efforts are made. Our Prime Minister, you see how he travels all over the planet and supports that. With the Eco Islands that will already be introduced, Poros will also be based on IS. As far as our country is concerned, the Ministry of Infrastructure establishes the big strategic plans and projects, including those against floods. The Ministry of Environment gives the environmental studies for these big projects. And there's another pillar, which is the judicial power that has a court of auditors, and any citizen can have recourse, and environmental organization, whatever, block any project. This is an issue. And also the regions, the secondary local administration, have the role of cleaning the river beds and so forth. And the municipalities have to have the responsibility of cleaning the sidewalks and so forth. No, it couldn't be simplified. Otherwise, we'd have to go directly to contracting. There's also the ecology. There's an issue of good governance. There's an issue of auditing, the decentralization of powers and resources to local administration. So civil protection tries to coordinate all that so as to have it under its umbrella, to coordinate it, not to substitute it. The point is to improve it on the basis of those digital tools and reforms to make it less bureaucratic. This is a huge effort made centrally by the state and has to be pursued. And similarly, there's a continuation of what is bequeathed to us. The original part of Kifisos, which has not been delineated, must be so. We must have the payment and demolition of a couple of factories and houses, which are the beginning of Kifisos, which is open. And if we have such a flood as in Daniel, we've had huge problems in Attica on how we are to deal with it. This is an example. It was there for decades. Some have legislated upon or have not legislated upon or approved the constructions there. The problem is there. The continuation of administration is obliged to find a solution. As far as the external relations are concerned, there is solidarity. They did send from the EU air fighters. We also did so. There is cooperation, there is solidarity. There is also this cross-border action, the Euro reaction. that has to do with this whole mechanism, but it is obvious that much more is needed, much less bureaucracy and quicker response. As well known, our European family is quite old and very bureaucratic and can be slow. So other big players must be introduced. Let us suppose that the USA and Europe agree, but there's also India, Pakistan, emerging economies, China, huge economies with billions of people with huge growth rate. Is this valid there or not? Do we always have the same rules everywhere? And how can you secure that you're on the same page with all this? Last question. I realize that now you will have problems, yes. For you personally, yes. Let me tell you that reading the new bill that you propose, I saw a new part that seems to be also enhanced, which is the monitoring mechanism. Because it is most important, because this affects the whole part of the implementation of this part. Could you give us some elements about that? Because from the viewpoint of a consultant, I see that this is a very important part. Well, let me start from open data, because we underestimate them. In the assessment we do, the various services, the civil protection services, or the armies, open data is a huge resource in dealing with crisis, because anyone has a mobile phone everywhere, uploading social networks, new work data, and so forth. So coordinating, collecting information and coordinating it, this is the most important. Second, there are satellites. There are private and public satellites, national and European ones. The capacity to have a service ever less expensive and collect the images is a huge asset if this can be handled. It is done by Copernicus, but on an order. But it is quite slow if we have problems to face. Then the drones. A youngster has state-of-the-art drone, can put it fly, can take photos from the beach with his friends, stores that. All these youngsters, and the best of them who usually live abroad and they are brilliant, we want them here. It's a part of this brain gain we want to attain, so as to steal from their mind and invest the scientific research, inquisitive mind in real economy. And many businessmen who give good paid jobs to this kind of youngsters. Now, sensors, cameras. There was a view in Greece that cameras are here so as to curtail our liberties, civil liberties, or whatever. Well, there's no such a case, for God's sake. The possibility to be able to see, and therefore those who are arsons, systematic arsons, or who trespass the borders in Dadia, in Alexandroupoli, those who are trafficking human beings from one side of the Aegean to the other, are decisive so as to change the status of our country. So companies producing such things are the number one partner of us, and has to do with data collection, images, AI, so as to create algorithms, scenarios, how a wildfire evolves. We can have such an input to a search engine that can give us back important elements so as to see how a fire or bad weather evolves. We need all that. It's another era. We must evolve. We must use all that. This is the effort. It can't be automated, especially vis-à-vis the big infrastructure work. We'll need time for all that, although it's not under my realm. But unfortunately, or for good or bad, We are the ones who are responsible for the prognosis and prevention and protection, to do our best so as to raise awareness and organize everyone in the best possible way. In concluding, whether we will continue having such extreme natural phenomena, the answer, unfortunately, is yes. Here, our neighbors, Europe, and the planet, the way we approach these phenomena, the way we will build awareness and resilience in our infrastructures, and how we are to learn from all that is nodal for the years that are to come. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Minister and Ms. Roga for this wonderful discussion about a topic that is very important and very topical. I don't know whether we are ready to connect. Mr. Christopoulos is here. We will have a very interesting discussion following, a discussion with Mr. Charles Rees, who has been an ambassador of USA in Greece some years ago, and now is adjunct senior fellow at RAND Corporation. He will have a discussion with Mr. Alexandros Kostopoulos, Secretary General of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. Have we Mr. Rice with us? Yes, we are connected. Okay. Alexandros, the floor is yours. Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Πιστεύω ότι όλοι συμμερίζεστε τα συναισθήματά μου, που αισθάνομαι μεγάλη χαρά που έχουμε, έστω και εξ αποστάσεως, τον κύριο Charles Rees. Είχε κάνει αξιοθαύμαστα πράγματα από την στιγμή που έφυγε και ίσως γι' αυτό δεν καταφέραμε να τον ξαναφέρουμε πίσω στην Αθήνα. Θα θέλαμε λοιπόν τώρα να συζητήσουμε μαζί του σχετικά με δύο πάρα πολύ σημαντικά ζητήματα που είναι σε εξέλιξη. Και μάλιστα είναι σε εξέλιξη, ενώ ταυτόχρονα συμβαίνουν πάρα πολύ θετικές εξελίξεις όσον αφορά την επενδυτική βαθμίδα στη χώρα και πολλές άλλες. Πιστεύω ότι όσα θα μας πει θα είναι εξέχουσα σημασίας και θα μας επιτρέψουν να καταλάβουμε πώς αλλάζουν τα πράγματα σχετικά με αυτά τα δύο πολύ σημαντικά γεωπολιτικά ζητήματα που λαμβάνουν χώρα στην ευρύτερη γειτονιά, καθώς και θα μας εξηγήσει και το τι έπεται. Κύριε Πρέσβη, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που συμμετέχετε στην Ελληνική Σύνοδο Οικονομικών, όπως την ονομάζουμε στα ελληνικά, ώρα της ελληνικής οικονομίας, όπως θα θυμάστε από την εποχή που ήσασταν στην Αθήνα. Είναι ένα συνέδριο στο οποίο έχετε παρευρεθεί πάρα πολλές φορές. Ένα συνέδριο το οποίο έχει γίνει ακόμα μεγαλύτερο, ελπίζουμε και πιο χρήσιμο για τους ενδιαφερόμενους. Και ανυπομονούμε πραγματικά να ακούσουμε τι έχετε να μας πείτε. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, Αλέξανδρε. Το μόνο που λυπάμαι είναι ότι δεν μπορώ να βρίσκομαι στην Αθήνα μαζί σας. Μου λείπει πάρα πολύ η Αθήνα. Ελπίζω να επιστρέψω την επόμενη χρονιά. Ο χρόνος που πέρασα στην Ελλάδα ήταν ο πιο σημαντικός στην καριέρα μου. Οι φίλοι που έκανα τότε έχουν παραμείνει φίλοι μου. Γενικότερα η αίσθηση της φιλίας και του κοινού συμφέροντος που έχουμε είναι πραγματικά εξαιρετικές. Είναι μεγάλη χαρά να σας έχουμε τώρα εξ αποστάσεως και να σας ξαναδεχτούμε στην Αθήνα διαζώσεις. Πραγματικά θα είναι μια τεράστια χαρά. Θα βρούμε τρόπο να σας φέρουμε, έστω και με το ζόρι. Το έργο σας στο RAND Corporation είναι αξιοθαύμαστο, κυρίως όσον αφορά τα δύο γεγονότα που εκτιλήσονται στη γειτονιά μας. Το πρώτο έχει να κάνει με τον πόλεμο στην Ουκρανία και πώς ο πόλεμος αυτός έχει αλλάξει τον τρόπο που πιστεύαμε ότι θα λειτουργούσε ο κόσμος. Έχει αλλάξει τα πάντα άρδιν και Πέρα από αυτόν τον πόλεμο έχουμε και αυτά τα απίστευτα πράγματα που εκτιλήσονται στη Γάζα, στο Ισραήλ. Το ερώτημά μου είναι, με τον ένα ή τον άλλον τρόπο, και πιστεύω ότι εσείς θα συμφωνήσετε βάσει της εμπειρίας σας, αυτή η πάρα πολύ δυσάρεστη, δύσκολη και σκοτεινή καιροί θα περάσουν. Τι θα ακολουθήσει όμως μετά? Τι θα συμβεί όταν τα πράγματα πάνε λίγο καλύτερα στην Ουκρανία? Ποιος θα είναι ο απόϊχος όλης αυτής της κατάστασης? Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και έχετε απόλυτο δίκιο. Πράγματι, πρόκειται για μία άνευ προηγουμένου συλλογή σκοτεινών και καταθλιπτικών γεγονότων που λαμβάνουν από τον Φεβρουάριο του 2022, όταν οι Ρώσοι, οι οποίοι υποστήριζαν μία εξέγερση απόσχησης στην Ανατολική Ουκρανία, η οποία είχε ξεκινήσει το 2014 μετά τις συμφωνίες του Μέινταν, ξεκίνησαν έναν συμβατικό πόλεμο. Και από τις πρώτες ημέρες, βεβαίως, το αποτέλεσμα ήταν η κατάκτηση δάφους της Ουκρανίας, αλλά στη συνέχεια αυτό που μας εξέπληξε ήταν η απόκριση των Ουκρανών, οι οποίοι κατάφεραν και ανέκοψαν την πορεία των Ρώσων. Και αυτό που θα βιώσουμε στο μέλλον είναι μια μεταπολεμική εποχή μεταξύ Ουκρανίας και Ρωσίας. Δεν είναι εύκολο να πει κανείς πώς θα τελειώσει αυτός ο πόλεμος. Επίσης, στη συνέχεια, την 7η Οκτωβρίου, είχαμε αυτή την απάνθρωπη, βάρβαρη επίθεση στο Ισραήλ από την Χαμάς, που ουσιαστικά πυροδότησε μια νέα φάση στην σύγκρουση μεταξύ των δύο πλευρών. Και οι δύο αυτές σειράξεις έδωσαν ένα τέλος στις διεθνείς γεωπολιτικές συνθήκες και θα απαιτήσουν την διεθνή κοινότητα και την δέσμευση αυτής, καθώς και τη σοφία και τη δημιουργικότητά της, προκειμένου να βρεθούν λύσεις οι οποίες θα επαναφέρουν την σταθερότητα και την ασφάλεια που χρειαζόμαστε. Και αυτό ακριβώς προσπαθούμε και εμείς να αναλύσουμε τώρα. Δημοσιεύσαμε ένα βιβλίο, όπως γνωρίζεις, Αλέξανδρε, αυτό το καλοκαίρι, σχετικά με τη μεταπολεμική ανοικοδόμηση της Ουκρανίας, ποιες θα είναι οι βασικές αρχές που θα πρέπει να τη διέπουν και ποια θα είναι και η προσέγγιση που θα ακολουθηθεί. Και τώρα αρχίζουμε να κάνουμε το ίδιο για την Γάζα, παρόλο που ο πόλεμος στη Γάζα είναι αρκετά πιο δύσκολος και συνεπώς καθιστά και την μεταπολεμική ανοικοδόμηση πάρα πολύ δύσκολο εγχείρημα. Πάνω κάτω όλοι σε αυτήν την αίθουσα έχουν κατά νου την Ουκρανία ως μια πάρα πολύ εύπολη χώρα με σημαντική οικονομική ανάπτυξη, ανεξαρτήτως του παρελθόντος της με την Σοβιετική Ένωση. Η Ουκρανία ήταν μια σημαντική βιομηχανική χώρα και πιστεύουμε ότι το δυναμικό υπάρχει ακόμα στην Ουκρανία. Επίσης, πολλοί αισθάνονται σε αμηχανία σχετικά με το πώς θα αντιδράσει η Ρωσία σε οποιοδήποτε αποτέλεσμα του πολέμου. Πιστεύετε ότι αυτό το μέρος του κόσμου μπορεί να επιστρέψει σε μια συνθήκη όπου οι εμπορικές σχέσεις, οι επιχειρηματικές σχέσεις θα προσομοιάζουν αυτές πριν του πολέμου, σε οποιαδήποτε βιομηχανία? Εγώ είμαι ένας αισιόδοξος και πιστεύω πως ναι. Πιστεύω ότι είναι εφικτό. Πιστεύω ότι η Ουκρανία είναι, όπως είπατε και εσείς, μια χώρα με τρομακτικό δυναμικό. Ένα δυναμικό το οποίο δεν το έχουν εκμεταλλευτεί μετά την πτώση της Σοβιετικής Ένωσης και μέχρι την έναρξη του πολέμου το 2014 μετά τη συμφωνία του Μεϊντάν. Και αυτό διότι οι Ουκρανοί έκαναν κάποιες συγκεκριμένες επιλογές. Και λόγω αυτών των επιλογών και αποφάσεων η οικονομία της Ουκρανίας ήταν λιγότερο αναπτυσσόμενη μετά την Σοβιετική Ένωση. Ενώ δεδομένης της θέσης της στην Μαύρη Θάλασσα, δεδομένων των καλών σχέσεων που είχε με πολλές χώρες, συμπεριλαμβανομένης και της Ελλάδας, δεδομένου ότι στην Ουκρανία υπήρχαν και ελληνικές πόλεις, όπως είναι η Μαριόπολη, η Οδυσσός και άλλες σημαντικές πόλεις στην βόρεια ακτή της Μαύρης Θάλασσας, αυτό το δυναμικό δεν αναπτύχθηκε. Γι' αυτό, όσον αφορά την Ουκρανία αλλά και την Γάζα, η αρχή επί της οποίας πρέπει να κινηθούμε είναι να μην αφήσουμε αυτή την κρίση, εντός εισαγωγικών, να πάει χαμένη. Σαφώς και υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές προκλήσεις μεταξύ του τώρα και μιας βιώσιμης ειρήνης στην Ουκρανία, σίγουρα και στη Γάζα, αλλά αν θέλουμε να μιλήσουμε για ένα θετικό μέλλον, τότε μπορούμε να είμαστε αισιόδοξοι βάσει εμπειριών από άλλους πολέμους ότι θα υπάρχουν οι καλές οικονομικές συνθήκες για τους Ουκρανούς στο μέλλον. Η Ουκρανία σαφώς και έχει την προσοχή των Ευρωπαίων γειτόνων της, των ΗΠΑ, καθώς και άλλων μεγάλων παικτών του διεθνούς συστήματος. Μια προσοχή που δεν είχε πριν από 10 χρόνια. Και πιστεύω ότι μπορούμε να πούμε, είναι σημαντικό μάλιστα να πούμε, ότι οι Ουκρανοί έχουν αποκριθεί σε αυτή την πρόκληση με τον καλύτερο δυνατό τρόπο. Έχουν καταφέρει να αναπτύξουν μια αποτελεσματική αμυντική στρατηγική, να διατηρήσουν την οικονομία σε καλή κατάσταση. Μάλιστα, το περασμένο χειμώνα κατάφεραν να κόψουν την βάρβαρη απόπειρα της Ρωσίας να καταστρέψει το δίκτυο ηλεκτρισμού, ακολουθώντας κάποιες πάρα πολύ έξυπνες τακτικές λύσεις, κατάφεραν να κρατήσουν τα φώτα αναμένα. Αυτή η εντυπωσιακή λοιπόν απόδοση πολλών ουκρανικών επιχειρήσεων καθώς και εταιριών τεχνολογίας ως προς το σχεδιασμό αμυντικού υλικού που βασίζεται στη τεχνολογία, όπως είναι πύραυλοι καθώς και drones, δίνει σε κάποιον την ελπίδα ότι όταν τελειώσει ο πόλεμος οι Ουκρανοί θα μπορούν να είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικοί παίκτες στην ευρωπαϊκή οικονομία και μάλιστα και στην ευρύτερη οικονομία. Σαφώς, επίσης, η ουκρανική γεωργία και η αγροτική πόρη είναι περίφημη και δικαίως. Οπότε, μετά τον πόλεμο, εφόσον καταφέρουν να απελευθερώσουν τα εδάφη από τις ενάρκες, θα μπορέσουν να δώσουν την απαιτούμενη όθηση στην γεωργική παραγωγή και έτσι να δώσουν μια πάρα πολύ σημαντική όθηση στην οικονομία τους. Μήπως πρέπει να ξανασκεφτούμε λίγο την μεταφορά της προσοχής από την Ουκρανία στη Μέση Ανατολή. Πιστεύετε ότι όσα συμβαίνουν στην Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, στη Μαύρη Θάλασσα, στην Ουκρανία, δηλαδή ακόμα και στη Βόρεια Μαύρη Θάλασσα, ουσιαστικά ορίζουν την εξωτερική πολιτική των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών ή τουλάχιστον προσελκύουν την προσοχή των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών στην περιοχή αυτή περισσότερο? Και θα σας απαντούσα ως εξής, Αλέξανδρε. Υπάρχουν κάποιοι στην Ουάσιγκτον, άνθρωποι που δραστηριοποιούνται στην εξωτερική πολιτική, διακεκριμένοι, που θαυμάζω πάρα πολύ και οι οποίοι έχουν εκφράσει πρόσφατα την ιδέα ότι οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες θα πρέπει να επικεντρώσουν την προσοχή τους και τις προτεραιότητές τους στην Ασία. Η Κίνα είναι μια τεράστια χώρα, αναπτύσσεται όχι μόνο από οικονομικής απόψεως, αλλά και από στρατιωτικής απόψεως και πολιτικής. Και προτείνουν ότι αυτό πρέπει να γίνει, ούτως ώστε να υπάρξει μια αποτελεσματική απόκριση στην Κίνα. Άρα οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες πρέπει να στραφούν προς την Ασία. Εγώ ποτέ δεν θεώρησα ότι αυτό είναι καλή ιδέα. Θεωρώ ότι μια παγκόσμια χώρα όπως είναι οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες πρέπει να αντιλαμβάνεται τον κόσμο ως ένα σύνολο. Και επίσης υπερασπίζομαι και υποστηρίζω την ιδέα ότι η βελτίωση των διατλαντικών σχέσεων, καθώς και η σύναψη συμφωνιών ελεύθερου εμπορίου μεταξύ ΗΠΑ και Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, θα αποτελέσουν ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό μέρος της στρατηγικής για την αντιμετώπιση της Κίνας. Η Κίνα και οι Κινέζοι θα σεβαστούν τη Δύση πολύ περισσότερο αν δεν είναι διαιρεμένοι και διχασμένοι, και μάλιστα διχασμένοι για λεπτομέρειες. Η ουσία είναι ότι συμφωνούμε σε πολύ περισσότερα από αυτά που διαφωνούμε, και οι Κινέζοι θα μας σεβαστούν περισσότερο αν έχουμε μια πιο στενή συνεργασία με την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Και από αυτήν την έννοια, αυτή η κυβέρνηση, ενώ έχει κάποιους που υποστηρίζουν ότι πρέπει να στραφεί η προσοχή στην Κίνα, έχει διαπιστώσει ότι πρέπει να συνεργαστεί με την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση για την αντιμετώπιση της ουκρανικής κρίσης, και μάλιστα έχει θέσει ως προτεραιότητα τη συνεργασία με τους Ευρωπαίους εταίρους, όχι μόνο για την κινητοποίηση της υποστήριξης προς την Ουκρανία, αλλά και για να καταστήσει σαφές ότι η Ουκρανία έχει ένα ευρωπαϊκό και διατλαντικό μέλλον. Και γι' αυτό το λόγο οι Ουκρανοί έχουν γίνει ακόμα πιο αποφασισμένοι προκειμένου να νικήσουν τους Ρώσους και να παραμείνουν μια ανεξάρτητη και εύπορη χώρα. Το ίδιο ισχύει με διαφορετικό τρόπο βεβαίως για τη Γάζα και τη Μέση Ανατολή. Δεν είναι δυνατόν οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες να αδιαφορήσουν για την Μέση Ανατολή. Είδαμε βεβαίως τι συνέβη στο Αφγανιστάν και στο Ιράκ. Έχει επέλθει ένα αίσθημα κόπωσης και μπορεί κάποιοι να πιστέψουν ότι καλό θα ήταν να στρέψουν την προσοχή σε άλλα μέρη του κόσμου. Αυτό δεν είναι δυνατόν και δεν πρέπει να γίνει. Σε έναν κόσμο και στη συγκεκριμένη περιοχή όπου η γεωπολιτική και φυσική πόροι είναι τόσο σημαντική, η προσοχή θα πρέπει να είναι αμείωτη και θα πρέπει να υπάρχει συνεργασία με χώρες με τις οποίες μοιραζόμαστε ιδανικά και αξίες, ούτως ώστε έτσι να αυξηθεί η πιθανότητα επιτυχίας των προσπαθειών μας. Κύριε Πρέσβη, στο Rand Corporation έχετε το προνόμιο να παρακολουθείτε πάρα πολλά δύσκολα θέματα που αφορούν τον κόσμο. Το ερώτημά μου είναι, πριν από λίγα χρόνια, όχι τόσο παλιά, ο κόσμος είχε την πολυτέλεια να ενώνεται όταν ήταν αντιμέτωπος με μια μεγάλη πρόκληση. Ο πόλεμος στον κόλπο, μεγάλες φυσικές καταστροφές όπως ήταν η Κατρίνα στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, η 11η Σεπτεμβρίου και ό,τι ακολούθησε. Είτε ήταν κάτι πολιτικό, γεωπολιτικό, κοινωνικό, οικονομικό, περιβαλλοντικό. Ο κόσμος συσπυρωνόταν και τα αντιμετώπιζε. Και γενικότερα δεν υπήρχε τέτοια ταχεία αλληλουχία γεγονότων να συμβαίνει το ένα μετά το άλλο τόσο γρήγορα. Και το ερώτημά μου είναι, έχουμε την πολυτέλεια να αποκρινόμαστε σε τέτοιες προκλήσεις που αλλάζουν τα δεδομένα σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο, αλλά και σε περιφερειακό επίπεδο? Εμείς προσπαθούσαμε να δούμε πώς θα μπορούσαμε να ενώσουμε τις δυνάμεις μας για την ανοικοδόμηση της Ουκρανίας, και μετά συνέβη αυτός ο τρομακτικός σεισμός στην Τουρκία. Προσπαθούσαμε μετά να δούμε πώς θα μπορέσουμε να συνδυάσουμε αυτές τις δύο εξελίξεις, και μετά είχαμε τις εντάσεις στον Κάφκασο. Μετά ακολούθησε η Γάζα και μάλλον θα ακολουθήσει κάτι άλλο. Πώς μπορούμε να βρούμε έναν τρόπο για να ελιχθούμε σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον και σε τέτοιες εξελίξεις? Ή πιστεύετε ότι αυτό είναι ο νέος κανόνας? Πιστεύω ότι είναι ο νέος κανόνας, το νέο φυσιολογικό, η νέα φυσιολογική κατάσταση. Μετά την εποχή του ψυχρού πολέμου, το διπολικό σύστημα που κυριάρχησε ουσιαστικά έδωσε ένα τέλος στις διαφορές μεταξύ Δύσης και Σοβιετικής πλευράς. Τώρα έχουμε ένα παγκόσμιο σύστημα και σαφώς γίνεται πάρα πολύ θεωρητική συζήτηση σχετικά με αυτό το παγκόσμιο σύστημα, αν είναι διπολικό, αν υπάρχουν περισσότεροι πόλοι. Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές θεωρίες που προτείνονται. Η θεωρία μου είναι ότι αυτό το σύστημα γίνεται ολοένα και πιο σύνθετο με την ανάδυση νέων δυνάμεων καθώς και με την ανάδυση νέων τεχνολογιών. Και αυτό το σύστημα θα απαιτήσει πολύ μεγαλύτερη προσπάθεια από όλους. Στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες δεν έχω πάψει να υπερασπίζομαι τη βελτίωση της αμερικανικής διπλωματίας. Δηλαδή, στο να είμαστε καλύτεροι, να εκπαιδεύουμε Αμερικανούς διπλωμάτες, να τους προειδοποιούμε, να δώσουμε ένα τέλος πια σε αυτήν την αμερικανική παράδοση ότι ο καθένας μπορεί να γίνει διπλωμάτης, ότι αντιθέτως απαιτείται πάρα πολύ εκπαίδευση και ότι είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να γνωρίζουν την διπλωματική ιστορία της Αμερικής, της Ευρώπης, της Ασίας, δεδομένου ότι αυτός είναι θεμελιώδης παράγοντας για επιτυχημένες σχέσεις με ξένες χώρες και πάρα πολύ σημαντικός για να μην εμπλεκόμαστε σε πολέμους. Σε δημοσκοπήσεις που έχουν γίνει, η υποστήριξη για το Υπουργείο Εξωτερικών και πιο συγκεκριμένα για το Τμήμα Διπλωματίας έχει αυξηθεί τα τελευταία χρόνια, δεδομένου ότι οι άνθρωποι συνειδητοποιούν ότι η εναλλακτική στην στρατικοποίηση του διεθνούς καθεστώτος και δηλαδή των ατελείωτων πολέμων ουσιαστικά είναι αποτέλεσμα συνεργασίας με φίλους, με ουδέτερες χώρες, καθώς και συνδιαλλαγής με τους εχθρούς και τους αντιπάλους. Όλες αυτές είναι δεξιότητες που απαιτούνται για το μέλλον. Και τέλος, ήθελα να σας πω ότι η αμερικανική διπλωματία στο παρελθόν ουσιαστικά είχε να κάνει με το να μιλάει κανείς γαλλικά, με το να διαπραγματεύεται συνθήκες, με όλα τα γραφειοκρατικά στάδια που αυτό συμπεριλάμβανε, ενώ η σύγχρονη διπλωματία ουσιαστικά αφορά την παρουσίαση των στόχων στο έθνος, καθώς και την προθυμία να συνεργαστείς με άλλους σε ένα δημόσιο φόρουμ, να ασκήσεις δημόσια διπλωματία, να καταλαβαίνεις την τεχνολογία, να καταλαβαίνεις τις απειλές από τον κυβερνοχώρο. Όλα αυτά είναι πράγματα που πρέπει να γνωρίζουν οι διπλωμάτες και αυτό απαιτεί ένα πιο μεγαλύτερο, πιο ευέλικτο και ικανό διπλωματικό σώμα, όχι μόνο για τις ΗΠΑ, αλλά και για άλλες χώρες του κόσμου. Πλέον δεν έχουμε την πολυτέλεια να στρέψουμε την πλάτη σε οποιοδήποτε μέρος του κόσμου και να θεωρήσουμε ότι εντάξει, τα πράγματα είναι εντάξει τώρα, μπορούμε να επικεντρωθούμε κάπου αλλού. Όχι, αντιθέτως πολλά πρέπει να γίνονται ταυτόχρονα.
Από ό,τι τα βλέπω εδώ πέρα, τα πάντα έχουν κοκκινήσει. Χτυπάνε τα φωτάκια, έχει ολοκληρωθεί ο χρόνος. Σας έσωσε δηλαδή το ρολόι, οπότε δεν μπορώ να σας θέσω το ερώτημα για την Τουρκία. Σας έσωσε ο χρόνος, δεν μπορώ να σας ρωτήσω για τις επόμενες εκλογές προεδρικές στην ΣΥΠΑ. Ας κλείσουμε μόνο με 1 λεπτό ακόμα. Να σας ρωτήσω, παρακολουθείτε εκ του σύνεγγυς όλα όσα συνέβησαν στην μικρή υπέροχη χώρα μας σε ό,τι αφορά την αλλαγή στο οικονομικό και παραγωγικό μοντέλο, την επιτυχία που είχαμε στην αναβάθμισή μας και στο αξιόχρεο. Η απόψη σας τι ακολουθεί? Πόσο αισιόδοξος είσαστε σε σχέση με την Ελλάδα? Είμαι πάρα πολύ αισιόδοξος. Κατά τη διάρκεια της χρηματοοικονομικής κρίσης 2010-2011-2012 δεν ήμουν ιδιαίτερα αισιόδοξος. Πίστευα ότι υπήρχαν πολλά διαρθρωτικά προβλήματα στην κυβερνητικό τομέα. Εντυπωσιάστηκα πάρα πολύ. Επί τη βάση της ελληνικής κατάστασης που ήξερα, είδα ότι η βασική επιχειρηματίας της Ελλάδος, ο ρόλος της Ελλάδος στην ναυτιλία και η τοπική, η ντόπια αγορά τροφίμων, όλα αυτά δούλεψαν πολύ σκληρά για να υπάρξει επιτυχία. Είμαι πραγματικά κατενθουσιασμένος πόσο καλά τα πάει η χώρα. Δεν έχω εκπλαγεί, αλλά είμαι κατενθουσιασμένος. Και νομίζω ότι ακόμα πιο λαμπρές ημέρες υπάρχουν μπροστά. Και βλέπω και τον αναδυόμενο πολύ έντονο τουρισμό. Όσο πιο πολύ επισκέπτουν την Ελλάδα, τόσο πιο πολύ καταλαβαίνουν τι εστί η Ελλάδα. Με αυτό το σημείωμα λοιπόν, ότι αυτό είναι το πρώτο κομμάτι της συζήτησης, ευελπιστούμε ότι θα σας έχουμε σε επόμενο συνέδριο δίπλα μας, διαζώσεις. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ όλοι εκ μέρους του Ελληνοαμερικάνικου Επιμελητηρίου. Απολαύσαμε πολύ που σας είχαμε μαζί μας μετά από τόσο μεγάλο διάστημα και ελπίζουμε να σας δούμε σύντομα από κοντά. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Ευχαριστώ και εγώ. We thank Mr. Kostopoulos and Dr. Charles Rees. We still got 2 sessions, but before proceeding, I'll show you this one, fresh from the press, the positions and proposals of the committees of the AmCham. You'll see them on our website. These are the annual proposals submitted by the Chamber. It's the 3rd consecutive year that we make these proposals, and we've got our proposals here per sector. Similarly, as we have our committees, be it energy, tourism, insurance, whatever, you name it. Those are the proposals, the stances of the Chamber on the various subjects. You can see them on our website. And now we proceed to a very interesting session. We all know the subject, how topical it is, business transformation. We have with us Madam Mayra Mirogianni, who is the Secretary General for International Economic Affairs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Chair of Enterprise Greece. Madam Eftichia Kasselaki will be moderating this session. The discussants will be also Mr. Arvanitis, Mr. Panayotou, and Mr. Handros. Could you please come forward? Madam Kasselaki will make the introduction. Good evening. Thank you for the invitation and the honor to moderate such an interesting panel on business transformation. In this era, full of complexity on technology, Gen AI, geopolitical challenges on issues of social cohesion, and one of the most decisive capacities that companies may build, as well as organizations and governments, have to do with the transformation capacity, which is an ongoing journey of cycles. This is not a one-off situation. We have the honor to have all these discussants with us. Before giving the floor to our distinguished guests, allow me to dedicate the first 10 minutes to my partner, Mr. Achilleas Arvanitis, who represents business transformation from Ernst & Young, and let him present the results of a survey that was conducted for the first time this year in Greece. A survey on the subject of how do companies move, how do they perceive transformations so as to generate long-term value. It is the first time that this survey is conducted in Greece, but at a global scale, we have been following this subject, but it was extremely important to see what happens in our country, how we deal with the issue. And we have the opportunity, while you will be sharing your personal experiences from your various jobs, to discuss and comment on those subjects. Achilles, you have the floor. Thank you. Perhaps it would be better to rise. Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present for the first time, as FTHEA has said, this research on business transformation for Greek companies. There are certain figures in this presentation. I'll try to make it as quickly as possible and dwell on the basics. It focuses on the private sector. As we've heard, we see that this goes hand in hand with a wave of transformation of the public sector, and this is very encouraging. So let me focus on a couple of issues. First, let's see the findings of the research. You can see it in our website as well. It is launched today. Let us do such kind of exercises at global scale. So share some insights from the global scene and share experiences from such kind of programs. Because you have supported many big companies in their transformation lately. Let us start with some basics on the research. Why, do you prefer me sitting? Okay, for the camera. So a couple of words about the survey. April to June of 2023, we addressed 70 companies of various sizes, covered 9 different sectors, and the people we talked to are COOs, executives, director generals, with 15-minute online interview. And on that, we had some additional qualitative face-to-face meetings because we do not want to limit ourselves in the quantitative aspect, but also get a little bit deeper. The goal of the research was to take a snapshot of the course of transformations in the Greek market, see what are the challenges and the risks taken, and see what happens at the end of the day, what success means, when a program is considered to be a success. So let us start by saying that 9 out of 10 companies said that over the last years, they've had at least one program of transformation. 1 out of 2 actually said more than 2 programs of transformation were run in the company, and 74% of the interviewees ran over such a program of transformation. And important transformation, important differentiation in relation to the size of the company was not registered. You see here turnover, the big circle with turnover more than 200 million and the smaller circle with less than 200. And you will see the same rate of transformation programs more or less. So we see multinationals say that 4 out of 10 said that they have run 3 and more programs, which show how important in their strategy are such kind of programs. Now, on the query, why do I launch such a program of transformation in a company? 65%, as was expected, was for the further growth of the company through the restructuring. How can I increase my benefits, reduce costs? How can I launch new products and services to the market? And similarly, how can I grasp the wave of digital transformation? Digital has played a lot in the last years, but it has left a very important impact on companies and the efforts companies make to evolve to the next era. 45%, 1 out of 2 said that they have started such a program, mainly for internal optimization of processes and productivity, and to a lesser extent, they launched it either for culture or changed the modus operandi of a company, and to a small extent so as to respond to the expectations of the consumers. This may be small percentages on what is the reason to launch such a program, but we see that they become ever more important in the factor of a success of such a program. Now, where does such a transformation program focus? 75% said operational functions. How can I sell more effectively? How can I have more effective distribution networks, supply chains? And the same rate was investment on structural innovations and exploitation of technology. 45% also touched the issue of human resources, the customer service and customers' experience, and exploiting data, both available to the company and exterior. Speaking of data, it was clear in the face-to-face meetings we've had, it was that AI is central in the thought and strategy of companies, both in the dimension of concern, how will this change my business model, and the dimension of opportunity, how can I make time and exploit it and not view it as a menace. Equally important is the broad part of ESG was not high in the list for the transformations of the immediate future. KPIs. A successful transformation program told us financial results that we would expect, but let me dwell on the second and third. KPIs of customers, we see it clearly. Specific measurements regarding net promotion score, customer care score, customers' data are even in the cards of assessment of COOs and general directors. We see transformation offices within companies having autonomous units whose main job is to be the guardians of customer experience, measure it, and cooperate with other departments so as to constantly improve it. And the third part, 1 out of 2, ranked high how quickly I implement this transformation. This is an important KPI which needs the necessity of flexibility of an organism so as to respond swiftly from the messages of the market. We see other KPIs, innovation, equally important. We saw the reasons, we saw where we focus, KPIs. Now, what are the challenges? What's the data that we may risk for a transformation program to be a failure? The common denominator is only one, human factor. Most answers concerned culture, group work, participation of people. It was crystal clear that this is the main concern of all. 9 out of 10 told us that the vision and the capacity to communicate the goal and the benefits of a vision is of critical importance. We saw that 30% acknowledged that eventually they did not manage to identify and communicate properly the benefits, the vision, and so forth. Now, let us dwell here. This is a nodal point, and let me come out of the Greek survey. A similar survey was conducted at global scale along with the Oxford University. If we did a zoom in the successful transformation programs and tried to depict the emotional impact on the personnel of the company and the executives of the company, it starts very positively, then it drops, reaches a moment where the organization is difficult. Perhaps they are tired of all that. There's also business as usual. And then, depending on how well you have constructed the program and what are the leadership skills in the organization, may lead you back upwards and is related with the success of a program. A similar graph in a failed program starts the same way, the same point, positive, reaches that nodal point, but then it is a cross-joint where the leading team might resign, and this echoes to the employees. There's direct, that is, a correlation of the emotional response and the way we include everyone in this program and the ultimate result. Coming back to Greece, Greek companies, it is worth seeing that 20% of the personnel before launching a transformation program had a positive impact for them, and this rose with the completion of the program. But again, 1 out of 2 during the implementation of a transformation program declared that this had a negative impact in their daily lives. And the last good point has to do with the question, how long does such a program last? We had replies 6 to 12 months, 1 to 2 years, but we got many answers that this is not a project, this is an ongoing, lifelong effort of the organization to evolve. And so we see specific offices, transformation offices, that have a strategic role in the whole company. Until now, we saw the lessons learned from the previous transformations. Now, if we view a little bit the future, let us say that 1 out of 2 companies responded that they aim at launching such a new program in the immediate future, and 9 out of 10 said that the budget for this transformation would be higher or at least equal to the one they had the last 5 years. So although transformation has been reiterated ad nauseum, it still is most decisive. And if we could share some thoughts on how a transformation program could be exploited for the generation of long-term value, perhaps it's worth mentioning 3 things. How do we integrate the human factor, put it at the center? We've got 2.6 times more chances to have success if we've got the people of the company at the center. How do I exploit technology? And the key here is to follow the velocity of technology outside our company as well. And how do I build a culture of innovation, not merely having an innovation team with a couple of people who do good things, good products and services, but how can I scale up that? How can I give a breath, a new modus operandi, so as to have new ventures? Now, the various circles have to do with the ecosystem. We've got vague connections. So how do I build strategic alliances? How, instead of viewing purely the commodities, I start thinking of other products and other services that I can take from other sectors. This is a strategic pillar of many companies globally and in the Greek market. And I conclude, so as to finish, I give you succinctly for a successful transformation in guise of queries. If we can create and have a vision that everyone believes in, how can I build a culture embracing the opinion of all, employees and customers, because I build products and services for my customers with my customers? How can I demonstrate my business value through the technology I apply? How do I prepare the organization for change? How do I build leading skills whenever it's needed? And how do I cultivate a way of cooperation? Because at the time when I was an expert in a field and know what is the day after, has succeeded to the fact that I'm expert in this field, but for the day after, I cooperate with the various units within and outside the company so as to be flexible and find our path. I hope I didn't tire you much.
Thank you very much, Achillea. I would like to say that I'm particularly glad to take part in this panel. It is one of the rare times, and this was commented on by Ms. Myrogianni, where we have in the same panel representatives from the public and private sector. And you will allow me now to address to the General Secretary for International Relations and Extroversion, Ms. Myrogianni, in order for her to talk about the following. In this environment of rapid changes of business model, how does the Ministry of Foreign Affairs position itself? Thank you very much for this very interesting question. I would like to start by congratulating you on the excellent work you have done. I was taking a look at the study, and I want to say that it's very interesting, the fact that what you are talking about and the apprehensions that exist in the private sector about the growth of a business are exactly the same as what we are talking about for the growth and development of the country. And this is why I'm very happy to take part in this panel that is more interactive than others. I was impressed by 2 things. The first is the innovation that we have already touched upon, and the second, the human resources. This is a discussion we had in COP28 when we were talking about the climate. We were saying that in the Greco Islands, and Astipalea being the first island where an initiative was implemented to turn it green, there was initially an uncertainty on the part of the inhabitants. They were worried of how this would play out. In the end, everyone saw that it was very successful. The inhabitants are very satisfied because the island has become now popular. And now also the tourists have embraced this initiative, and that is why we are continuing the effort with other islands. And we heard about this by the Prime Minister in the announcement he made in the COP28. Why I'm saying that? Because it is very important in everything we do. It is the basis of everything we do. In other words, how can we follow this example and how can we give the first incentive so as to encourage the business transformation and thus ensure growth? First, as Mr. Avanidis said, we can promote the benefits that will come about. And then, when one sees that the program is functional, demand will be created. What I can say on the part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is that in 2019, we took the decision to establish an economic diplomacy in an integrated framework. That is why Replace Greece is part of the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also have a cooperation with different offices that are competent for trade and investment. And we can see that this synergy between Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Enterprise Greece has brought about very good results. In 2022, we had a record of investments, foreign direct investments, that reached 7.7 billion. Moreover, the exports have skyrocketed. And this is the result of the cooperation and communication we have with businesses, not only the big ones. And this is also mentioned in your study, that this cooperation involves big, medium, and small medium enterprises. Our objective is to come into contact with all businesses of all sizes, even the smaller ones, and to explain to them that we are here, we are present, we are aiming at providing information, at updating them on the developments in the markets, and in that way to have an ad hoc work. We don't want to be a ministry that is distant. On the contrary, we want to be a ministry that has open doors for the citizens, that will be facilitated in everything they want. And in cooperation with Export Greece, we have got some very good results. Very well. You confirmed that there are many similarities with the business world. However, I would like to keep innovation, emotional involvement of citizens, synergies, and not focusing only on the big businesses, but mainly on the backbone of the Greek economy. And also on encouraging the business model of smaller businesses. Mr. Panagiotou, Chief Transformation Officer of National Bank and Head of Strategy, KSC. So we know that during the last few years, the National Bank is implementing an extensive transformation program. Would you like to talk about the objectives of this program? What have you succeeded, and which have been the challenges you faced, and what were the lessons learned? Yes, thank you very much for the invitation.
Indeed, in the National Bank of Greece, we were the first bank in the Greek space that has launched such a transformation program, which was at the end of 2018. At the time, the goals were quite disparate vis-à-vis what we have said today. Then it was at the end of a very deep crisis, of course, in the banking sector. So we aimed at dealing with challenges of the past, the non-performing loans, the high operational cost, and also lay the foundations again so as to become competitive again. This included also investments in digital channels, and we were at a far early stage at the time. Now we are at the second stage of transformation, where I do believe that the problems of the past are left behind. And now we look ahead to new issues such as the client experience, the issues of ESG. But in the banks, in the last 2 or 3 years, they have entered our lives, but they really have ended. Well, you are to direct the market in that. Yes, we'll talk a bit, but, and of course, we go on investing in technology. We have ahead another 3 years for the substitution of our main banking systems, but we see technology being a decisive, determining, the basic factor of the banking sector. And finally, strategic alliance is most important for us and a major goal to see how, beyond the banking sphere, we can extend our works in cooperation with either other agencies. We have proceeded in our strategic cooperation with Epsilon Net, but also with retail branches in the part of CSG. So this will become ever more important. Of course, there have been many challenges, especially in such a broad program. The first was the program was to be flexible, and we also had other ones, such as the pandemic. This pandemic, we may have not expected it, but at least we were ready to deal with it quickly. And in some cases, such as digital transition, has helped us. This we have to admit. The second, the people. One must have people that commit themselves for the change, and in order to maintain that and be the pleasant part that quickly revives, they must participate in that. This is how they can support the changes that the transformation program brings about. And the last thing, which is a lesson for us, is that indeed it is of great value a big organization such as the National Bank or perhaps the state, the public administration, to have well-structured transformation programs so as to be able both to set ambitious goals, but mainly to be able to implement them, to have a monitoring and encouragement system that will be continuously pushing the organization ahead. I believe that we attained that, and the market has acknowledged that in the recent placement. So a long-term program that has maintained with austerity its pacing and with the appropriate monitoring and full involvement of the persons. But I also see this very important, the ecosystems and the bubbles, that this transformative skill is further enhanced and extended, embracing other in the ecosystem. Yes, this is our direction. Thank you. Now let us give the floor to Mr. Handros, who is Transformation and Risk Director from Attico Group. Epaminondas, you currently implement a technological transformation program in Attica Group. Would you like to mention the goals of the program? What has been implemented to date? Well, the goal of the program is the digital experience of the customer from the beginning to the end. But let me say a couple of things about the challenges, because our direction is transformation and risk, and we've got the ESG as well. Why do we have the risk? Because transformation is filled with risks. So the CEO, in all his wisdom, decided to include all that under the same directorate. We launched the transformation in 2019, using the sustainability aspect as leverage for the transformation vis-à-vis the people. Because as the survey shows, technology is here. The point is the people. And we managed to move to the technological part for this project. It's not a project, it's a huge thing. It's a program. The digital customer experience, as we call it. The challenges were many when we started. First of all, technology. We had technology and a partner. We had to select between existing technology or coming technology. Being loyal to the issue of innovation, we opted for coming technologies, which are not widely applied in the Greek market, not even the European one. This is how we create the superfast. Next thing was a partner. We discussed with many, and the more you learn, and we selected an excellent cooperator to bring in this brand new technology, state-of-the-art technology. We had to view the challenges vis-à-vis the part of the factors that cannot be controlled. For instance, ports. At some point, they showed us a video from a coastliner in Norway, and they showed us a customer that went through the port as if it were an airport. And I just imagined, came back in mind, the picture of the Naxos port at summer. And more and foremost, our people. We had been through a period. The basic challenges are these. Well, might have these 3 or 4 challenges, but new ever appear. We have decided that we were in continuous and ongoing transformation, that is, in an ongoing evolution, because the only thing that is transformed is actually the butterfly. All the others will just evolve. So we're continuous evolution. We will be there and constantly be facing challenges, either with our people or technology. Nice. Anyway, it's interesting that you start or you converge in the combination of transformation and sustainability, ESG, and that you were bold enough to go one step ahead and select technologies. Yes, we do so. We do so. We are innovative. Yes. So I go back to Mr. Panagiotou. Still, since we are in the part of technology, what are the benefits that you have drawn from the adoption of new technologies in the National Bank? And how did you deal with the issue of culture, of mentality, change of mentality that new technology entails, both in the organization and with the customers?
First of all, we approach digital transformation in the wider sense. In other words, we include the parts pertaining to the front office, the digital channels, internet banking, mobile banking. But at the same time, we approach the back office side. In other words, how we can use digital tools in order to change, to improve, to automate the processes, and to make them more intelligent at the same time. Because previously we talked about AI that is now part and parcel of our lives. Okay, now we will be able to have generative AI applications. All of these bring about significant benefits and advantages to our customers and to the bank itself. With regard to the customers, They have a continuous and simpler access to services by using digital channels, but also by using channels of third parties. At the point of sales, when a customer wants a banking product, they can actually get it because at the back there is this automated interconnection. Moreover, the processes are faster. We can accelerate our decision-making and also the processing that is taking place in the back office. Now, with regard to the bank, obviously, new sales opportunities emerge since we have more channels at our disposal, open 24/7, and we also increase the productivity by reducing operational cost, errors, since we were talking about risk management. This is very important to mention. And at the same time, we automate the simple processes, something that allows us to place emphasis on the tasks that require more focusing and more concentration on the part of our people, tasks that are of greater value both for the bank and for the customer. Eftichia, you talked about culture and mentality. What I would like to say is that many times in this journey, we have been pleasantly surprised by our people and by our customers. And our customers, more specifically, given that they have access and they can see what's going on in all sectors and in the public sector, is something very, very impressive. I have been in panels where there were questions about the possibilities the customers have to sign electronically a contract with a bank because they were accustomed of doing it in the public sector. So we can see that the public sector has indeed improved greatly and that now people are aware of it and expect the same from the private sector. The fact is that all these changes in culture and mentality are now positively accepted by the customers. And now National Bank has 2.8 million active customers in its digital channels compared to 1.1 million in 2018 when we first started. And only 3% of the transactions are concluded in the store compared to 20% before the pandemic. So I truly believe that with education and with the appropriate provision of digital services and products, we can actually achieve the transition. Very optimistic note. And very interesting the fact that during the pandemic and afterwards, the government actually took the leading role in the alternative contact with the citizens, and this raised the standards for the businesses as well. Ms. Mirogianni, how does the public sector, and more specifically the ministry, approach the new challenges pertaining to digital transformation, be it of the economy and of the businesses? I will start with where the colleague left it, and I will say the following. That when we first started talking about the digital transformation at national level, we were concerned about how this could actually impact the society. When, for example, in the pandemic, we ensured that the vaccination program will be conducted through platforms, we had this concern about whether people who didn't have access to technology could have actually access to vaccination. In the end, we saw that everyone actually had access, and that is why we have been congratulated by almost everyone. And I would like to remind you the European certificate, which was an initiative taken by Greece and was then implemented at European level, an initiative that actually helped to a great extent to the digital transformation. So we can see that when you start something, you start with practical applications, people will follow. Gov.gr has now 1,500 actions that can be conducted digitally, and this is to the benefit of the citizens. All our lives have been improved thanks to that, because now you can actually conclude an action which in the past required hours of queuing. Now you can get all the certificates automatically, and this has been a major development. However, this actually makes us want to do more. We want to proceed with digital reform and to ensure a digital evolution in all things and at all levels. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have the digitalization of economic services. Now, in Enterprise Greece, we have the Export Help Desk, which is a platform where all exporters have access and they can place questions and get an immediate response about the product they are interested in or about the markets they are interested in. At the same time, they can get better guidance about accessing new markets, and moreover, some documents that are required. You know that every country requires different documents for different products. So the exporters can get relevant information, at the same time get guidance, because this is our main task. But also in the embassies and other services of the ministry, we have Agora, which is a platform where you can get in order to see which are the actions that are taken by all our embassies and by the commercial attaches in order to learn which are the markets where the demand is high. And at the same time, someone who wishes to make an investment in Greece can actually access the platform of Enterprise Greece and see where it's best for them to invest or learn about the markets that are more attractive. So we can see that digitalization has indeed started. There are many more things that need to be done. And now we want to develop an integrated digitalization gate. All these now that I have been talking about are not integrated. And we go on. We can see the impact on the society, and that is why we want to continue. And as you said, this is something interactive. Yes, when you meet real needs, it is very important. We get more mature all together. We have an idea, we put it into practice, then we can build on it, both public and private sector. Excellent. And now we will have the last round of questions, and I will start with Mr. Chandros. Keeping track of all the developments that change the landscape in your sector, which are the next actions of transformative character? Okay, the next actions start from one basic point, which is climate change and decarbonization. All the actions for the coming 25 years, that is, up until 2050, are based on these two. Okay, we are a sector. What can I say? Shipping. Okay, coastal shipping is a small part of shipping. But for us, the challenge is that we cannot adopt the same solutions adopted by the open sea shipping. These are solutions that we cannot adopt, since we carry people and we want to offer the best experience to them, and we want to ensure that they will reach the destination as quickly as possible, which is the same thing for the cargo. So the first thing is decarbonization. We want to design and plan a very clear roadmap for the coming years that will transform the group in terms of operation during the transition. In other words, the transition will be a temporary transformation that will allow us to reach a rationale that is the required thing. Now, the design includes the customer to a great extent. When we talk about people, we talk about people, client, people, fellow human being, and we want to serve people, because people will take the boats no matter what, and we want more people to take the boat. So we need to offer people all these services and products so as to convince them to come back. So our transformation is focusing on that exactly. But the transformation of services aims at providing better experience to the customers so that they can come back. And apart from that, we have developed a rationale that is based on the 3 Rs: reskilling, reprocessing, reorganization, which is associated with the rehiring of our people by providing them with new skills. Reprocessing aims at using new technologies so as to ensure an effective operation, and reorganization that we need because the technologies and the new services we want to offer inevitably lead us to this rationale. So you will go deeper into the details of transformation with many intermediate stops, and the journey will be long, without, of course, losing sight of the experience offered to the customer. Yes, someone will write a book about us, undoubtedly. Yes, very interesting times. Let's move on to Mr. Panagiotou.
Now, we realize that you have a very specific transformation program on ESG, Mr. Panagiotou. So we would like to hear what are the main leverages for the sustainable ESG transformation. Well, indeed, very appositely, I consider in both cases we brought along transformation and ESG because it demands transformation, and they demand cooperation by many fields and sectors of a company: strategy, risk management, operations, business, IT. All that has to cooperate. Now, the leverages for us. Two things I would say. First, we measured and understood what is the impact we have on the environment through the banking operations, especially through the funding of our customers, be it companies, which is the main part, or private persons, if we speak of consumer loans, mortgages, and so forth. Of course, households have their own energy consumption. This was a very technical aspect, a technical exercise, but which was necessary because we had to get in the shoes of our customers, understand how each sector operates, how they can attain this decarbonization and energy transition through what investments, and therefore how can we sustain these investments. And we had to acquire that knowledge so as to understand how emissions stand today and set goals on how we want, along with our customers, to reduce those emissions in the midterm, for the beginning until 2030. The second, building upon the first, is that we broadened the products and services and solutions offered to our customers so as for them to attain this transition, both in the field of companies with more specialized teams, and especially in the sector of energy in a more consultative role on renewable energy sources, storage of energy, and also households, where we will proceed, and as I said, we'll proceed in cooperation so as to offer solutions to our customers, so as for them to upgrade their houses. And we measure that through traditional metrics, as for instance, how many loans we want to grant for energy refurbishment or specific goals, but also through the impact this funding has with the emissions in each sector and each portfolio we have. I see. So you have grasped all the segments of the clientele on the tool, through the tool, the segments, yes, that they have an impact on the environment. Well, please conclude, they say. It's up to you. Okay, it blinks. We have to finish, they say to the moderator, but no, the moderator insists. Is there any last remark that you would like? You have to give something in a nutshell? I would like to say that we must all go on working together for the desired evolution, and we have the obligation to develop the institutional framework so as to help the business world in this transition. This is attained through the RRF, we have tried to offer such incentives, and with the iconic investments in innovation. And I believe that we have a lot of things to do, but we're at the right track. Thank you. We thank you all. God bless you. Thank you. The applause, so I entered the venue. We are waiting for the minister to come, but we can start the session if you so wish, Mr. Sarakakis. And when the minister arrives, he will take the floor. You can start, you can take your seats, introduce the discussants while waiting for the minister.
Good afternoon to all the friends who listen to us. I have the pleasure to have here three representatives of Greek industry. Mr. Pothulakis, who is the Vice President and CEO of Barbastatis. Good afternoon. We have Mr. Panagiotis Mourgos, Managing Director of Tehan. Good afternoon. And Mr. Koukoudjos, who is Managing Director of Kliman Group. And you celebrate 40 years anniversary. Congratulations on that. The Greek industry, with the chronic problems it is faced with in a very adverse environment in our country, has now to face climate change as well, which is not one more problem. It is a huge problem. It is one more challenge that is added to the previous one. Today's discussion coincides with COP28 that is taking place in Dubai, from where the news are not particularly good. The previous objective for the prevention of increase in temperature is already unattainable, since the trend now is towards the 3 degrees. So the effort that has been made, which has been very considerable, is insufficient, and we need to intensify our efforts even further. The policies that will be implemented and will take us to the green transition are based on three interconnected axes. The first is the reduction of emissions of greenhouse gases. However, since the need for energy is unquestionable, the energy that will be produced needs to be accessible and affordable so that the industry can actually absorb it, and so that the society and all the citizens can do the same. Moreover, it has to be reliable, that is, incessant and sufficient. And very important for today's discussion, it must not impact the competitiveness of businesses, of industries, and this is especially true for our country, since we need to improve competitiveness, not undermine it. Since the minister hasn't arrived yet, I suggest we start the discussion, and I will start with Mr. Potoulakis, who is operating in the primary sector. I would like to ask him to say a few words about climate change and how this impacts the operational model of your business, and which are the measures that you take in order to address it. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you. However, let's say a few words about the meaning of sustainable development and of competitiveness in an economy and in an industry like the Greek one. We need to be very bold if we want to talk about these and to be truthful, since there are many obstacles in the Greek economy and in the Greek industry, obstacles associated with infrastructure, transport, energy, specialized and non-specialized work, and moreover, courage is needed in order to deal with the difficulties that cannot be controlled, since they do not pertain only to our country. I'm talking about the geopolitical developments, interest rates, inflation, and climate change. If we want to talk about climate change and our daily life, and more specifically about food sector, we need to associate it with the food crisis. We're talking about some very serious issues. So apart from courage and boldness, what is also needed is empathy. The industry itself needs to be more empathetic so as to support the primary sector, our people, the consumers. Climate change is #1 risk influencing our operation in several different ways. The one dimension of it has to do with the primary sector, where things have radically changed. The way that harvest is done, the way that cultivation is made have changed. Apart from the weather phenomena, there are other changes that occur in the daily life of those who are involved in the primary sector. I'm talking about our farmers and about the Greek producers. There is a huge effort made to keep them in the sector, to train them so that they can be ready to deal with these phenomena and to properly adapt, and then to make the necessary investments. We, as a company, Barbastathis, we place the same emphasis on the producers and the consumers. ESG is not a simple choice. It is not a set of KPIs or of European directives. It is our life. It is a continuous process of improvement and of evolution of the company that will allow it to be close to the primary sector and provide through its work the product to the consumer. And as I said previously, my greatest concern is the food crisis that is coming. And we can be sure of that because of the climate change that will undoubtedly provoke migration, since the conditions in certain areas will not be livable, and a climate change that will also impact the primary sector and the way it works. So for us, It's not only the carbon footprint that is important. It is not only recycling that is of significance. ESG and sustainable development, which is a priority for the company, is the core of our operation. We believe that we convey this conviction to the primary sector because, as I said, we want to make sure that we as a company, we will bequeath a better planet to the generations to come. Thank you very much. Then you can ask me anything you want.
Mr. Murgos, Tahan is the nucleus. Its model is based on recycling and cyclic economy. But as a company, how do you view the problem of sustainability for the future? And what does green growth mean for you? Well, I'm glad that I'm today in the 34th Annual Greek Economic Summit organized by the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, being its member and enhancing the important actions of the Chamber through our support as a gold sponsor of this conference. It is a great joy and a great honor that we have in the panel today. We are amongst the distinguished companies which each is a leader in its field and teaches good practices. The minister will come duly because he has a dual capacity. In his previous capacity, he was Minister of Energy and Environment, but he has also greatly contributed to the creation of an excellent institutional framework in our country. Is the minister coming? Nice, good, good. So let us wait a little bit so as to give the floor to the minister, if you don't mind, in order to stress the important capacity that he has, that it was in the nucleus. In his capacity now as a Minister of Development Investments, again he contributes to sustainable development. Let us wait a little bit more. And the moderator reiterates that we are expecting the minister. Let us remind of the important feats of the minister, the new development law, and the new tools. So indeed, his intervention and participation will be most important to present his views, proposals, and programming for the new step. Standing ovation for the minister, please. Not that late, was I? Not that late. We almost solved the issues. We thank you for your presence. We started making a brief introduction of the challenges of Greek economy, which used to be many, multiple anyway, and now, additionally, we have now the challenge of the climate change. Therefore, the challenges are further exacerbated and they lie in two levels. And we all agree that climate change is not merely an additional impediment, but it is a substantial subject that has to be dealt per se in all levels. as well as industry that we're discussing here today. Would you like to make an original intervention? Yes, I apologize again for this delay. It was a very difficult day. It's Monday, beginning of the week, you realize. But we're here today, and I have the opportunity to say a couple of things, which I believe are important. First of all, let me thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce for the excellent work they've been doing all those years. The president, the board of directors, organizing such interesting debates, which I believe we all draw lessons from. The reality is that during this period, the last years and this year as well, Greece has been going through a period where economy grows at big pace, 3-4 times at the 3-4 times quicker pace than the EU average. And of course, this creates jobs. We have better revenues. This helps us supporting social state, health, education, and all the others that have to go hand in hand with economy. And the major challenge has to do with the impact of climate change and how this affects our lives. And this, unfortunately, we see all the more intensely each year. I'm from Thessaly. In Thessaly, as you very well know, in the last 3 years, we've had major catastrophes. We had 2 disasters twice in the last 3 years, which were supposedly to appear once in 100 years. That's why I had the destruction of agricultural production, of companies, of households. So we have to pay damages on one hand, reduction of the economic activity on the other, and many problems for the households. Here is the manifestly how climate change affects our daily lives. And not only that, it doesn't regard solely those who suffered from the phenomenon, who had the destruction of farm production, of husbandry production, therefore immediate increase, soaring prices in the supermarkets, soaring prices of raw materials, and therefore an increase of foodstuff cost at large. The same applies with energy, the increase of energy costs, of the bills, longer days with a high temperature, again, more energy to be consumed for air conditioning, hospitals that have to be supported to support the more vulnerable work groups that are more affected by these heat waves. All that means, first of all, many clouds in the future unless we do something about it to do with the reasons that cause climate change, and clouds for the economies, for the societies that will not be able to adapt to the impact. And at the same time, we've got geopolitical volatility and inflation pressure and energy crisis due to that volatility, which means that politicians, along with the market and the society, must all manage many crises. Our lives from now on will consist on managing multiple crises. And we must be able, as Greece, to secure strong and sustainable growth rates for the next years through the simultaneous management of the crisis. And Greece can proceed there because both the management of the pandemic and the dealing of the overall geopolitical volatility of our area, Greece has managed. Greece does not have the same geographical position that Belgium or Luxembourg has. We are at the extreme of Europe and the crossroad between West and East, and therefore dealing with the geopolitical variables and the crisis, which I said, be it the pandemic or the energy crisis or the inflation crisis or dealing with the high cost, show that Greece can manage. But in order to manage, we must do more things. So we believe that industry, both manufacturing at large, is a branch that will be able to support Greek economy over the next years so as to have sustainable growth rates, because we do not believe that if we're dependent only on one sector, such as tourism, for instance, can we survive and proceed without taking big risks. So, in the next period, we will unfold once again our strategy vis-à-vis the support of manufacturing through new incentives that will put the emphasis and support those industries that extrovert, that will support those companies that we will integrate R&D in their operation and will be interconnected with research institutes or universities, with those companies that we will integrate the principles of digital technology, digital means, so as to become far more competitive. Such sectors are the sector concerning cyclical economy. We want a lot of things to do there vis-à-vis waste management. The Han is such an example of a Greek industry of American interest that produces in Greece, in our country, and exports abroad equipment that will help in waste management, in correct waste management, so as for those not to end at landfills, but be restored and reused. Pharma industry is another sector. The heavy metal industry and critical raw materials industry is also a sector that we will support. And with all that, R&D that must be interconnected with the marketed industry so as to generate higher value commodities and services and be far more competitive over the next years. I don't want to delay you because I suppose there will be a discussion afterwards. We're far more optimistic in Greece. Greece has proven that it can. It was the black sheep of the European family some years ago, just a decade ago. All of a sudden, we have become a role model. What they say in Europe, their economic surprise that really proves that can be in the foreground. But we are not satisfied as yet, because these are just a couple of years of good financial performance. We need a lot of years. Have strong growth rates, and this is our planning of our government. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much. If I understand your words correctly, we are talking about a new industrial policy targeting the industry per se. Am I correct? We believe that the reindustrialization of Greece is of utmost importance if we want to ensure economic growth, which in its turn will create jobs, higher salaries, progress, and prosperity. And this is proven on a daily basis, and we can actually achieve that. Another example has to do with the shipyards. The shipyards were moribund. Now we visit the Greek shipyards, where another American Hellenic group has undertaken the management of the shipyards of Elefsina and of Syros. And now we have over 500 vessels being repaired in the shipyards. In the past, the shipyards were contributing greatly to the economic growth. Then they decayed. Now they are reviving. So we can see that there is always a target group to which we can address, so that we can actually promote the products that we produce, the services that we offer, and which are of high added value and at the same time competitive with regard to the cost. It is the so-called value for money. Our country can actually guarantee it. We have also a very developed metal industry. You know that the chassis of Porsche and BMW is produced in Greece, that the chassis of the Leopard tanks is produced in Greece, in Volos. This shows that Greece produces. The fact and the belief that Greece doesn't produce anything is a myth. This myth has prevailed over the last decades, but this myth is a lie. Greece produces, maybe does not produce in great quantities, but it produces almost everything in smaller quantities. So what is needed is scale up on the one hand, and of course we need to enter the industry of equipment. We produce also batteries. We have a Greek industrial group that will construct a huge plant for the construction of lithium batteries that we will use in order to store energy that we will produce thanks to our sun. So all of these things are happening in Greece and are produced in Greece. And to finish, in Greece, we have 20 companies that are highly competitive and specialized in designing semiconductors. We design chips here in Greece. And foreign giants, American and not only, have acquired these companies. They have kept the headquarters of these companies here, and they have increased the personnel working there. Using Greek scientists, we have excellent scientists. We have excellent workforce of high specialization. Of course, we need to cultivate this even further. It's not enough to cultivate a parcel of land once and expect for it to give you fruit for 20 years. No, you need to cultivate it on an annual basis. And this is true for the economy and for the different sectors of the economy. We should never be complacent. Every year we need to strive for the betterment of the economy. Thank you very much. I had the bad luck of not having you here when I made my first intervention. I would like to say a couple of things. And in the first intervention, I said that what is needed here in Greece is courage. Courage, especially now, given the current challenges, climate change included. And since you talked about the support of food companies and of the food industry, we really need this support because a large part, as you said, that pertains to the day after and to climate change is associated with the primary sector. I'm talking about the seeds, fertilizers. We import almost everything. The prices of these increase. And this is something that is actually here. It's not coming. Our producers do not have seeds to plant. And this is not a problem only for Greece. It is a global problem. And this leads to an increase of prices and of cost. So for us, the issue of climate change is an immediate issue since its impact on the primary sector is undoubtable. Moreover, you talked about education and training. We truly try to educate the farmers and to ensure that they will have the necessary skills in order to use the new technologies that will allow them in turn to deal with the climate crisis and the food crisis that is about to come. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Koukoudjos, who, as we said previously, operates in the industry for the last 40 years and has an increased export profile. Could you please tell us which are the challenges that you are faced with as industry here in Greece and what you expect of the new policy announced by the minister? Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. Since you talked about the 40-year anniversary that we celebrated in September. The company was established in 1983, and in the celebration we had the great honor of having the minister with us, who honored us with his presence and said some very kind words. The difficulties are undoubtedly many in the Greek industry, and I would like to start with the wider suspicion and bad faith that exists out there. When we first started, we had to convince that a product that is produced close to a village in Kilkis is technologically advanced and that the branding of Greece, unfortunately, as you know, back then was not the best one when it came to technological products. Of course, things have changed ever since. the way that we overcame these difficulties and the difficulties that came along later. The most recent one being this bad faith that was the result of capital controls and of many other developments. So basically, what characterizes the direction we took was our smart move of continue to invest even in difficult times. We first selected which are the basic axes of these investments, and I can briefly talk about them. And then link all these with our topic of discussion in order to prove that in most cases, the moves made by a company are in full compliance with the ESG framework. So the first axis was production. We invested in factories in Serbia, in China, and in expanding our production capability here in Greece. Then we accompanied this with upgrade of mechanical equipment and with a new layout, which, among others, helped us reduce CO2 emissions by 50% in 4 years. This is just an example. At the same time, we saved energy 5 to 5.5 kilowatt hours on an annual basis. So an organization that is targeted and smart, I dare say, can be an investment, not a burden. Apart from the production, we invested in technology. We built 2 test towers, and we have completed the second tower of 64 meters in Kilkils. In 2019, we inaugurated the test tower in Shanghai. We had the honor of having the Prime Minister in the inauguration. 100-meter high is the height. And there we abided by the eco-design and by specific rules in order to keep up with the trends of technology, so that our products are designed on the basis of energy saving, but also on the basis of the wider carbon footprint. For example, many smart solutions that most of the big companies in the sector have are based on IoT, and these help the predictive maintenance. In other words, the reduction of the necessary visits of maintenance, which in turn means cost saving and many other benefits. The second axis was the transformation of our business model. We decided in our basic markets, which are USA, England, Australia, and Greece, to become active in the sector of services, that is, to offer installation and maintenance services to our customers. And the third axis was investment in the human resources. There, apart from everything that had to do with education, training, and coaching programs that help the personnel reach personal objectives, we developed online education platforms. We call them Kleman Academy. So we invested in these platforms. We invested in strengthening the governance methods. Governance that is associated with the whistleblowing and with internal audit department. We invested in these. But since I don't want to tire you much, I just want to say that all these moves basically reduce the risk and boosted the growth of the company. In very few cases, an investment that was in ESG was a cost and not a benefit. And one last thing, since we're talking about recycling, with the use of specific technologies, we are now in the position to recycle our waste, which are not dangerous, and we recycle these up to 97%. Only 3% ends up in the landfill. Thank you very much. This last thing we just said about ESG is something I would like to ask the rest of the speakers. But before I do that, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mourgos, who didn't have the time to complete his first intervention. But please take a look at the clock, because unfortunately we don't have time. Yes, because deeds speak better than words. Now we have the minister present, and that is why I would like to congratulate Mr. Skrekas, who, in his previous position as Minister of Environment and Energy, created an ideal institutional framework, one of the best in Europe, that allows businesses to be certain about the future. When businesses want to invest, they need to be sure of the future. And this is now a guarantee thanks to the institutional framework developed by the minister. Now, Greece can attract investments in different sectors, the recycling sector included. And it is strategy of the Prime Minister and of all the competent ministers. And thanks to their work, Greece has become an attractive investment destination. Greece can produce and can produce on competitive terms. We believe that we put that into practice. And Greece was the first choice to make the investment outside USA for us. So Greece can actually be innovative, can be pioneering, and can make the most of specialized personnel. Many parts of our equipment are produced in Greece and are exported to Europe. And this proves that we can innovate, we can produce equipment of high technology and to support it. And moreover, circular economy and sustainable development are two sectors that are very promising for our country. Country has become attractive investment destination. And investments create jobs, they increase salaries. Our group has created 1,000 jobs, green jobs, and this proves that we can produce, create jobs, which is actually the wanted, since this can enhance social cohesion, but also support the young people who choose to become active in this sector, the sector of circular economy. Thank you very much. I would like to ask Mr. Potoulakis about ESG. Do you believe that it is just one more obligation imposed on companies? Do you perceive ESG as an opportunity for economic improvement? Or is there a real need that you have as a company? And then I would like to ask the minister how they support this type of actions. Thank you very much. I would like to repeat what I said previously. Of course, Mr. Skrekas was not present previously. ESG, all the actions aiming at sustainable development are perceived as cost by most businessmen and by most investors. But for us and for most businesses, this shouldn't be a simple choice, including KPIs or European directives, but as a need that needs to be met. It is our obligation towards society. We need to invest in this. We need to believe in this. And that is why this is something that defines all our activities, all our actions. And we have conveyed the importance of ESG and sustainable development to our producers, which in turn will ensure circularity in the economy. Because we believe that this is the only way to respect future generations, society, economy, and all those who want to take things a step further. So ESG, apart from the environment, is society, corporate governance, as was mentioned before. Very important. It is basically the only way to intervene in the course of this planet and make it better. We're talking about the primary sector, we're talking about our people, we're talking about our consumers. And we want to bequeath a better planet to all of these. It is very important to perceive the entire society in everything we do. You have also proceeded to support actions to the farmers. Yes, support, education, increase of prices, that is, of course, to the benefit of the producers. We are trying to support them in any way we can. Now, with regard to the consumers, I would like to tell you that we take part in the initiatives taken by the government with 40 SKUs. We try, as much as this is possible, to respect society as a whole, be it at the productive level or at the consumer's level. Mr. Minister, you as a ministry, as a government, as a state, do you think that it's necessary to impose ESG rules? How can you practically support companies so that they implement them? I believe that Mr. Potoulakis put it very aptly. To incorporate the ESG principles in one's operation is not a cost. On the contrary, it is an advantage. It makes them more competitive.
Because at the end of the day, what does it mean, sustainable development rules? Beyond the generics that we want sustainable development, something that will be supporting, protecting the environment, reducing CO2 emissions, helping in doing away the phenomena that contribute to climate change. But what does this entail for the producer? Of course, I omitted saying that the company in northern Greece, Kliman, like Barbastathis, for instance, cyclical economy, reuse of raw materials that we use for a final product. Should mention here, perhaps you do not know that we sell high technology elevators in Japan. Kliman does it. Not only in Japan, but also in the USA and many other countries. Let us not forget it. I omitted, I paid a visit there and I was spellbound on how they integrate those principles of sustainable development. And this is what makes them better. This pays back. The consumers understand that, and at the end of the day, they can be competitive. And what does this mean? How is a company competitive? It means that this company, this product is produced at the lowest cost. It's cheaper. No. German companies are far more competitive at higher prices than other companies with low-cost cars. Success and competitiveness doesn't mean the cheapest product. It means the most interesting product, the one that it is bought perhaps at a higher price because it is worth it. And consumers, I know, I see the red lights blinking. Yes, you mentioned German cars, that's why they blink. Okay. Consumers acknowledge the product that respects the environment, that bears this label, saying that this product has 50, 60, or 100% of its raw materials, that they are recyclable, or that are reused, or that they are cultured with the best farming practices that respect the environment, or which have been cultivated in a way that they respect the environment. So all these are things which all the more so are being acknowledged by the consumer. The visitor coming to Greece and staying in a hotel would like to know that his hotel, for instance, uses green electric energy or products which may be of local origin and which also integrate best farming practices and protect the environment. They can be organic products or anyway farmed in a way that protects the environment. All that is being acknowledged now by the consumers and it is asked for. And our country will be sustainable, or our economy, if you like, will be sustainable if we integrate in the operation of the society through the change of mentality and in the operation of the economy such principles and communicate them properly. This is our goal. And until now, thank God, the government, the state, the business world and society and the Greek family seem that they're able to respond quickly and adapt to the new conditions. Excellent. Mr. Minister, all these things are so interesting. We could go on for hours. But I think of the audience that has actually been sitting here since midday, since noon. Thank you and hope to see you again at the next meeting. Thank you. So that was the last session. We thank the Minister, thank all the participants and discussants. See you tomorrow with an equally rich agenda, long duration. So brace yourselves, take your vitamins tonight, have a good night's sleep. See you tomorrow. We will start with the Deputy Minister, Mr. Papathanasis, who will speak about the Recovery Fund. Thank you for your patience, for being with us. Expect to see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening.